Hey there, how's your day going so far? What time is it where you are in the world right now? I'd love to know where you're reading from. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe to Flashback Files for more historical conspiracy thrillers like this one. The New Mexico desert had a way of stripping everything down to essentials. No pretense could survive long under that relentless sun. I'd been told this assignment was an honour. A young cryptographer like me, barely 2 years out of MIT, chosen for the most important military project of the war. Perhaps the most important in American history. The military truck bounced over the dusty road leading up to Los Alamos, kicking up clouds that seemed to hang suspended in the still air. I clutched my assignment papers tightly in my lap, the official orders stamped with enough clearance codes to make any career soldier envious. First time in the desert, Lieutenant Greaves. The driver had the weathered face of someone who belonged here, whose skin had made peace with the sun. Yes, my voice sounded thin against the engine's rumble. Boston born and raised, he chuckled. You'll adjust. Everything does out here. Has to. The Los Alamos facility appeared suddenly as we crested a hill, a sprawling complex of utilitarian buildings surrounded by fences topped with barbed wire. Armed guards stood at checkpoints, their expressions making it clear that their rifles weren't decorative. Beyond them rose the main facility, a plain concrete structure that gave nothing away about its purpose. But I knew. Everyone selected for this assignment knew the broad strokes, if not the specifics. We were building something to end the war. After passing through 3 separate checkpoints, each requiring different credentials, I was finally escorted to a small office where a stern-faced colonel waited. Lieutenant Thomas Greaves, reporting as ordered, sir, I saluted sharply. Colonel Harrison barely glanced up from my file. At ease, Lieutenant. Your credentials are impressive. Top marks at MIT, higher scores in cryptographic analysis at Fort Meade. He flipped a page. And born on American soil to American parents going back 4 generations. That last part wasn't an accomplishment, just a fact of birth, but I'd learned it mattered greatly to the selection committee. Even brilliant scientists with the slightest foreign connections had been passed over. You'll be working in the cryptography wing, Harrison continued, transcribing and coding the daily logs from the theoretical division. You'll be on the 4th floor, one above where our physics teams work. May I ask what they're working on specifically, sir? Harrison's eyes narrowed. You may not. You'll see only the material cleared for your specific security level. Nothing more, nothing less. He pushed a new badge across the desk. This gets you into Section D. Wear it at all times. If you're found anywhere without proper clearance, you'll be detained and removed from the project permanently. Understood, sir. You'll report to Doctor. Vance tomorrow at 0600. For now, Sergeant Phillips will show you to your quarters. As I turned to leave, he added, And, Lieutenant, the work being done here doesn't exist. Not to your family, not to your friends, not even in your personal thoughts. Is that clear? Crystal clear, sir. My quarters were Spartan but private, a luxury in a facility where most enlisted men shared barracks. The small room contained a single bed, a desk, and a metal locker. The window offered a view of nothing but more buildings and the perimeter fence. I unpacked my few personal items, a photograph of my parents, a copy of Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls, and a fountain pen my father had given me when I graduated. That night, sleep came fitfully. The desert cooled rapidly after sunset, and strange sounds echoed through the facility. Mechanical hums, distant voices speaking in hushed tones, the occasional sharp click of boots on concrete floors at odd hours. I dreamed of codes breaking apart like puzzle pieces in my hands, each fragment glowing with an eerie blue light. The next morning I reported to Doctor. Vance exactly at 0600. He was a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and perpetually ink-stained fingers. You'll be handling our most sensitive communications, he explained as he showed me to my workspace. A small room with a typewriter, a stack of blank code books, and a pneumatic tube system that would carry my completed work to other sections. Everything must be transcribed perfectly, encrypted according to that day's cipher, and logged. No exceptions, no errors. Yes, sir, I understand the importance. Do you? He peered at me over his glasses. This isn't just about military precision, Lieutenant. What happens here? He paused, seeming to reconsider his words. The work being done here will reshape the century, perhaps all of human history. I nodded, trying to convey that I grasped the gravity of my role, though in truth I only knew fragments: uranium enrichment, chain reactions, theoretical yields, words that hinted at something devastating but remained abstract. The first few weeks passed in a blur of routine. Each morning, sealed packets arrived via the pneumatic tubes. I would transcribe the contents, mostly figures, equations, and terse notes from the physicists, encode them using the day's cipher, and send the originals for incineration. The work was demanding but straightforward. I found a certain satisfaction in being a small cog in this massive machine of American ingenuity. It was during my third week that I first heard the rumours about what lay beneath us. I was eating lunch in the commissary when two engineers sat at the table next to mine. They spoke in lowered voices, but fragments of their conversation reached me. Not just the primary lab, there's an entire secondary facility underneath. For what? More testing. Not physics, something else. Jenkins was assigned to install electrical systems down there last month. Said he saw things that didn't make any sense for weapons research. Like what? Medical equipment, soundproofed rooms, one-way glass observation chambers. Probably just a fallout shelter or emergency medical station. The first engineer leaned closer to his colleague. Then why did they wipe Jenkins' clearance when he asked questions? He's been reassigned to perimeter maintenance. Their conversation halted abruptly when a security officer entered the room. Both men turned their attention to their food. The subject dropped as quickly as it had been raised. That night I found myself standing at my window, staring at the complex of buildings. From my vantage point I could see the guards patrolling the perimeter, the lights of the main research building burning through the night. Somewhere in that complex, brilliant minds were racing to build a weapon that could end the war. But what else might be happening beneath those concrete floors? I dismissed the thought. I was here to do my job, not chase rumours. I was a cryptographer, a man of patterns and logic. Besides, in a place built on secrecy, rumours were bound to flourish. 2 days later, Dr. Vance called me into his office. His normally meticulous desk was uncharacteristically cluttered with papers, and dark circles shadowed his eyes. Lieutenant, I need someone I can trust for a special assignment. We're short-staffed, and you've proven yourself reliable. Of course, sir. Anything. These need to be transcribed tonight. He handed me a sealed folder with red stripes across it. The highest level of classification. Use transcription room C on sub-level 2. It's secure. I need them by 0600 tomorrow. I took the folder, feeling a flutter of pride at being trusted with such sensitive material. I won't let you down, sir. Transcription room C was located deep within the building, accessible only via a service elevator that required my special clearance badge. The room itself was small and windowless, containing nothing but a desk, a typewriter, and a telephone with a single red button beside it, presumably for emergencies. I broke the seal on the folder and began my work. Most of the documents contained the familiar equations and notations I'd grown accustomed to, though these were clearly for higher-level review than my usual assignments. I worked methodically, translating each page into the proper cipher. 4 hours into my task, I reached for the next document and found something odd, a folder that seemed out of place. Unlike the red-striped classification of the others, this one bore a black stripe with the marking Sub-Project Echo Neurological Conditioning Initiative. It had been misfiled, slipped between the pages of nuclear research data. Protocol dictated that I should immediately report the misplaced document without reading it. But curiosity, That fatal flaw of the analytical mind got the better of me. I opened it. What I found inside had nothing to do with nuclear physics. The first page of the misplaced file bore an official stamp: restricted access, level alpha, authorized personnel only. Below that, in precise typewritten letters, Sub-Project Echo, Quarterly Progress Report, March 1944. I should have stopped there. Should have resealed the file and reported it. But something in the clinical language of that cover page sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. I turned to the next page. Executive Summary. Trials of compound DLSD-25 continue to show promise in memory suppression and suggestibility enhancement. Subjects demonstrate 72% increased receptivity to implanted directives following administration. Resistance to interrogation reduced by 84% compared to control group. Recommendation: proceed to Phase 2 trials with increased dosage and extended conditioning protocols. The document continued with detached precision, describing experiments that seemed more like something from a Poe story than military research. There were detailed tables tracking subject compliance and psychological fracture thresholds. Clinical photographs showed vacant-eyed men and women staring at patterns projected onto walls, electrodes attached to their temples. One section particularly caught my attention. Subject Group C, military personnel, low rank. Enhanced susceptibility when combined with sleep deprivation, 72 to 96 hours. Memory modification successful in 8 out of 10 cases. 2 cases resulted in permanent cognitive impairment. Subjects terminated and listed as KIA in training accidents. My hands began to shake as I turned pages. This wasn't weapons research. This was something else entirely. Systematic experimentation on human minds. And according to the personnel logs attached, the test subjects included maintenance staff, 6, administrative personnel without family connections, 4, mess hall workers, 3, military personnel with no living relatives, 12, civilian contractors from local communities, 9, people who wouldn't be missed, people whose disappearances could be explained away. The most disturbing section detailed memory implantation protocols. Subject 23. Successfully accepted false memory sequence of childhood trauma after 14 days of conditioning. Subject now fully believes in fabricated event and has incorporated it into personal narrative. Subject demonstrates physical stress responses when presented with trigger images associated with the implanted memory. Conclusion: human memory architecture demonstrates significant malleability when proper chemical and psychological vectors are applied simultaneously. A handwritten note in the margin read, "Perfect for field operatives. Once implemented, subject cannot reveal true information even under enemy interrogation, as false memories have supplanted original events." I closed the file, my heart hammering in my chest. This wasn't science in service of ending the war. This was something darker, the systematic dismantling of human minds under the cover of our most secret military project. I finished transcribing the legitimate documents, my fingers moving mechanically over the typewriter keys while my mind raced. What was I supposed to do with this knowledge? Who could I even tell? In a facility built on secrecy and compartmentalization, who would believe a lieutenant who had seen something he shouldn't have? I debated for hours as I completed my assigned work. By the time I finished, just before dawn, I had made my decision. I would speak to Dr. Elbridge, a scientist I occasionally delivered transcripts to, who had always struck me as decent and approachable. He wasn't high in the command structure, but he might know something, or at least advise me on how to proceed. I returned the original files to Dr. Vance's office as instructed, including the misplaced Echo document. If anyone noticed it had been opened, I could claim it happened accidentally during transcription. Then I made my way to the small laboratory where Dr. Elbridge typically worked early mornings. I found him alone, peering into a microscope. He looked up, surprised to see me. "Lieutenant Greaves, isn't it?" "What brings you here at this hour?" I closed the door behind me. "Dr. Elbridge, I need to speak with you about something I found. Something called Subproject Echo." The colour drained from his face. He quickly glanced at the corners of the room, checking for microphones, I realised, before speaking in a hushed voice. "Where did you hear that name?" "I saw a file. It was mixed in with materials I was transcribing." He removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Lieutenant, if you value your future, or even having a future, you need to forget you ever saw that name." "But what I read, they're experimenting on people, their own personnel." Dr. Elbridge's hands were shaking slightly as he replaced his glasses. "It's not what you think." "Then what is it?" Because it looked like systematic torture under the guise of research. He hesitated, then motioned me closer. "Listen carefully. What they're doing down there, it began as a defensive program. Methods to protect our agents from enemy interrogation, but it's grown into something else entirely." "Who's they?" "A group within our military intelligence working with some consultants. German scientists we extracted before the war fully escalated." He lowered his voice further. "They believe they're creating the perfect intelligence operative, one whose mind can be programmed like a machine, compartmentalized, controlled." "This can't be legal," I insisted. "Legal?" He gave a bitter laugh. "Lieutenant, do you understand where you are? This entire facility exists outside normal chains of command. There are no oversight committees, no congressional supervision. The only law here is necessity. I have to report this." His hand gripped my arm with surprising strength. "To whom?" "Everyone with enough clearance to hear your concerns is already aware. The rest will think you've lost your mind." He released me and turned back to his microscope, shoulders slumped. "Go back to your codes, Lieutenant. That's the only way you'll leave this place intact." I left his laboratory more confused than when I'd entered. That night, I barely slept, my mind racing with what I'd discovered and Dr. Elbridge's warnings. When I finally did drift off, my dreams were filled with images from the file, vacant eyes and clinical notations measuring the breaking points of human minds. The next morning, I reported for duty as usual, determined to maintain normalcy while I considered my options. But when I passed by Dr. Elbridge's laboratory, I found it empty. His equipment remained, papers still scattered across his desk as if he'd simply stepped away momentarily. But something felt wrong. I approached one of the technicians working nearby. "Is Dr. Elbridge out today?" "Elbridge? He's been transferred. Orders came through last night." "Transferred where?" The technician shrugged. "Above my clearance. They just said he'd been reassigned effective immediately." A chill ran through me. "Did he pack his things?" "Don't think so. Security came and gathered his personal effects." I walked slowly to the laboratory door and peered inside. Dr. Elbridge's lab coat still hung on the back of his chair. No one leaves behind their lab coat during a planned transfer, and there, partially visible beneath a cabinet, what looked like scorch marks on the concrete floor, as if something had burned intensely in a small area. As I stood there, a hand fell heavily on my shoulder. I turned to find a security officer I didn't recognise, a hard-faced man in a uniform without typical military insignia. "Lieutenant Greaves, you're needed for document review in Section F." "I don't have clearance for Section F," I said automatically. The man smiled thinly. "You do now." The security officer escorted me through parts of the facility I'd never seen before. We descended 2 levels below the main complex, the corridors growing narrower and less populated. Eventually we reached a heavy steel door marked simply Section F. "Your new temporary assignment," the officer said, swiping a keycard. "Director Holcomb will brief you." The room beyond was immaculately organised. Rows of filing cabinets, a large central table strewn with documents, and walls covered with maps and charts I couldn't make sense of. A grey-haired man in a civilian suit stood examining something on the table. "Lieutenant Greaves, sir," the officer announced before departing, the door sealing with a heavy click behind him. Director Holcomb didn't look up immediately. When he finally did, his eyes were sharp and evaluating, as if taking my measure in that single glance. "Lieutenant, thank you for coming on such short notice." His voice was cultured, educated, not military. "Please, have a seat." I remained standing. "Sir, may I ask what this is about? I'm assigned to cryptography under Dr. Vance." "Yes, you were." He emphasised the past tense. "But we have a more pressing need for your skills." He pushed a folder across the table. "We've intercepted encrypted communications we believe relate to German espionage activities near this facility. Given your expertise in cryptographic analysis, you're uniquely qualified to assist." I eyed the folder suspiciously. "Sir, with all due respect, this seems unusual. Protocol dictates that reassignment requires proper documentation and chain of command approval." "These are unusual times, Lieutenant." Holcomb's smile didn't reach his eyes. "The documentation will catch up to the necessity. Now, shall we begin?" For the next 6 hours, I worked under Holcomb's supervision, breaking what appeared to be legitimate German ciphers. The work itself was straightforward enough, but something felt off. The messages, once decoded, contained information about troop movements that seemed oddly specific, yet ultimately inconsequential, as if designed to appear important while revealing nothing of actual value. Throughout the day, Holcomb asked seemingly casual questions about my background, my family, my education. Each query felt like a test, though I couldn't determine what he was testing for. "You handled that last cipher impressively," he remarked as I completed another translation. "Your mind works in patterns most people can't see." "Thank you, sir." "Tell me, Lieutenant, have you ever experienced déjà vu? That curious feeling that you've lived a moment before?" The question came from nowhere, catching me off guard. "I suppose everyone has at some point." "Interesting phenomenon, isn't it? The brain misfiring, creating false certainty about events never experienced." He leaned forward. "The mind is remarkably susceptible to suggestion, to recalibration." A chill ran through me. The clinical terminology echoed the documents I'd seen. "Sir, about Dr. Elbridge." "Ah, yes, Dr. Elbridge." Holcomb's expression remained unchanged. "Unfortunate situation. Stress affects people differently. Some break under it." "Break, sir?" "He requested immediate transfer last night. Psychological fatigue, apparently. Not uncommon in our line of work." Holcomb checked his watch. "That will be all for today, Lieutenant. Report back tomorrow, same time." "Sir, my regular duties have been reassigned. You're with Section F now." As I was escorted back to the main level, my mind raced. Elbridge hadn't transferred voluntarily. I was certain of it. He'd been removed because I'd spoken to him, which meant I was being watched. But why assign me to Section F rather than simply eliminating me as well? The answer came to me as I reached my quarters. I wasn't being punished. I was being evaluated. That night, I began losing time. I was sitting at my desk, writing a letter to my parents, carefully vetted, containing nothing about my actual work, when suddenly the wall clock showed 3 hours had passed. My letter was complete, though I had no memory of finishing it. Worse, the handwriting in the final paragraph seemed subtly different, more precise than my usual script. I stood abruptly, knocking over my chair. A wave of dizziness swept over me, followed by a strange metallic taste in my mouth. Had I been drugged? I checked my water glass, my evening coffee cup. Nothing seemed amiss. Sleep brought no relief. My dreams were vivid and disjointed. Sterile rooms with bright lights, voices asking me questions I couldn't quite hear, patterns flashing before my eyes. I woke repeatedly, each time with the sense that someone had been in my room moments before. By morning, I was exhausted, but determined to maintain my composure. I couldn't show weakness, couldn't let them know I suspected anything. Whatever game was being played, I needed to appear cooperative while searching for answers. The next 3 days fell into a surreal pattern. By day I worked in Section F, breaking increasingly complex codes under Holcomb's watchful eye. By night, I experienced strange gaps in my memory, moments where consciousness simply ceased, only to resume some time later with no awareness of what had transpired in between. I began noticing other oddities throughout the facility, symbols scratched into the corners of elevator doors, tiny glyphs that resembled no language I recognised but which my eyes were constantly drawn to, repeating sequences of numbers in daily reports, the same 7 digits appearing across unrelated documents, too consistent to be coincidence. Men in civilian suits speaking German and French in hushed tones, falling silent when others approached. The most disturbing incident occurred on my 5th day with Section F. As I was returning to my quarters, I passed a corridor I'd never noticed before. A sign indicated it led to medical processing. Something compelled me to follow it. The corridor ended at a small reception area where a nurse sat behind a desk. Upon seeing me, she smiled pleasantly. "Lieutenant Greaves, right on time for your screening. I hadn't scheduled any medical appointment. There must be a mistake." "No mistake, Lieutenant. Please follow me." Her tone brooked no argument. Before I could protest further, 2 orderlies appeared beside me. Though they wore standard medical uniforms, their builds and alertness suggested military training. I was led into an examination room unlike any I'd seen before. Complex equipment lined the walls, machines with dials and readouts I didn't recognise. A reclining chair sat in the centre, fitted with restraints. "Please change into this and take a seat," the nurse said, handing me a hospital gown. "Doctor, Mercer will be with you shortly." My instincts screamed danger, but I was deep within a secure military facility. Running would only confirm whatever suspicions they harboured. I changed slowly, buying time to think. Dr. Mercer arrived moments later, a thin man with cold eyes and precise movements. Without preamble, he began attaching electrodes to my temples and chest. "This is just a routine neural calibration," he explained in a voice devoid of warmth. "Standard procedure for all personnel with your clearance level." "I've never heard of this procedure," I said carefully. "It's relatively new. Close your eyes, please." When I hesitated, one of the orderlies stepped forward menacingly. I complied. "You'll feel a mild sedative entering your system," Dr. Mercer continued. "Then we'll begin the imaging sequence." A cold sensation spread from my arm where he'd inserted an IV. Almost immediately my thoughts began to blur at the edges. I fought to remain alert, but the drug was powerful. Through the growing haze I heard Dr. Mercer speaking, his voice seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Lieutenant Greaves, I want you to focus on my voice. Only my voice. You're going to see a series of images. Each image contains a pattern. Your only task is to identify the pattern." A screen lowered before my drugged eyes. Patterns began to flash, geometric shapes, numbers, fragments of text. Each appeared for just an instant, too brief for conscious recognition. Yet somehow, I found myself responding, naming patterns I couldn't possibly have processed. "The sequence is 47391, I heard myself say, though I had no recollection of seeing those numbers. "Very good," Mercer replied. "Now, Lieutenant, I want you to think about Dr. Elbridge. What did he tell you about Subproject Echo?" Through the chemical fog, alarm bells rang. This wasn't a medical screening, it was an interrogation. I tried to resist, to lie, but my mouth seemed disconnected from my will. He said it began as defensive research, methods to protect agents from enemy interrogation, German scientists brought over before the war. And what did you think about that information? That it was wrong, illegal, that someone should be told? Mercer made a note on his clipboard. "Who did you tell?" With tremendous effort, I managed to assert some control. "No one. I only spoke to Elbridge." There was a pause, then Mercer adjusted something on the equipment beside him. Let's increase the dosage. He's showing unusual resistance. The cold sensation intensified, and the room began to spin around me. The last thing I remember was Mercer's voice, now seeming to emanate from inside my own skull. Lieutenant, I want you to forget this conversation. Forget Dr. Elbridge. Forget Subproject Echo. When you wake up, you will remember only that you had a routine medical examination that showed you're in perfect health. I awoke in my quarters the next morning with a pounding headache and a bandage in the crook of my arm. According to my clock, I'd slept for 14 hours. A note on my desk, apparently written in my own hand, reminded me that I had the day off due to exceptional performance in Section F. But fragments of memory remained. Flashing patterns, Mercer's cold voice, the questions about Elbridge. Whatever they'd done, it hadn't worked completely. Either I possessed some natural resistance, or they had miscalculated the dosage. That night, I began dreaming in voices that weren't my own, experiencing memories of places I'd never been, people I'd never met. In one particularly vivid sequence, I recalled growing up on a farm in Nebraska, though I'd been born and raised in Boston. The false memories were so convincing that upon waking I had to concentrate to separate truth from implanted fiction. I was being remade from the inside out. After my medical screening, life at Los Alamos took on a nightmarish quality. On the surface, everything continued normally. I reported to Section F each day, performed my duties with mechanical precision, and exchanged pleasantries with colleagues. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, reality itself seemed to be fracturing around me. The memory lapses grew more frequent. I would find myself in rooms I had no recollection of entering, sometimes holding conversations mid-sentence with people I didn't remember meeting. Once, I discovered a half-eaten meal before me in the commissary, though I had no memory of obtaining food or beginning to eat. More disturbing were the changes to my perception. Colours occasionally shifted, becoming too vivid or fading to greyish tones. Sounds echoed strangely, as if I were hearing them both directly and through some recording device. And always there was that metallic taste in my mouth, the lingering signature of whatever drugs they were administering. I began keeping a secret journal, hidden beneath a loose floorboard in my quarters. Each night, I would record my experiences, my suspicions, my fragmented memories of the treatments I was being subjected to. The journal became my anchor to reality, a way to verify that my own experiences were real and not implanted suggestions. One entry read, April 17th, 1944. Third medical screening today. They're not even bothering with pretense anymore. Mercer calls it cognitive restructuring. They showed me films of combat situations but with altered details, then tested my recall. When I described what I actually saw, they seemed disappointed. Mercer mentioned increasing neural suggestibility factors. Whatever they're trying to accomplish, I'm still resisting somehow. Strange symbols appearing more frequently around the facility. Found one scratched into my desk drawer. Can't tell if someone put it there as a warning, or if I did it myself during a blackout period. Dreams getting worse. Last night dreamed I was someone named David Marshall, an artillery officer in North Africa. Could recall specific details about a battle near Kasserine Pass, unit designations, commanding officers, the terrain. I've never been to Africa, never known anyone named David Marshall. Where are these memories coming from? One morning, I found myself staring at my reflection in the small mirror above my sink. The face looking back seemed simultaneously familiar and foreign, still recognisably me, but somehow altered. Thinner, perhaps. The eyes different somehow. Had they changed my appearance, or was my perception of myself being manipulated? I began testing myself, establishing baselines to detect tampering. Each morning, I would solve a complex cipher of my own creation. If my cognitive functions were being affected, the time required to solve the puzzle would change. I kept track of my weight, the length of my fingers, tiny scars and marks on my body, anything that could be verified objectively. During my 6th week in Section F, I noticed something peculiar about my work assignments. The German communications I was decoding contained increasingly specific references to American military research, details that seemed impossible for enemy intelligence to have obtained. It was as if I was being fed information through the very codes I was breaking, information that only someone inside Los Alamos would know. When I brought this to Holcomb's attention, his reaction was strangely non-committal. "Interesting theory, Lieutenant. I'll have our intelligence analysts look into it." But his eyes told a different story, watchful, evaluating, as if my observation was itself some kind of test. That same day, I found a note slipped under my door, written in a shaky hand on the corner of a requisition form. "They're watching through the vents. White noise hides conversation. Trust no one who calls you by your middle name. They're part of it." The note was unsigned. I destroyed it immediately, but the warning lingered in my mind. Was someone trying to help me? Or was this another layer of psychological manipulation, designed to heighten my paranoia, to push me towards some breaking point? I began examining my quarters more carefully. In the air vent above my desk, I discovered a small listening device, primitive but functional. Rather than removing it, I left it in place. Better to know where they were monitoring me than to alert them that I'd found their surveillance. To create cover for my investigations, I established a predictable routine, one that would appear normal to anyone watching. During the day, I performed my duties with apparent dedication. In the evenings, I read harmless novels, wrote censored letters home, and retired at precisely 10 p.m. But in the deep hours of the night, I conducted my real work, searching for answers, testing my own mind for tampering, documenting the subtle horrors unfolding around me. It was during one of these night sessions that I discovered the hidden room. I had noticed that certain sections of the facility showed discrepancies in their layout. Corridors that should have extended further, rooms that seemed too small for the space they occupied. Using my security clearance, I examined the architectural plans and confirmed my suspicions. There were spaces unaccounted for in the official blueprints. One such space appeared to lie behind the maintenance closet on sub-level 3. Late one night, when security patrols were at their minimum, I made my way there with a small toolkit I'd assembled over several weeks. The closet itself was unremarkable. Shelves of cleaning supplies, a sink, a mop bucket. But the back wall didn't match the construction of the other walls. It was newer, made of different materials. It took nearly an hour of careful probing before I found the mechanism. A concealed pressure plate behind a ventilation grate. When pressed in the correct sequence, a section of the wall slid silently aside, revealing a narrow corridor beyond. Heart pounding, I slipped through the opening. The corridor led to a small room that could only be the original Sub-Project Echo laboratory. Unlike the sterile modernity of the main facility, this space had a cobbled-together quality, equipment that appeared custom-built rather than military issue. The walls were lined with soundproofing material, and a large one-way mirror suggested an observation room beyond. File cabinets occupied one corner. I quickly rifled through them, finding reports dating back to 1942, earlier than anything mentioned in the documents I'd initially discovered. These weren't just continuations of German research. Sub-Project Echo had American origins. One folder contained photographs of test subjects before and after treatment. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. Something behind the eyes had shifted, a fundamental alteration in the way they engaged with the world. Most disturbing was a section labelled Failed Integrations, detailed reports of subjects whose minds had fractured completely under the experimental protocols. Their fate was noted with clinical detachment. Subject terminated due to irreversible psychological deterioration. On a desk sat a reel-to-reel recorder. A tape was still loaded. Its label marked simply, Greaves Baseline. With trembling fingers, I switched it on. My own voice filled the room. My name is Thomas Andrew Greaves. I was born in Boston on June 12th, 1919. My parents are Richard and Eleanor Greaves. I graduated from Boston Latin School in 1936 and from MIT in 1941 with a degree in mathematics and cryptography. I joined the Army Signal Corps in January 1942 and was recruited for special assignment at Los Alamos in March 1944. The voice continued, recounting details of my life with perfect accuracy. But I had no memory of ever making this recording. I understand that my participation in Sub-Project Echo is classified at the highest level. I consent to cognitive restructuring and memory management procedures for the duration of my assignment. I acknowledge that certain memories may be temporarily suppressed or modified in service of national security. I stopped the tape, my blood running cold. The voice was unmistakably mine, speaking words I'd never spoken, consenting to procedures I had never agreed to. They hadn't just been experimenting on me, they'd fabricated my complicity in my own mental dismantling. Beside the recorder was a leather-bound notebook. Opening it, I found detailed notes on my progress. Subject shows unusual resistance to memory implantation. Recommend increased dosage of compound DLSD-25, combined with deeper hypnotic induction. Neural pathways appear to maintain original memory structures alongside implanted narratives, a phenomenon not observed in previous subjects. Further study required to determine if this represents a failure in the protocol or a potentially valuable mutation in the desired outcome. Subject continues to record experiences despite memory wipes, suggesting subconscious retention of core identity. This resilience could be either problematic or extraordinarily valuable for field operatives requiring autonomous function, while under deep cover programming. At the bottom of the page, a single line had been added in different handwriting. Greaves represents our most promising candidate for the Echo Protocol. Proceed to final phase regardless of structural integrity concerns. I had to get out, not just from this hidden laboratory, but from Los Alamos entirely. Whatever they were doing to me, it was nearing some final phase that I suspected would erase Thomas Greaves completely. As I turned to leave, the light suddenly brightened. From a speaker I hadn't noticed, Director Holcomb's voice emerged. "You continue to impress, Lieutenant. Most subjects never find their way to their origin point." The door through which I'd entered sealed shut with a pneumatic hiss. Trapped. "You're not supposed to be here, of course," Holcomb continued, "but your persistent self-awareness, despite our best efforts, suggests you might be exactly what we've been trying to create." I spun around, searching for cameras. For some way Holcomb was observing me. "What have you done to me?" I demanded. "Done to you?" His voice carried an unsettling note of pride. "Lieutenant, we've been unmaking and remaking you, breaking down the artificial boundaries of the human mind, those convenient fictions that separate memory from imagination, identity from possibility." "For what purpose?" I moved toward the door, testing its strength. Solid steel. "War changes, Lieutenant. The next conflicts won't be won with bombs alone, devastating as our current project may be. They'll be won by men who can infiltrate the enemy so completely that they believe themselves to be the enemy, who can carry false information so convincingly that they pass any interrogation because they themselves believe the lies they've been programmed to tell." A panel slid open in the wall, revealing a small window. Beyond it stood Holcomb, flanked by Doctor, Mercer, and 2 armed guards. "You're creating sleeper agents," I said, the full horror of their work finally crystallizing. "Men who don't even know they're agents." "Precisely. Imagine an operative who can pass any security screening because there is nothing to find. No hidden loyalties, no secret mission awareness. Only deep cover identity that the agent himself believes is genuine, until the proper trigger unlocks his programming." I pressed against the glass separating us. "This is monstrous. These are American citizens you're experimenting on." "A small sacrifice. The Soviets will be our next enemy, Greaves. The Germans are all but defeated. We need to be ready for what comes after." Holcomb's eyes narrowed. "And you're going to help us perfect the technique?" "I'll never cooperate." "You already have been. For weeks now. Those gaps in your memory, those hours you can't account for. You've been our most active participant." He gestured to Mercer, who produced a folder. "You've helped design the next generation of the Echo Protocol." Mercer held up pages covered in my handwriting. Complex formulas and procedural notes I had no memory of creating. "That's not possible," I whispered. "Your conscious mind resists, yes. But we've created a partition, a separate identity that emerges under specific conditions. He's been quite helpful. Brilliant, actually. Your mathematical insights have solved problems we've struggled with for months. Thomas Greaves would never help you destroy other men's minds." Holcomb smiled thinly. "That's just it, Lieutenant. When you're helping us, you're not exactly Thomas Greaves anymore." The revelation hit me like a physical blow. They hadn't just been tampering with my memories, they'd created something else within me, some alternate self that functioned according to their wishes. "I want to try something," Holcomb said, turning to Mercer. "Activate Protocol 7. Mercer pressed a button on the console before him, and a high-pitched tone filled my chamber. Immediately my vision blurred, and a splitting headache tore through my skull. I fell to my knees, hands clutching my head. When I looked up again, something had changed. My body felt distant, as if I were observing it rather than inhabiting it. When I spoke, the voice that emerged was mine, but the intonation was different. "Cognitive restructuring holding at 87%, I heard myself say. Subject identity temporarily suppressed." "Excellent," Holcomb nodded. "Describe your current assignment." "Refinement of memory implantation techniques using modified electroshock therapy combined with chemical primers." The words flowed from my mouth without my volition, as if some other entity were using my vocal cords. "Current focus is on creating self-sustaining false memories that resist interrogation and psychological stress tests." "And what is your assessment of the original personality's resistance?" "Stronger than anticipated, but ultimately manageable. Recommend complete suppression rather than continued partitioning. The original cognitive structure serves no further purpose in the operational framework." They were discussing me, the real me, as if I were a faulty component to be discarded, and it was my own voice proposing my annihilation. With tremendous effort, I fought against whatever force had taken control. "Stop. This," I managed to grind out, my true self reasserting momentarily. Holcomb frowned. "Still unstable. Increase the audio frequency." The tone shifted higher, and pain lanced through my head again. This time, when the pain subsided, I found myself unable to speak at all. I could only watch and listen, as my body continued to respond to Holcomb's questions, providing detailed technical information about procedures that would effectively destroy human identity. After what seemed like hours, Mercer switched off the tone. I collapsed to the floor, control returning in a rush that left me gasping. "Remarkable recovery time," Holcomb noted. "Most subjects require sedation after that length of suppression." He addressed me directly. "Do you understand now, Lieutenant? You're too valuable to let go. We need your mind, not your permission." 2 guards entered the chamber and lifted me to my feet. Too weak to resist, I was half carried back through the facility to what appeared to be a medical ward. There, I was strapped to a bed and sedated, darkness claiming me before I could protest further. What followed was a period of fragmented consciousness. I would wake briefly, catching glimpses of doctors, technicians, equipment. Voices discussed my progress and integration metrics. Occasionally I recognised Holcomb or Mercer among the blurry figures surrounding my bed, but mostly there was darkness and the sensation of falling through endless space. When I finally regained full consciousness, the calendar on the wall indicated that weeks had passed. I was no longer restrained, and the room resembled a standard recovery ward rather than an experimental chamber. A nurse noticed I was awake and quickly summoned Dr. Mercer. "Ah, Lieutenant. Good to have you back with us." His tone was professional, almost warm, a stark contrast to the clinical detachment I remembered. "You gave us quite a scare." I stared at him, confused. "What happened?" "You collapsed during your shift. Severe exhaustion combined with an unusual reaction to the altitude. Not uncommon among personnel new to Los Alamos." His explanation sounded plausible, rehearsed. But fragments of memory contradicted his story. The hidden laboratory, Holcomb's revelations about Subproject Echo, my own voice discussing techniques to destroy identity. "How long have I been here?" My voice was hoarse from disuse. "Just over 3 weeks. Your recovery took longer than expected, but you're doing well now. Another few days of rest and you'll be back to your duties." "My duties," I repeated carefully. "In cryptography?" "Of course," Mercer smiled. "Where else?" "Dr. Vance has been asking about you. Says his department hasn't been the same without your expertise." None of this aligned with my fractured memories. Had I imagined Section F, Holcomb, the experiments? Or was this itself an elaborate deception, another layer of manipulation? "I remember different assignments," I said cautiously. Mercer's expression shifted subtly, a tightening around the eyes. Memory disturbance isn't uncommon with the type of collapse you experienced. Some confusion is to be expected. He made a notation on my chart. "I'll prescribe something to help with that." Over the next few days, I was reintegrated into my original role in cryptography. Dr. Vance welcomed me back as if I'd never left, never been reassigned to Section F. My colleagues treated me normally, though I occasionally caught them watching me when they thought I wasn't looking. Everything appeared to have returned to how it was before I'd discovered the Subproject Echo file. But small details nagged at me. My quarters had been rearranged slightly. Books on different shelves, personal items not quite where I would have placed them. My handwriting had changed in subtle ways, more angular, less flowing. Colleagues referenced conversations I couldn't remember having, decisions I couldn't recall making. Most disturbing was my journal, the one I'd hidden beneath the floorboard. It was still there, but many entries were in handwriting I didn't recognise, documenting experiences I had no memory of. The final entry, dated during my supposed unconsciousness, read simply, "Integration nearly complete. The partition is dissolving. Soon there will be only one version of me. I'm not certain which one will remain. For the next several months, I perform my duties with mechanical precision while trying to reconcile my fragmented reality." On the surface, I was Lieutenant Thomas Greaves, cryptography specialist, a small but vital cog in America's most important military research project. But beneath that facade lurked persistent questions. Who had I been during those missing weeks? What had they made me do? And most troubling, who was I now? The war in Europe ended. Germany surrendered. Celebrations swept through Los Alamos, but they seemed distant to me, as if I were watching them through thick glass. My colleagues spoke excitedly about the project nearing completion, about the weapon that would soon end the war in the Pacific as well. In July 1945, many of the senior scientists departed for a test site in the New Mexico desert. Days later, they returned changed, some elated, others deeply troubled. The weapon had worked. The theory had become devastating reality. Throughout these historic events, I continued my quiet investigation into what had been done to me. I found no further evidence of Section F or Subproject Echo. Director Holcomb seemed to have vanished from the facility entirely. When I carefully inquired about him, I was told no one by that name had ever worked at Los Alamos. Dr. Elbridge remained missing. Official records showed he had requested transfer due to stress, but I knew better. He had been eliminated because he knew too much, and because I had spoken to him. As for Dr. Mercer, he continued to oversee my recovery, prescribing pills that I pretended to take but secretly disposed of. Whatever they contained, I suspected it wasn't meant to help me. The atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan surrendered. The great secret of Los Alamos was revealed to the world, and the facility began the process of transitioning from wartime emergency to peacetime research. Amid this transition, security loosened. Personnel began to rotate out. New faces appeared. The rigid compartmentalization that had defined the project started to break down. It was during this period of relaxed vigilance that I made my attempt to escape. I had carefully prepared for weeks, memorizing guard rotations, gathering small supplies, creating a false identity using skills I somehow possessed, but couldn't remember acquiring. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was using techniques likely taught to my alter ego against the very people who had created him. My opportunity came during a scheduled power test that would temporarily disable certain security systems. In the brief window of darkness and confusion, I slipped away from the main complex and made my way to the perimeter fence. Using wire cutters I'd stolen from maintenance, I created an opening just large enough to squeeze through. For one exhilarating moment, I thought I had succeeded. The desert night stretched before me, promising freedom, a chance to expose what had been done at Los Alamos beneath the cover of the Manhattan Project. Then floodlights blazed to life, illuminating me in harsh white light. Sirens wailed. Armed guards appeared as if from nowhere, surrounding me with weapons drawn. And standing at their centre, looking not at all surprised, was Director Holcomb. "Did you really think we wouldn't anticipate this, Lieutenant?" he asked, as guards secured my hands behind my back. "Your escape attempt was predicted with 94% accuracy. The timing, the route, even the wire cutters." He shook his head. "We know you better than you know yourself." I was returned not to the main facility, but to a sub-level I hadn't seen before, a space that seemed designed specifically for containment. A cell with a bed, a desk, and little else. No windows, a single door of reinforced steel. Holcomb visited me there the following day. He carried a folder and wore an expression that might almost be called regretful. "I had hoped for a more cooperative outcome," he said, seating himself on the room's only chair. "You've set our timeline back considerably." "What timeline?" "Your deployment, of course. You were to be our first field-ready operative, a prototype for the next generation of intelligence assets." He opened the folder, revealing photographs of me in various contexts I couldn't remember, meeting with individuals I didn't recognize, operating equipment I'd never seen. "Your alternate personality performed admirably in simulations, perfect infiltration metrics, flawless information retention and retrieval under stress conditions." "You can't keep me here forever," I said. "People will notice I'm missing." "Will they?" "Lieutenant Thomas Greaves is currently on record as having been honourably discharged and returned to civilian life. Your parents received a letter from you last week explaining your decision to remain in New Mexico, having accepted a research position in Santa Fe." He produced a copy of the letter, written in my handwriting, signed with my signature. "That's forgery." "No, Lieutenant. You wrote it yourself, or rather the part of you that cooperates with us did," Holcomb sighed. "This resistance is becoming tiresome. We've invested too much in your development to start over with another subject. Then kill me and be done with it." "That would be wasteful. No, we have a more elegant solution." He produced a document and placed it before me. "This outlines a modified protocol, one that will preserve your capabilities while eliminating the conflict you're experiencing." I scanned the document, my blood running cold as I understood what it proposed. A complete suppression of my original personality. Not just temporary control as they'd achieved before, but permanent erasure. Thomas Greaves would cease to exist in any meaningful way, replaced entirely by their creation. "You're asking me to consent to my own murder. I'm offering you integration, Lieutenant. An end to this internal war you're fighting." Holcomb placed a pen beside the document. "Sign, and we proceed humanely. Refuse, and we proceed anyway. But the process will be considerably more traumatic." I stared at the paper, at the pen, at Holcomb's impassive face. "Why even bother with my signature? You've already proven you can make me do whatever you want. Compliance reduces psychological resistance. The integration will be more stable if some part of you accepts it." He stood. "I'll give you 24 hours to consider, though I suspect we both know what your decision will be." After he left, I sat motionless on the edge of the bed, contemplating my options. There seemed to be none. I was trapped in a facility where my very identity was being erased, replaced by something else, something created to serve their purposes. That night, as I lay sleepless on the hard cot, a strange calm descended over me. If they could create false memories, implant experiences that never happened, perhaps the reverse was also true. Perhaps they couldn't completely erase what made me who I was. Some core element might survive, might remember, might one day find a way to expose what had been done. When Holcomb returned the next day, I signed the document without protest. "A wise decision," he said, tucking the paper into his folder. "The procedure will begin tomorrow. I suggest you rest." But that night, as the facility grew quiet, I made one final act of resistance. Using a small piece of metal I'd worked loose from the bed frame, I scratched a message into the underside of the desk, hidden but findable by someone who might someday occupy this cell. "They split my mind beneath Los Alamos. Find the lab below Subproject Echo. What they did to me, they will do to others. The bomb changed the world above, but below, they found a way to change people. Minus Lieutenant Thomas Greaves, August 1945. The next morning they came for me, Holcomb, Mercer and several technicians I didn't recognise. I was strapped to a gurney and wheeled into a laboratory filled with equipment both familiar and strange. Electrodes were attached to my head, an IV inserted into my arm. "This won't hurt," Mercer assured me, as he prepared a syringe of pale blue liquid. "When you wake up, the confusion will be gone. You'll be whole again." As the drug entered my system and consciousness began to fade, I focused on a single thought, repeating it like a mantra. "I am Thomas Andrew Greaves. I was born in Boston. I am Thomas Andrew Greaves. Darkness claimed me. Santa Fe, New Mexico, 1975. The old man sorted through the boxes in his attic, preparing for a long-postponed move to a retirement community. 30 years in the same house had accumulated more memories than he cared to count. Photographs, letters, mementos from a career spent in government service that he couldn't discuss even now, decades after his retirement. His hands, spotted with age but still steady, paused as they encountered a locked journal he didn't remember owning. The leather was cracked with age, the lock a simple mechanism easily opened with a letter opener. Inside, the pages were filled with handwriting he recognised as his own, yet somehow different, more frantic, less controlled than his usual careful script. The entries detailed experiences that seemed impossible, secret laboratories, mind control experiments, alternate personalities created through drugs and conditioning. "What nonsense," he murmured, yet something prevented him from closing the journal. The final entry caught his attention. "If you're reading this, and you are me, then they succeeded. They erased Thomas Greaves and replaced him with whatever you've become. But some part of me survived to write these words, to hide this journal where you might find it decades later. Look at your left forearm. There's a scar you can't explain. That's where they inserted the IV during the final procedure. Look at your dreams. Do you dream of other people's lives? Those are fragments of what they put inside you. The bomb changed the world above, but below, they found a way to change people. You were once Lieutenant Thomas Andrew Greaves. Remember." The old man's hand trembled as he touched the small round scar on his left forearm, a mark he'd always attributed to a childhood accident he couldn't quite recall. For a moment, something flickered in his memory. A sterile room, faces behind surgical masks, the sensation of falling through darkness. Then it was gone. Replaced by the comfortable certainty of his identity, Thomas Marshall, retired government analyst, widower, father of 2, grandfather of 5, a man with a respectable career and ordinary memories. He closed the journal and placed it back in the box. Clearly some strange fiction he'd written years ago and forgotten, perhaps inspired by those spy novels he used to enjoy. Nothing more. But that night, as he lay in bed staring at the ceiling, a name surfaced from some deep recess of his mind. Sub-Project Echo. The name meant nothing to him, yet it carried a weight, an importance he couldn't identify. Just an old man's imagination, he murmured to the empty room. He drifted off to sleep and dreamed of a young lieutenant discovering a hidden laboratory beneath Los Alamos in 1944. In the dream, the lieutenant scratched a message into the underside of a desk, a warning to those who might come after him. When Thomas Marshall awoke the next morning, he couldn't remember the dream, but he found himself standing at his desk, staring at a phrase he'd apparently written during the night and left beside his bed. The bomb changed the world above, but below they found a way to change people. The words meant nothing to him. He crumpled the paper and threw it away. But deep within, buried beneath layers of implanted memories and conditioned responses, something stirred, something remembered. Lieutenant Thomas Andrew Greaves wasn't entirely gone after all. Now, let's begin our tale. Frozen Empire, The Lost City Beneath. This conspiracy thriller adventure mystery takes us to the icy continent of Antarctica, where an impossible discovery threatens to shatter what we know of human history, and perhaps much more. Dr. Malcolm Reeves had long ceased to care about the mockery. The skeptical headlines, "Crackpot archaeologist claims Atlantis in Antarctica," no longer stung. Nor did the countless rejections from universities, museums and potential sponsors who refused to fund his expeditions. His once admired career had vanished beneath a mountain of ridicule, and yet here he was in a small cluttered office in Buenos Aires, standing across from a man who actually wanted to make his delusions a reality. "I've read your papers," said the man, voice smooth with confidence. "I don't think you're delusional at all." He extended a well-manicured hand. "Victor Langley." Malcolm recognized the name immediately. Victor Langley was a self-made billionaire, known for pioneering breakthroughs in biotech, communications, and renewable energy. Yet in the last few years, rumour hinted he had grown obsessed with the idea of lost civilizations, funneling private money into obscure archaeological pursuits. The media portrayed him as half visionary, half eccentric. Perfect, Malcolm thought. At last, someone who might be just crazy enough to believe me. "Dr. Reeves," Malcolm said, shaking the billionaire's hand. I'm surprised you reached out." Langley smiled, eyes glinting. "There's a reason, Doctor. Your theories about Antarctica and the possibility of an ancient city beneath the ice fascinate me. You see, I recently obtained some interesting satellite imaging data from one of my companies. Patterns in the ice shelf that look unnatural. Paired with your earlier research, it suggests we might be onto something big." Malcolm's breath caught in his throat. For decades he had pieced together evidence from geological anomalies, echo-sounding data, and historical texts, hinting that the legend of Atlantis might be tied to a pre-ice Antarctica civilization. That notion had cost him his academic standing. Now, standing in front of Langley's impeccable suit and unwavering gaze, he felt a surge of vindication. Perhaps his lifelong obsession was about to be taken seriously. Langley motioned toward a small projector at the corner of the office. "Would you like to see the images?" Malcolm nodded. In moments, the projector cast stark white shapes across a dark screen, vague rectangular outlines buried beneath miles of ice, some lines curved with too much regularity to be mere natural formations. He stared, heart pounding. This might be the proof," he murmured. Langley clicked the projector off. "I'm launching an expedition. High-tech drilling rigs, autonomous drones for ice penetration scanning, the best geology equipment. If we find what you suspect, it could rewrite the story of civilization." "I don't know what to say," Malcolm whispered. "Say yes, Dr. Reeves. Come with me. Lead the expedition. Help me unveil what's under the ice." Malcolm's fingers clenched around the arms of his chair. He had a million questions, but only one answer. "Yes," he exhaled. "Absolutely yes." Months passed in a whirlwind of preparations. Malcolm couldn't recall the last time he felt such hope, balanced by an undercurrent of dread. He was haunted by old rumours, persistent stories that governments monitored certain Antarctic regions with unusual vigilance. Conspiracists claimed secret military projects, hidden subglacial lakes teeming with unearthly microbes, or classified research stations. Malcolm always wrote such rumours off, but a part of him now wondered if prying eyes might be watching them. Joining the expedition were two key figures. First, Dr. Emily Carter, a renowned geologist with a specialty in extreme polar environments. She was known for her methodical approach and dry wit, though Malcolm could sense the skepticism behind her greenish-brown eyes when they first met at the briefing. "I'm open-minded," she had said, scanning his notes about possible megalithic structures. "But extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence," she tapped a foot. "And I've seen no shortage of hoaxes." Malcolm bristled but kept his tone civil. "By the end of this, you might change your mind," she shrugged. "We'll see." The other member was Danny Vega, a documentary filmmaker and self-proclaimed conspiracy buff. His role was to record the expedition from start to finish, capturing the scientific process for a potential film series, though it was obvious he hoped to catch more than just routine drilling footage. He hammered Malcolm with questions while fiddling with his camera rig. "Doc, what if we actually find a lost city? Do you think it'll match Plato's descriptions? Or do you think the ancient alien crowd is right, that it's not human at all?" Danny's words spilled out in a rush, eyes sparkling at the potential for a blockbuster documentary. Malcolm gave a non-committal smile. "One step at a time, Danny." For transport and logistics, Langley spared no expense. They boarded a specialized icebreaker ship bristling with advanced mapping systems. Helicopters, snowcats, and drilling machinery were pre-staged at Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica, courtesy of Langley's vast resources. The entire operation felt more like a military exercise than an archaeological expedition. Dozens of staff, from engineers to security contractors, each sworn to secrecy. As the ship neared the frozen continent, Malcolm couldn't help noticing a US Navy vessel gliding on the horizon. It maintained a steady distance, never venturing too close. "It's just routine patrol," said one of Langley's staff dismissively, but Malcolm felt a quiet tingle of unease. They reached their designated ice shelf, an expanse of white so vast that the horizon blurred into the sky. A sense of awe and foreboding settled over the team. The temperature was merciless, wind ripping across the plains at speeds that could flay exposed skin. But the expedition camp rose swiftly. Heated domes, a mess hall, medical tents, secure labs, and the core drilling site. Flags bearing Langley's corporate logo flapped in the Antarctic gale. The first few days were spent calibrating the equipment. Emily led a crew drilling ice cores and setting up sensors. She reported anomalies in the sub-ice radar readings, patterns that could imply something more solid than typical Antarctic bedrock. Meanwhile, Danny documented everything, from close-ups of the drilling rig to wide shots of the endless snowfields. Each evening he'd retreat to the mess hall, excitedly editing footage, eager to craft a narrative that might shock the world. Malcolm immersed himself in every data set. The shapes gleaned from the scans defied geological explanation. Vertical columns, rectangular outlines. He pored over them like sacred texts. "We're seeing consistent angles," he told Emily in a hushed voice over a laptop screen. "Nature rarely forms right angles," she frowned, eyes flicking over the data. "No, it doesn't. I'd still like more drilling before jumping to conclusions, though." A faint smile tugged Malcolm's lips. "You're the scientist. I'm just the dreamer." But inside, excitement crackled through him. It's real. One evening, Victor Langley called a meeting inside the largest dome. The entire team gathered, their breath fogging in the chilly air. Langley stood at the head of a makeshift table, electric lanterns casting dramatic shadows across his face. "Friends, we've made remarkable progress. The sub-ice scans confirm large anomalies far beneath us. Our next step, deeper drilling and a possible access shaft if the structural layout supports it. I believe we're on the cusp of rewriting history. A ripple of excitement stirred the group, but behind the hush, a subtle tension thrummed, like they were prying open a tomb that had lain sealed for millennia. Emily exchanged a glance with Danny. Malcolm noticed the flicker of worry in her eyes. He understood. Curiosity was driving them forward, but some part of them feared what they might find. Outside, the Antarctic night pressed in, an endless dark punctuated by howling winds. Far in the distance, silhouettes of unfamiliar aircraft occasionally cut across the horizon, skimming low. Danny filmed a couple, but they vanished before he could identify them. The team joked it was just the Antarctic Tourist Patrol. Malcolm, however, couldn't shake a creeping paranoia. He recalled old rumours of a shadow organisation, an international coalition that intervened whenever certain secrets risked exposure, whether advanced ancient ruins, exotic technologies, or anything that threatened to disrupt modern power structures. Of course, that was typical conspiracy talk, often dismissed as nonsense. But in the silent, frozen wastes with unknown watchers possibly lurking, the lines between paranoia and reality blurred. Malcolm closed his eyes that night in his heated bunk, adrenaline coursing through him. Tomorrow they'd drill deeper. Tomorrow they might break through the ice and see what truly lay beneath. His heart hammered. Atlantis, or something else. Yet in that final moment before sleep he felt a twist of dread. Some discoveries once uncovered might not be allowed to reach the light of day. They began drilling in earnest at dawn. The cold was punishing, temperatures that could freeze exposed flesh in minutes. Yet the mechanical drones and specially built rigs functioned flawlessly under Langley's heavy investment. Teams worked in shifts, capturing ice cores that gave them a layered record of Antarctica's ancient climate. But the real excitement came when the deeper sensors pinged new readings, pockets or caverns, just beneath the bedrock. It was as if the land wasn't solid at all, but riddled with hollow spaces. Emily Carter stood near the main drill site, meticulously studying the sensor data fed to her tablet. She brushed a stray lock of hair from beneath her thermal cap. We've hit an air pocket at about 400 feet below the surface. The bedrock is oddly fractured. It's not a normal geological formation. Malcolm's breath misted in the bitter air, which means it's either some kind of cave system or something artificial. Emily gave a cautious shrug. Let's keep the speculation in check until we have physical evidence. Danny Vega hovered nearby, camera rolling. Hey, speculation is the fun part, he teased, capturing Emily's disapproving expression. Far more unusual than the geology, however, were the abrupt malfunctions that began plaguing their camp. Communications with the outside world, which had been consistent, now flickered erratically. High-frequency radio signals were drowned in static. Satellite feeds blinked out. One by one, the expedition's drones that soared overhead for mapping runs crashed without explanation. Their flight controllers simply cut off. Langley's top engineer, a wiry man named Park, fumed as each drone was retrieved, battered and useless. "This is sabotage," he muttered to Malcolm. "Has to be. We tested these systems thoroughly." Malcolm glanced at the horizon, recalling the silhouettes of strange aircraft they'd seen nights before. "It might be external interference," he offered carefully. "Electromagnetic pulses from a research station, or even from something under the ice." He paused, swallowing. "Or from someone who doesn't want us here." Park didn't reply, but the tension in his jaw spoke volumes. That afternoon, A hush fell across the camp as the main drill rig broke through into open space. The rig operator shouted, voice crackling over the intercom, "We've breached a void beneath the ice, confirming a subterranean cavity." Cheers erupted among the crew. Malcolm's heart soared. For decades he'd been mocked for daring to believe in an advanced civilization under the ice, but now raw data was proving there was something beneath them. "Prep the cameras and harness gear," Langley barked, striding across the ice with resolute steps. "We'll send a reconnaissance drone down the borehole to see what we're dealing with." Inside the control dome they huddled around monitors. The newly deployed reconnaissance drone, a small sphere-like machine equipped with lights and a camera, descended through the shaft the rig had created. The screen showed ice walls for several seconds, then a sudden drop into an open chamber. The drone's floodlights flickered, revealing what looked like carefully hewn stone. Perfectly cut edges, bizarre inscription carved into surfaces, clearly artificial and clearly ancient. Gasps rippled through the group. Emily's jaw dropped. That's impossible. No known civilization was advanced enough to carve something like that here. Malcolm let out a ragged breath. "We need to explore it in person. This might be the greatest find of our age." Victor Langley's expression was unreadable, an odd mixture of triumph and something else. Hunger, perhaps. "We descend tomorrow," he declared. "Get the gear ready." They wasted no time. By early morning, a specialized elevator cage was rigged inside the borehole, allowing a small team to safely lower themselves into the depths. Malcolm insisted on being part of the first group, along with Emily, Danny, and 2 additional support staff. Carter, an athletic young mountaineer, and Dr. Vega, whom Danny jokingly called my older cousin, though they weren't relate. Lanterns clipped to their harnesses provided meagre pools of light, revealing ancient stone beneath layers of ice. The deeper they went, the more the world above seemed to vanish. Only the scraping of the elevator cables and their own anxious breathing reminded them they weren't entombed. Finally, the elevator cage lurched to a stop. They stepped out onto a rough stone floor. It was colder than the surface, if that was even possible, and eerily still. Emily clicked on a high-powered flashlight, sweeping it across walls carved with strange symbols. Some looked geometric, while others depicted tall figures standing beside smaller humans, almost as if they were guiding or ruling them. "Look at this," Malcolm whispered, stepping carefully toward a slab of what appeared to be smooth black rock set into the wall. The surface shone in the flashlight beam, faintly reflective, inscribed with lines that reminded him of cuneiform but with an otherworldly flair. Danny filmed everything in stunned silence. "Are we—" "This is Earth," he muttered under his breath. Emily knelt down, brushing at a half-buried tile beneath her feet. "This craftsmanship, it's not just advanced for the Ice Age, it's advanced for any age. The level of precision is unreal." Malcolm's mind raced. Could these be remnants of a civilization that thrived before the world's known history? A city that sank not into the Atlantic but under shifting ice sheets over tens of thousands of years? The notion buckled his knees. "I knew we'd find something," he said, voice trembling. "But this, it surpasses all my dreams." They explored deeper into the corridors. Some passages were partially collapsed, filled with centuries of accumulated ice and rubble. Others led to chambers whose original purpose they could only guess. Vast halls with pillars shaped like stylized humanoid statues, side rooms with large stone tables, and angled archways reminiscent of ancient temples. Yet everything felt grander, more precise, as though the architects possessed engineering principles beyond those of early civilizations. In one adjoining chamber, they discovered massive stone tablets etched with scenes of a cataclysmic flood, towering waves engulfing pyramids and cities. Oddly, some scenes showed desert-like landscapes, others seemed lush. The timeline was unclear, but the narrative of destruction was unmistakable. This could rewrite human prehistory, Emily breathed, scanning the images. These tablets alone, if carbon dated, or if we can decipher them, might prove an entire advanced society existed millennia before recorded history. Malcolm nodded, tears in his eyes. And it looks like what we'd call Atlantis is only part of the story. Then they found the first artifact that truly defied explanation, a metallic object embedded in a carved stone alcove. Though blackened by time, it had smooth edges and ridges reminiscent of modern electronics. When Carter and Dr. Vega tried to pry it loose, a faint hum resonated through the corridor, making the hair on the back of their neck stand on end. Danny filmed as Emily carefully wrapped the artifact in protective material. Whatever this is made of, it's not normal steel or iron. Feels lighter. Some alloy? Malcolm stared, heart pounding. If this object does what I suspect, some kind of power source or device, then we're looking at a technology that predates everything we know by tens of thousands of years. By the time they returned to the surface, it was late evening. Tired but exhilarated, they presented their initial findings to Victor Langley and the rest of the team. Langley listened intently, eyes gleaming with excitement. "We go deeper," he pronounced. "We must find any evidence of advanced machinery, written records, anything that could show what this civilization was capable of." Emily tried to voice caution. "We should thoroughly document each step. The entire environment down there is fragile. We could easily destroy valuable information if we push too fast." Langley gave a tight smile. "Duly noted, to Carter. However, time is of the essence, especially given our sudden drone malfunctions and communication losses." "What about the possibility that someone else is interfering?" Malcolm asked carefully. "We've seen unmarked planes overhead. The United States has a research station not far away." Langley's gaze hardened. "We remain vigilant, but let's not jump to paranoia. Our security detail is trained. We'll keep watch." He moved on to address the entire group, his voice resonating with persuasive charm. "Friends, we stand at the threshold of a discovery that could reshape humanity's self-understanding. I won't let us be slowed by outside forces or bureaucratic red tape. Tomorrow we proceed." Malcolm found himself swept along by Langley's conviction, yet a nagging fear gnawed at him. Ancient legends often warned of forbidden knowledge, of curses that befell those who pried too far into hidden realms. Rationally, he dismissed such superstition, but after the day's revelations, rationality felt fragile. That night, as the team tried to rest, the wind outside howled louder than ever. Tent walls shook, gusts of ice-laden air piercing every gap. In a separate corner of the camp, a small group of armed security personnel huddled around a radar station. Unbeknownst to the scientists, the screen picked up new signals. Multiple aircraft inbound, travelling low and without transponder IDs. The guards exchanged tense glances. The polar darkness cloaked more than just the ancient city, and come morning the expedition would find that not all watchers were content to let them unearth secrets that might upend the world's power structures. Morning broke with an unsettling quiet. The usual Antarctic wind had died to a ghostly whisper. In the thin light, the sprawling camp seemed more vulnerable, a cluster of human constructs dwarfed by endless ice. Malcolm Reeves felt a deep pressure in his chest, a mix of excitement and dread. They were on the verge of something monumental, yet the sense of being monitored loomed larger than ever. Victor Langley, seemingly unfazed, gathered the principal team in the command dome for the day's briefing. Energy ran high. They would enlarge the entrance tunnel, send additional crew into the ruins, and start collecting more evidence. The camera feeds from below, combined with the samples taken on day one, were shocking enough. Yet Langley craved more. Proof of advanced technology that could revolutionize modern science. Or, in his quietly admitted hope to Malcolm, something that might place me on the pinnacle of human discovery. Still, as the briefing concluded, one of the security leads, a broad-shouldered man named Ortega, stepped forward, brow furrowed. "Sir, we've detected unidentified aircraft on radar since last night. Low-flying, no transponder. They haven't engaged us, but they circle periodically." Langley's jaw tightened. "Could be foreign research teams, or the US base. We stay alert. If they land without clearance on our site, we treat it as trespassing." Emily Carter interjected, "Shouldn't we at least send a radio message or clarify who they are?" Langley shook his head firmly. "Can't risk alerting them to what we've found. Let's keep our communications minimal." Malcolm watched Emily's face. He saw the doubt flicker there, this desire to do real science overshadowed by Langley's controlling secrecy. A tension was brewing that might erupt if they weren't careful. Within hours, the crew had widened the borehole shaft enough to lower more substantial equipment. The second descent team included Reeves, Dr. Carter, and 3 other specialists. Danny Vega and a smaller camera crew would follow after, as the space was still tight. Langley chose to remain topside initially, overseeing the operation from the control dome. "I want an unfiltered feed of whatever you see down there," he told Malcolm. "Keep me updated in real time." Strapped with harnesses and wearing thick thermal suits, the group descended. Emily's eyes gleamed with cautious wonder. Malcolm felt an almost childlike giddiness. Could they truly be walking among structures older than any known civilization? Each second felt surreal. The elevator reached the ancient corridor once more, but this time they had brought stronger lighting rigs. Illumination spilled across the carved walls, revealing intricate patterns that had been hidden in shadows before. The lines told stories, towering waves, cities of spired architecture, humanoid forms in conflict with bizarre serpent-like creatures. Interspersed were mysterious symbols reminiscent of an unknown script. "It's some form of proto-writing," said a linguist named Hayden, who had joined the second descent. He carefully traced one symbol with a gloved finger. "But I can't even guess at its meaning. We'll need high-resolution images." Moving onward, they found new passages blocked by ice, requiring their portable heaters and the manual labour to chip away at the frozen barrier. After an hour of painstaking work, the team broke through into what looked like a vast underground atrium. Pillars soared overhead, each carved with abstract shapes reminiscent of an advanced aesthetic. The ceiling was so high it disappeared into darkness, even with the floodlights. At the atrium's centre stood something that made Emily's breath catch. An enormous stone statue, at least 20 feet tall, depicting a humanoid figure with elongated limbs, swirling robes, and an ornate headpiece. It was flanked by 2 smaller statues, each one equally alien in style. "That's definitely not typical Atlantean lore," Malcolm murmured in awe. "If it's representing an actual race, they were different from us. Either that or it's highly stylized." Hayden swallowed. We might be dealing with an entirely unknown culture that predates all recorded civilizations. It's bigger than the pyramids, bigger than anything." As they crept closer, their footsteps echoed eerily in the chamber. The statue's eyes seemed to follow them, carved from some reflective gemstone that caught the beam of flashlights and refracted it like small suns. Malcolm suppressed a shiver, recalling half-remembered myths of watchers or guardians in fabled lost cities. "Just stone," he told himself, but a chill prickled his spine. At the statue's base they found a large circular platform made of a metallic alloy. Although discoloured with age, it resonated with a faint hum when struck. Emily knelt down with a portable sensor. "It's giving off a low-level electromagnetic field. This shouldn't be possible for inert metal, unless there's a power source somewhere." Malcolm's heart hammered. A lost city with a functioning power source after millennia? The notion defied all logic, yet here they were. He felt a swirl of excitement and dread, fearful of what else might be hidden beyond their understanding. Meanwhile, topside, Danny Vega was busy filming as the second descent commenced. He captured the elevator cable's lowering gear, the tense faces of the expedition members left behind. A hush of anticipation coated the camp. In the distance, the wind picked up, scattering ice crystals that gleamed like diamonds under the dull Antarctic sun. Then everything changed. A watchtower guard spotted movement on the horizon. Several vehicles, heavily tracked, heading straight for them. Helicopters rumbled overhead. Zrenia, black silhouettes slicing through the pale sky. The guard shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Inbound approach, military vehicles, unknown affiliation." Danny spun his camera in time to see armed men pouring out of the helicopters as they touched down. They wore no overt insignias, save for subdued patches that might have been some covert division. Leading them was a tall, stern-faced figure with close-cropped hair and a fixed glare. Agent Elias Grant. Victor Langley burst from the command dome, hands raised. "This is private property. We have all necessary permits for scientific research." Grant cut him off with a curt gesture, flanked by a line of armed soldiers. "By order of the United States Special Division, this area is under federal quarantine. Cease operations immediately." Langley's eyes blazed with anger. "Special Division? I've never heard of..." Grant's expression remained rigid. "I don't care what you've heard. We have authority here. You and your people will stand down or face detainment." Around them, the camp erupted in confusion. Langley's security detail moved to intervene, but quickly found themselves outmatched. The newcomers carried advanced weaponry and had arrived in overwhelming force. Danny ducked behind a supply crate, filming the entire confrontation. His heart pounded. This is what we were afraid of. They want to shut us down. Langley attempted to stand his ground. "I invested millions in this legitimate expedition. We've discovered historical relics that belong to no single nation." He tried to speak in a calm but firm tone. "If you're claiming jurisdiction, you must have a reason. Let's see your legal documents." Agent Grant gave a thin smile. "This is not a debate. Gather your team. Stop the drilling. We'll discuss the details in private." He snapped his fingers, and soldiers advanced, pointing rifles at the drilling machinery, the data stations, everything. A soldier smashed the camera on a tripod with the butt of his rifle. Rage twisted Langley's features, but before he could retort, Grant continued, "We have no interest in harming you, but I strongly recommend you comply if you value your safety." Below the ice, Malcolm and the second group remained oblivious to the chaos above. They pressed deeper into the grand atrium, marvelling at each new discovery. Emily's voice carried over the comlink to the surface, describing the environment, but only static crackled back. She frowned. "We've lost contact. Could be the interference again." Malcolm nodded. "We'll head back up soon to relay everything in person." He turned to examine a corridor branching off from the atrium. Even from several feet away, he sensed a faint vibration underfoot, like a hidden heartbeat. Could it be subterranean geothermal activity? Or was it something else powering the metallic platforms? Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered. One by one, the portable floodlights they'd set up began to fail, plunging the chamber into a gloom lit only by their headlamps. Hayden cursed under his breath, tapping at a device clipped to his belt. EM readings just spiked again. Something's interfering with our power sources. A low rumble shuddered through the ground, causing ancient dust to drift from the ceiling. Emily shot Malcolm a concerned look. "We should go. This place might be unstable." Before they could leave, a small portion of the floor near the statue's base cracked. The centre of the metallic platform sank half an inch, as if triggered by an unseen mechanism. A swirl of air rose from the gap, carrying an earthy, acrid odour. The rumble intensified, reverberating through the corridor. Malcolm's eyes widened. "We must have triggered a trap, or some kind of defence system." Emily grabbed his arm. "Let's move." Their radios crackled with a sudden burst of static. Then Agent Elias Grant's cold voice filtered through. "Dr. Reeves, Dr. Carter, this is the United States Special Division. You will return to the surface immediately." Malcolm froze, exchanging alarmed glances with Emily. "Special Division? That's not our people. Who?" Grant's tone brooked no argument. "We have secured your camp. Cease all activity and ascend now, or we will forcibly remove you. A retrieval team is en route." Malcolm's stomach sank. The discovery they dreamed of was about to be snatched away by a faceless authority. Emily's brow furrowed with desperation. "We can't just abandon this place. The world needs to know." But the corridor shook again. Chunks of ice fell. Hayden shouted from behind them, urging everyone to hurry back. They had no choice. The entire structure threatened to collapse further, and if a heavily armed retrieval team was descending to extract them, staying put was suicide. Malcolm clenched his fists, heart hammering with helpless fury. We came so close. They hurried for the elevator shaft, the relics and secrets of the lost city receding into darkness behind them. In the end, it wasn't the ancient guardians or curses that threatened to keep this discovery buried. It was the modern world and its relentless machinery of silence. A tense silence gripped the surface camp when Malcolm and his team returned, their hearts still pounding from the subterranean tremors. Armed soldiers in black tactical gear patrolled every inch of the area, confiscating equipment, smashing drones, and escorting expedition personnel into containment zones. The air crackled with hostility. Victor Langley rushed forward, face contorted with anger. "Malcolm, are you all right?" He gestured at Agent Grant, who stood at a short distance, issuing orders to subordinates. "This man is shutting us down, says it's a matter of national security." Malcolm's gut twisted. "We found extraordinary evidence down there, Victor. We can't let them just—" Grant strode over, cutting him off. "You will speak only when spoken to, Doctor. Reeves, this entire operation is suspended. The artifacts and data belong to the US government. Effective immediately." Emily, stepping forward, tried to keep her tone measured. "You have no right. This is an international territory. Antarctica is governed by international treaty." Grant's cold gaze swept over her. Your treaty doesn't apply to technologies or phenomena that threaten global stability. This is classified beyond your pay grade, Doctor. Carter, trembling with fury, Langley barked, "I'm an American citizen, a private contractor with full permits." Grant's lips curled into a thin smile. "Your permits are void." He turned to one of his men. "Secure Mr. Langley in the command dome. Our superiors will want to debrief him." Two soldiers seized Langley's arms. He tried to resist, but a swift strike to his gut doubled him over. "You can't do this," he gasped. "I'll sue." Grant dismissed him with a wave. "Take him away. The rest of you, drop your gear. Move to the containment tents. Now." The group looked at each other, uncertain. Fear coiled in Malcolm's belly. He could see the lethal glint in the soldiers' eyes. They weren't bluffing. One by one, the expedition members complied, relinquishing cameras, laptops, protective cases holding artifacts. Danny Vega, carefully cradling his camera, tried to slip away unnoticed, but a soldier yanked it from his grip and smashed the lens underfoot. "No!" Danny howled, lurching forward. Another soldier cracked him across the jaw with a rifle butt, sending him sprawling. A hush fell as the entire expedition watched, horrified, while the armed men dragged Danny off, blood trailing from his split lip. Malcolm stepped in front of Emily as if to shield her. "Please don't harm them. We'll cooperate," he said, voice wavering with controlled panic. Grant nodded curtly, then gestured. "You, Doctor. Reeves, come with me. The rest go to Tent B." Before Malcolm could protest, rough hands clamped onto his arms, forcing him to follow Grant toward a separate, smaller dome. With a last desperate glance, he watched Emily and the others being herded away, their faces etched in fear. Inside the small dome, a single metal table and 2 chairs awaited, reminiscent of an interrogation room. The air was thick with tension. Grant motioned for Malcolm to sit, then took a seat opposite him. A solitary lamp cast sharp shadows across the agent's angular features. "You've made a significant discovery," Grant began, flipping through a dossier stuffed with the expedition's notes. "Multiple subterranean chambers, advanced artifacts, possibly non-human remains. Is that correct?" Malcolm swallowed. "Yes, but who are you people really? You can't just—" Grant slammed a hand on the table, making Malcolm flinch. "We ask the questions, Doctor. Reeves. Our division has known about certain anomalies in Antarctica for decades. We've allowed limited scientific presence to monitor them, but your expedition pushed too far, threatened to reveal data that would cause complications for global security." Malcolm's frustration boiled over. "That's insane. This discovery belongs to humanity. You can't hide it." Grant gave a tight-lipped smile. "Dr. Reeves, do you think the world is ready to learn that a technologically advanced civilization once lived here, possibly predating our earliest known societies by tens of thousands of years? The religious upheaval, the rewriting of textbooks, the potential for panic. Think carefully. Knowledge can be more dangerous than any weapon if it undermines the foundation of nations." Malcolm's hands trembled on the table. "We have the right—" "You have no rights in this matter," Grant snapped, leaning forward. "We act to protect stability. Some secrets can never be revealed. The artifacts will be confiscated, the structures sealed or destroyed. The official record will show that your expedition found only geological anomalies. Anything else is unsubstantiated rumor." Malcolm's mind whirled in disbelief. "You can't just bury this. Someone will talk. We have footage, samples." Grant raised an eyebrow. "Footage can be erased, samples lost, or people can be made to vanish if they threaten certain delicate balances. We're not monsters, Doctor. Reeves, we offer a choice. Cooperate, Sign binding NDAs, allow us to manage the narrative. You walk away alive, or fight us, and your entire team disappears. A heavy silence fell. Malcolm's pulse pounded in his ears. This was exactly the scenario that conspiracy theorists had whispered about for ages. A shadow government entity wiping extraordinary discoveries off the face of the earth. He never imagined he'd be at the centre of it. Think about it carefully, Grant said, rising. I'll give you a moment. If you have any illusions of publicising what you found, know that we have the full weight of multiple governments behind us. You'll not only lose your career, you'll lose your life. With that, Grant stepped outside, leaving Malcolm alone under the harsh lamp. Exhausted and shaken, Malcolm slumped, head in his hands. He pictured the breathtaking corridors beneath the ice, the silent grandeur of the statues, the unexplained technology, an entire lost world erased by men in black with guns. His heart ached. He thought of Emily's determined gaze, Danny's excitement, Langley's unstoppable ambition. They'd staked everything on this expedition, and in a matter of hours it had turned to ashes. Am I willing to consign us all to imprisonment or death for the sake of the truth? Time stretched agonizingly. Finally the tent flap rustled. Grant returned, smoothing his jacket. Made your decision? Malcolm inhaled slowly, steeling himself. I can't speak for my team. I can only... Your team will follow your example, Grant interrupted. They respect you. Malcolm's voice shook. And if I sign your damned forms, you'll let us live? Let them go free? A flicker of triumph shone in Grant's eyes. Yes, under the condition you never speak about the ruins or the artifacts, we'll secure the site. This conversation, your entire expedition will be classified. Officially, you discovered nothing. The words stung, but the thought of Emily and Danny being harmed was worse. Malcolm clenched his fists. Let me see them. Let me confirm they're safe. Grant motioned to a guard. Take Dr. Reeves to Tent B. Then, to Malcolm, he added quietly, You'll find them unharmed, provided they remain cooperative. They led Malcolm through the camp. He caught glimpses of soldiers loading crates, likely containing relics, his team's research equipment, everything. A cargo helicopter loomed overhead, rotors thundering. This was a full-scale erasure. He spotted charred remains of documents in a burn pit. The entire record of their discovery was being systematically destroyed. In Tent B he found Emily, Danny, with a bandage on his swollen lip, and the others huddled on cots. Relief flooded their faces at the sight of him. Emily rushed forward, gripping his arms. Are you okay? What's happening? Malcolm forced a thin smile. They want us to sign NDAs, surrender the evidence, then they'll let us go. They confiscated my footage, Danny muttered, eyes blazing. Destroyed my backups, but I hid one micro SD card, he added in a lower tone, glancing around nervously. If I can get it out of here... Don't, Malcolm whispered urgently. It's too dangerous. They're searching everything. If they find contraband, we could all vanish. Emily's eyes darkened. So that's it? We just walk away? Let them bury the biggest archaeological discovery in human history? Malcolm stared at her, sorrow and helplessness warring in his gaze. I don't see another way. These people, they'll kill us, Emily. They've likely done it before. Silence settled. No one wanted to yield, but the stark reality was undeniable. If we're alive, maybe we can find another way, Emily said finally, voice trembling. Before they could discuss further, a soldier entered, brandishing a clipboard. You have 2 minutes to sign the documents, then you'll be escorted off the continent. Malcolm gently took the pen. His hand shook as he scrawled his signature. an act that felt like betrayal of everything he stood for. One by one, the others followed suit, some with tears of frustration. In that moment, the dream they had all shared was extinguished under the iron boot of secrecy. Outside, the howling wind picked up, throwing a swirl of snow across the camp. Black helicopters awaited, engines droning. Soldiers hustled the scientists aboard, offering no chance for parting glances. Danny's camera, once his prized tool, lay crushed in the frozen mud. Emily, hugging her arms, cast a final haunted look at the white horizon. Malcolm forced himself not to cry. High above, Agent Elias Grant watched impassively as the helicopters lifted off, carrying the expedition members away like prisoners. His mission wasn't over yet. He turned, barking orders to demolish the main borehole entrance. The entire site needed to be sanitized. The lost city below would remain a myth, its secrets sealed once more beneath the ice. Grant knew that some truths had to stay hidden, and if that meant burying entire civilizations and the dreamers who dared to uncover them, so be it. 3 days later, the battered remains of the expedition team arrived at a remote US outpost in southern Chile. Shorn of their passports, equipment, and nearly every physical trace of their quest, they were left in a sterile debriefing room under heavy guard. Finally, in a bizarrely anticlimactic gesture, men in suits returned to distribute newly printed passports, each marked with an exit stamp. Their official travel route had been fabricated. All mention of Antarctica was conspicuously absent. "You're free to go," one of the men stated, handing out the documents. "Return to your countries. Do not speak of what happened. You have been warned." The group exchanged hollow glances. They were free in name only. Each carried a silent weight, knowing the truth about something that the powers that be had decided must remain buried. Malcolm Reeves rode a shuttle bus to Santiago, flanked by Emily and Danny. All three stared at the passing landscape with vacant expressions. It seemed impossible that just a week ago they'd been standing on the brink of the greatest discovery in history. Now it felt like a dream, one they were forbidden to share. Eventually Danny broke the silence. "I'm sorry about the camera. The footage, he rubbed the bruise on his jaw. They took everything." Malcolm swallowed, forcing a weak smile. "You did your best. They had an entire operation to silence us." Emily gazed out the window, her voice distant. "What if we talk to the press anyway, anonymously, leak our story online?" Malcolm sighed. "With no evidence, we'll just sound like lunatics, and they'll come after us if we try. You know that." Danny exhaled, shoulders sagging. "I hate it. We discovered something that belongs to the whole world. Now it's locked away." Silence returned, each of them lost in the swirl of regret. The bus rattled on, delivering them to a world that would never know the truth, at least not from them. Days turned into weeks. The expedition team scattered, each coping in their own way. Some tried to slip back into academic or corporate jobs, haunted by nightmares of the lost city they had glimpsed. Others broke down emotionally, battered by guilt and fear. A few vanished outright, rumoured to have changed their identities to evade potential watchers. Dr. Emily Carter took a leave of absence from her research institution. She couldn't face her colleagues, not after witnessing wonders that defied all geological understanding, only to have them stolen away. Late at night, she'd dream of that silent subterranean atrium, the statues, the metallic platform humming with ancient energy. Each time she awoke drenched in sweat, feeling the phantom rumble beneath her feet. Danny Vega drifted aimlessly, sleeping on friends' couches, depressed at the thought of returning to mundane filming gigs. The memory of his camera being smashed, the lifelong dream to capture the greatest documentary of all time, undone in seconds. He couldn't let it go. He scoured conspiracy forums, trying to see if any hint of their discovery had leaked. It hadn't. The black helicopters had done their job well. As for Victor Langley, he retreated to his corporate empire, or what remained of it. Rumours spread that large portions of his assets were frozen or tied up in legal complications. Shareholders demanded explanations for the ill-fated Antarctic project, which publicly was described as a failed geothermal exploration. Quietly, Langley tried to call in favours among powerful connections, but phone lines went dead. Old allies turned their backs. The man who once orchestrated philanthropic wonders now found himself a pariah in certain corridors of power. Malcolm Reeves, the aging archaeologist, tried to pick up the fragments of his old life. He returned to his dingy apartment in London, a place littered with manuscripts and half-packed boxes from years of neglected rent. The ridicule that had hounded him before felt trivial now. If the academic world still laughed at his theories, so be it. He had seen, with his own eyes, that something grand lay beneath Antarctica's ice, and that knowledge was both a blessing and a curse. One rainy evening, Malcolm sat alone at his kitchen table, a single flickering bulb illuminating a stack of books about Atlantis myths, subglacial topography, and suppressed archaeology. A knock at the door startled him out of his reverie. He froze. He'd been half expecting an ominous visitor for days, a silhouette from the special division ready to silence him. Heart pounding, he inched to the door. Peering through the peephole, he glimpsed a familiar face. Emily Carter, soaked from the rain. He let out a trembling sigh of relief and unlatched the door. "Emily, what are you—" She slipped inside, water dripping from her coat. Her eyes were intense. Without a word, she held up a small, battered object, a micro SD card. "Danny managed to hide it," she said quietly. "He gave it to me for safekeeping." Malcolm's heart lurched. But they searched everything. How? It was hidden in the lining of his coat. He discovered it after we parted ways. She bit her lip. "It doesn't have all the footage, but maybe it's enough to prove we're not insane." A spark of hope ignited in Malcolm's chest. "Does it show the corridors? The inscriptions?" She nodded. "Some. The resolution's not great, but you can see the carvings. Possibly enough to raise questions." Malcolm carefully took the SD card, as though it were a precious artifact. "If we leak this, we risk drawing their attention again." "They threatened?" Emily's voice shook with emotion. "I know what they threatened, but we can't live in silence forever. Maybe if we distribute it widely and anonymously, let it go viral. They can't kill every rumour, can't chase every link." His mind whirled. The last time they tried to reveal the truth, guns and government heavies shut them down. But the longing in his chest refused to be silenced. He thought of the subterranean city, the advanced relics, the knowledge waiting to be rediscovered. Even a shred of proof might spark others to investigate, to question, to pry open the locked doors of secrecy. He exhaled, meeting her gaze. "Let's do it. Carefully. We share it with certain channels, anonymous contacts, open source investigators. We let the world see, even if only glimpses. We make it unstoppable." Emily nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. For the sake of everyone who believed in that project. For the sake of truth. Malcolm rose, rummaging for an old laptop that he'd kept offline, hopeful it remained untraceable. Together they huddled around the dim screen, slotting in the SD card. A series of video clips popped up, some partially corrupted, others heartbreakingly clear. The footage showed glimpses of the massive stone corridors, the swirling inscriptions, the half-buried statue, even a snippet of the metallic artifact. The audio was mostly garbled wind noise, but the visuals were undeniable. People will call it CGI, a hoax, Malcolm murmured bitterly. Emily placed a hand on his shoulder. Some might, but others, serious researchers, open-minded explorers, will investigate. Maybe this starts a chain reaction we can't even foresee. They spent hours preparing an anonymous drop, compressing the clips, embedding them in multiple hidden corners of the internet. Emily used encrypted channels she'd learned about from Danny, who was adept at conspiracy crowd jargon. They wrote a short statement. Footage from a suppressed Antarctic expedition. Ancient ruins discovered, forcibly covered up. Spread this. Don't let it vanish. Their hearts thumped with each keystroke, adrenaline surging in their veins. A single question gnawed at them. Were they damning themselves by doing this? Possibly. But in that moment, conviction outweighed fear. When the upload finished, they stared at the progress bar, each second feeling like a leap of faith. The final beep signaled success. The files were out there, floating in cyberspace waiting to be seen. Maybe they'd be discredited or hammered down, but the spark was lit. A week passed. Nothing seemed to happen. No immediate sign that their leak had caused waves. Malcolm lived on edge, expecting black SUVs or silent drones. Emily tried to resume normal life, but tension coiled in her every muscle. They exchanged coded messages, anxious for any hint of reaction. Then, late one night, a stranger emailed them through an encrypted service. The message was brief. "We have seen the footage. Others have too. The truth must be free. They can't erase all of us." Both Malcolm and Emily read those words over and over, hope blooming in their chests like a desert flower. They weren't alone. Somewhere out there, individuals believed them, championed them. The knowledge of a lost city might still survive in the collective mind, refusing to vanish despite the best efforts of Agent Grant and his shadowy enforcers. Outside, the rain tapped softly on the window. Malcolm closed his eyes, remembering the labyrinth beneath the Antarctic ice. He saw the towering statue, the metallic platform humming with impossible power. Even if the official narrative smothered it, the memory shone within him, a testament to human curiosity, to the unbreakable drive to unravel life's grandest mysteries. As he opened his eyes, the final lines of the old myths drifted through his thoughts, and the lost empire fell into shadow sealed by ice and time, until the day new seekers awakened its slumbering might. He whispered the words to himself, because no matter how many governments tried to bury it, some truths, like the city beneath the frozen continent, could never be kept silent forever. Follow a present-day investigative journalist as she uncovers shocking connections to events from the early 1960s. Prepare for moral dilemmas, dark secrets, and methodical revelations. Let's settle in and begin. A hush enveloped the old retirement home, the corridors scented by antiseptic and memories of lost decades. Alice Coleman quietly stepped into room 214, a tape recorder in hand. She was meeting Agent Randolph Moore, a retired Secret Service operative who'd served in the Kennedy era. For her assignment, an in-depth feature on the 60th anniversary of JFK's assassination, she'd interviewed numerous figures, but none so close to the White House's day-to-day secrets as Moore. Officially, he was meant to provide nostalgic anecdotes. Unofficially, Alice hoped for a glimmer of something new. Moore, draped in a worn bathrobe, sat by the window. He recognized Alice from a previous phone call, and his lined face brightened slightly. "So, you want to talk about November 63 again, Ms. Coleman?" he said with a gentle rasp. She nodded, pressing record. For For the first half hour, he shared mundane recollections, the feel of Texas heat that day, small talk among the staffers, the sense of complacency. He spoke of hearing the shots ring out in Dealey Plaza, the chaos in the follow-up. Alice politely made notes, but all matched the well-trodden official story. At length, Moore's tone shifted. He peered out the window at a leafless oak, then said quietly, "You know, we told the public a pretty neat story about Oswald. But it's bigger, Ms. Coleman. I can't say more." She leaned forward, heart quickening. "Bigger how?" He hesitated, tears glinting in his eyes. He was, well, let's just say, some of our own men might have guided him. Alice's pulse pounded. She'd heard countless theories, but hearing a direct hint from someone with inside knowledge was new. Before she could press further, a nurse arrived, reminding Moore that it was time for medication. The old agent's focus slipped. Alice rose, gently thanking him. As she left, he rasped, "Check Project Crosswinds." They all played along, even the men upstairs. She froze, but the nurse gently escorted her out. She made a mental note. Project Crosswinds. She hadn't encountered that phrase in any mainstream archives. 3 days later, a phone call rattled her mind. Moore had died unexpectedly, officially from heart failure, but the timing spurred Alice's suspicion. Then an unmarked envelope appeared at her desk containing black and white photos, grainy images presumably from the early 1960s. Some featured a figure that resembled Lee Harvey Oswald, but he was standing alongside men in suits. On the back of one photo, scrawled in trembling handwriting, "Crosswinds, 1962. Now, Alice was certain something bigger lurked behind the standard narrative. Her editor, noticing her excitement, cautioned her not to veer into conspiracy-laden territory. The JFK assassination had been probed for decades. "Don't lose credibility chasing ghosts," he advised. But the mention of crosswinds, combined with Moore's cryptic hint, fueled Alice's determination. She wanted to pursue it, regardless of the risk. To glean more leads, she sought out a name that circulated in niche forums. Samuel Sam Delgado. An archivist with an obsession for conspiracy documents, Sam had compiled a trove of memoranda, old news clippings, and partial diaries from ex-intelligence officials. Over a phone call, he told her, "Meet me at my apartment. I've heard that code word, crosswinds, once or twice in old declassified CIA files. It might connect to a plan bigger than Oswald alone." She could sense his excitement. He also sounded nervous, as if being watched. That same evening, she arrived at Sam's cluttered apartment in a rundown building overshadowed by a highway overpass. Stacks of file boxes towered precariously in the living room. Newspapers from the 60s spanned every surface. The only clear space was a small table with a flickering lamp. Sam, wiry and dishevelled, greeted her with a quick handshake. "You said you want the truth, right?" He rummaged through a battered trunk, retrieving a folder labelled Crosswinds. Within that folder, Alice glimpsed typed pages referencing a scenario to remove presidential impediments, talk of foreign misdirection, and mention of a designated patsy. The language was cryptic, but it implied a premeditated plan. Sam pointed to one page. "They talk about Oswald's defection being manipulated, how key figures in intelligence wanted a scapegoat to blame." The text wasn't conclusive, but it strongly hinted a part of the CIA or some clandestine faction had orchestrated more than a cover-up, possibly the entire murder. Catching her breath, Alice stepped back. "This is extraordinary," Sam shrugged. "It's a fragment. The real motherlode is out there, some hush-hush directive. I've spent years chasing it, but no mainstream journalist took me seriously. You might be the one to break it if you're careful." He then produced a torn letter allegedly from a CIA official to an Army general discussing Dallas' final approach, and all compartments remained sealed. The date was early November. Just then, the apartment's overhead light flickered. Sam paused. That happens when the building's wiring acts up, but I also suspect we're being watched. I've noticed a black sedan parked across the street for days." Alice glanced out the window, seeing only darkness. She asked, "You ever confronted them?" Sam shook his head. "I keep my head down, but they want to ensure none of these doxy mainstream coverage." This revelation heightened her sense that they were treading dangerous ground. Though her editor might balk, Alice felt a moral imperative to continue. If these documents were genuine, they undermined half a century of official denials. But verifying them would be essential. "How do we confirm authenticity?" Sam recommended a forensic approach. "Check the typeface, the codes, consult a ballistic expert about references to bullet angles. We can do it if you commit." She nodded. They parted ways with an unspoken agreement. The story must go on. Late that night, back at her apartment, Alice's phone chimed with a withheld number. She answered, hearing only static, then a distant click. She tried to dismiss it as spam, but her instinct said otherwise. She realized she might be stepping into a labyrinth of watchers and enforcers, people who do anything to keep the official story intact. Yet for the sake of history, for truth, and for the memory of that old Agent Moore, Alice decided she wouldn't turn back. The next day she'd begin verifying Project Crosswinds, no matter how far it took her. Sunlight filtered through Alice's blinds as she typed notes on her laptop about Project Crosswinds, referencing the partial documents Sam had revealed. She compiled a short bullet list, references to CIA memos from Leighton 62, an Army intelligence connection, a patsy plan, and suspicious mentions of removing the occupant of the White House. She felt a mix of excitement and dread. If true, the ramifications would be explosive. Government complicity in assassinating a sitting president. But she needed credible, modern-day experts to weigh in. That morning, Alice drove downtown to meet Marianne Fowler, forensic analyst at a local university. Fowler specialised in ballistic and historical authenticity analysis. Over coffee in a near-empty campus cafe, Alice spread out scanned copies of the Crosswinds text. Fowler donned reading glasses, scanning the typed lines methodically. "The typeface does appear consistent with early 60s government typewriters," Fowler murmured. "But for a definitive test, I'd need the original carbon or original paper. Digital scans make it trickier." She asked about ballistic references. Alice pointed to a paragraph mentioning angles of the bullet trajectory. Fowler frowned. "This matches certain controversies about multiple shooters, though the official line said single bullet. If these notes are genuine, it suggests agency involvement." She paused, caution in her gaze. "I'm not a conspiracy buff, but if what you show me holds up scientifically, it's extremely damning." Alice left the meeting with partial reassurance. Fowler remained sceptical but intrigued, willing to do further checks if they somehow got original documents. Meanwhile, Sam Delgado texted her a new lead. An ex-CIA logistics officer was rumoured to live in rural Louisiana. He might confirm crosswinds, Sam wrote, though he was notoriously reclusive. By midweek, Alice and Sam decided to travel to New Orleans. The city had a swirl of old rumours tying Oswald to local associates or intelligence cutouts. Perhaps they'd find more references. They hopped a flight, quietly checked into a budget motel on the outskirts. Sam insisted on caution, eyeing every parked car suspiciously. "We're definitely on radars now," he muttered. "They won't let Project Crosswinds come out uncontested." In a musty library corner rummaging through local archives, they encountered fleeting mentions of a Major Garrity, an intelligence operative rumoured to have recruited assets in the early 1960s. This name matched some of the faint scrawls in Sam's docs. T. Garrity. Sam gasped softly. Thomas Garrity, CIA paramilitary officer, known for covert ops in Cuba. If Garrity was part of Crosswinds, he might still be around or might have gone underground. One evening, Sam arranged a secret meeting with an elderly man nicknamed Pappy, rumoured to have been a driver for a mob-linked politician in 1963. They met in a dimly lit bar near the French Quarter. Pappy arrived wearing worn slacks, a cane in hand. Over a slow conversation, he mentioned how men in suits visited certain local crime figures, apparently forging an alliance of convenience to remove Kennedy. He recalled overhearing lines about ensuring the blame falls squarely on that Marine. The name Oswald came up in hushed tones. Pappy's account was scattered, but it matched the gist of Project Crosswinds. He said, "Some folks said the plan was bigger than the Mafia, like high-level spooks steering the Mafia as pawns." When Alice pressed for details, Pappy's voice wavered. "I only know they called it a necessary measure. I didn't want to know more." He looked fearful, as if even decades later, the spectre of reprisal hovered. Moments after Pappy's departure, Sam discovered his notes rummaged through. He'd left them on the bar table for a minute, and now half the pages were missing. "Where?" he hissed. A quiet panic enveloped them. They scoured the bar. The bartender shrugged ignorance. Possibly they'd been pickpocketed. Possibly an agent of Garrity's was lurking, snatching evidence. Sam cursed under his breath, eyes darting about for watchers. Alice realised they must be extremely careful. So far, none of this had gone public, and forces were determined to keep it that way. Returning to the motel, they found the door slightly ajar, the lock jimmied. Inside, the lights were on, the place ransacked. Sam's laptop was gone. The safe with some original documents was forced open. A single note scrawled on the bed. "Stop now." Fear hammered in Alice's chest. This was no random burglary. Sam sank onto a chair, shoulders trembling. "They're serious," he whispered. "If we push further, we might end up like that old Agent Moore." But for Alice, something fundamental shifted. She saw how far these conspirators would go. Retreating now meant letting them bury the truth for good. She phoned Manny, her colleague, summarising the break-in. Manny insisted, "You gotta get out of there, or go public now." She hesitated. The documents were partially stolen, the story was half-formed. She responded, "I need better proof. Then we go public. I can't run off a spree." Manny reluctantly accepted, promising to keep a lookout for suspicious activity back at their city. In the following days, as they tried to salvage leads, they spotted a man trailing them, a tall, stoic figure with a military bearing. On a hunch, Sam recognised him from a decades-old photograph, Thomas Garrity. Late one night, Garrity cornered them outside a closed library, leaning against a parked car. "I suggest you two stop rummaging in dead men's secrets," he said, voice low. "No one wants the public undone by illusions of betrayal. Let the past remain in the shadows." Sam tried to protest, but Garrity's cold gaze froze him. Garrity added, "This is your last warning." Then he slipped away, leaving them shaken. The real threat had materialised. An ex-operative who'd once done the system's dirty work, presumably tasked with shutting them down. Alice, though rattled, found renewed resolve. If Garrity was actively interfering, it meant they were onto something truly incriminating. They discussed next steps. "We have to connect these dots. Find a direct chain from an intelligence directive to JFK's murder. Tie it to current power figures," Alice said. "We suspect they never fully lost influence. Perhaps certain politicians soared to prominence under the shadow of crosswinds." Sam nodded. "One name that keeps surfacing in modern contexts is Senator Evelyn Marsh. She has known intelligence ties going back to the 70s. Maybe she's part of a cover-up lineage." Despite the risk, they decided to head for Washington, D.C. to investigate Marsh's circle. The next morning they checked out of the motel, cautious not to be followed. Sam suggested travelling separately. They parted ways. Alice hopped a flight to DC. Sam took a bus. On the flight, Alice studied her remaining notes. anxious about what might happen if Marsh turned out to be a key conspirator. Marsh was a respected senator known for hawkish stances on national security, often rumoured to have deep intelligence connections. As the plane descended over the sprawl of DC, Alice closed her eyes, recalling how deeply the official story of JFK's assassination was ingrained in public consciousness. Unravelling it threatened the reputations of entire agencies and power structures. No wonder they guard it so tightly, she thought. The break-in, the stolen documents, Garrity's intimidation, these were not mere coincidences. She braced herself for the labyrinth of hush-hush corridors and polite political facades that awaited in the capital. Arriving in Washington, D.C., Alice felt the city's imposing calm. Towering federal buildings, sweeping avenues lined with marble facades, and the constant hum of political manoeuvring. She found a modest hotel near the Capitol, checked in under an alias, mindful that Garrity or other watchers might track her. That evening, Sam Delgado joined her, having arrived by bus. They set up a small command centre in the hotel room, rummaging through the surviving documents they had salvaged. The plan: approach Senator Evelyn Marsh under the guise of a routine historical inquiry about JFK legislation, see if she slipped any clues. Before confronting Marsh, Alice arranged a quick meeting with Dr. Marianne Fowler, who happened to be in DC for a forensic conference. They met in a corner of the conference centre cafeteria. Fowler had done some preliminary checks on the ballistic references from their scanned documents. She revealed, they strongly imply multiple shooters from different angles. The official single bullet theory collapses if these documents are authentic. She sipped coffee, adding, I remain cautious. Fakes can be clever. But the language about coordinated triangulation lines up with what certain witnesses always suspected. Then Fowler's brow furrowed. Just be aware. These findings challenge decades of official statements. Expect pushback. Armed with a set of safe questions and a hidden voice recorder, Alice scheduled an appointment at Senator Marsh's office. Officially, the interview was about a retrospective on Cold War politics. Marsh, a poised woman in her 60s, greeted Alice with a polished smile. Delighted to offer some historical perspective, she said. The office decor boasted framed photos of Marsh with various presidents, plus an award for national security leadership. Sam waited in the lobby, discreetly fiddling with his phone. Initially, Marsh recited well-rehearsed lines about the era's complexities, praising the intelligence community's efforts to defend freedom. Then Alice gently pivoted to JFK, referencing fresh archival rumours about an inside plot. Marsh's expression tightened slightly. Those allegations are baseless conspiracy talk. The Warren Commission was thorough, she insisted. Still, her voice carried a subtle tension. Alice pressed further. What do you know of Project Crosswinds? A newly uncovered directive from the early 60s suggests infiltration by certain intelligence factions. Marsh's jaw clenched. She paused, carefully responding, I'm not familiar with any such project. Possibly an unofficial rumour. Let's maintain focus on known historical facts. But her eyes betrayed alarm. Sensing the shift, Alice probed. We suspect the existence of modern guardians of that secret. Would you disavow them? Marsh stood abruptly. This interview is over. I won't indulge discredited theories. She escorted Alice to the door, the staff politely but firmly ushering her out. The final glance Marsh gave was a silent warning. Outside, Sam approached, hushed. That was short. Guess we rattled her. Indeed, Marsh's abrupt cut-off signalled their suspicion was correct. She either knew or was part of something. That night, returning to the hotel, they discovered a typed note slipped under the door. Marsh is untouchable. Back off. The note had no signature. Sam's paranoia soared. They have eyes in her office too. Alice found it more impetus to push forward. Over the next few days, they combed through public records of Marsh's early career. They found glimmers of involvement with intelligence committees, hush-hush oversight in the 70s, when certain family jewels documents about CIA misdeeds surfaced. Marsh apparently aided in sanitizing the final report. The puzzle: Marsh had a stake in bearing revelations about the JFK plot to protect not just the intelligence agencies but her own ascendancy, built on that hush. One evening, Sam returned with a lead. An old colleague of Marsh's staff, now retired, might talk under anonymity. They arranged to meet in a quiet suburban diner. The staffer, trembling with nerves, insisted on no recording. He whispered, "Marsh was groomed by a network that thrived after the assassination. She knows how it was orchestrated from within the agency and certain generals who despise Kennedy's approach to foreign policy. They called it crosswinds. I overheard references once. She ensures it remains hidden. If it surfaces, everything unravels, the trust in national institutions, her legacy, everything." He refused more detail, left quickly, glancing over his shoulder in fear. That confirmed Marsh's direct link to the conspiracy's legacy. Alice concluded they needed a single, undeniable piece of evidence tying Marsh and the old guard to the orchestrators in 1963. Something that modern media couldn't dismiss as speculation. Sam recalled hearing rumours of an old CIA safe house in Northern Virginia containing archived materials. It might hold original memos or logs. Such a bold lead was risky, but if Garrity or others hadn't destroyed them yet, it might be their best shot. "We have to look," said Alice, "even if it's a needle in a haystack." As if on cue, Garrity cornered Sam in a convenience store parking lot that afternoon. While Alice waited in the car, she glimpsed them talking tensely. Garrity's stance was threatening, though not openly violent. Sam returned to the car, shaken. He said, "We won't find anything. The safe house is empty, cleaned out years ago. Don't be foolish." Then he said next time, "They won't just warn us." This intimidation only heightened their resolve, but the tension soared. They realized Garrity was an unstoppable enforcer, loyal to the old conspiracy's cause, or at least loyal to Marsh's directives. In the midst of that tension, Dr. Fowler delivered new ballistic findings via email. She had discovered anomalies in official ballistic logs from 1963, timing mismatches that pointed to multiple shots from different angles. If your documents referencing those angles are correct, it means the official single-shooter line was impossible. The bullet trajectories dispute it. She concluded, "I now strongly suspect the existence of a covert group directing the outcome. I stand ready to confirm in a published piece if you gather enough additional proof." This was a big step for Fowler, who had been initially reluctant to challenge official narratives. Encouraged, Alice saw a path to building a robust case. Now, they faced a fateful choice: gather the rumoured safe house records, if they even existed, and risk direct confrontation with Garrity and Marsh, or go public with partial evidence, risk being labelled conspiracy nuts, and maybe see to Fowler's ballistic analysis overshadowed. Considering the high stakes, they decided to press forward. "We can't let them bury it again," Sam said. "We find that safe house or any surviving records. If it's empty, fine, we tried. If it's not, we might blow this wide open." Though fear gnawed at them, the moral weight of revealing how the democracy's highest office might have been toppled by internal conspirators overrode their caution. They planned a stealth approach. Sam had gleaned the approximate location from obscure footnotes. They'd drive out at night, carefully avoiding watchers. The next day, they'd attempt a clandestine search. The risk was enormous, but with Garrity and Marsh looming, the window of opportunity was closing. So ended another chapter in their increasingly perilous quest. The capital city, seat of power, had proven how deeply those strings could be pulled to hide old crimes, yet the intangible sense of righteous purpose drove them on. They'd soon find themselves at the threshold of a place that might hold the final puzzle piece, a direct link to the men who orchestrated the shots fired in Dallas decades ago. The question, would Garrity arrive first to erase it all, or would they manage to secure enough evidence to finally expose the true shadows in Dallas? Late at night, a sedan cruised along a winding rural road in Northern Virginia. Alice drove while Sam scoured a tattered map. According to rumour, an abandoned CIA safe house sat near a wooded property line. The sky was moonless, thick with hush. They parked out of sight, proceeding on foot. Overgrowth and a weathered chain-link fence suggested no active caretaker. The hush crackled with tension. Garrity might appear at any moment. They found a padlocked door leading to a small bungalow half buried under vines. With minimal fuss, Sam pried open a rotted window. They slipped inside, flashlights illuminating dusty furniture. The interior smelled of old paper and mould. A few battered filing cabinets stood in the corner. "This must be it," Sam murmured, if Garrity or Marsh didn't already clear it out. They rummaged through drawers, most empty or filled with mundane forms. Then, behind a wooden panel, Sam discovered a hidden compartment. Inside, a slim metal box labelled Crosswinds. Alice's heart raced. Opening the box revealed typed memos referencing an executive action blueprint, detailing infiltration steps, discrediting certain personnel, arrangement of a staged assassin. Names included Oswald, General B, agency liaisons, and cryptic references to ordered by upper echelons with senatorial assurance. Even mention of Project Crosswinds culminating in Dallas, 11/22/63. Hard proof. The memos were signed off with coded initials. They carefully photographed each page, adrenaline surging. If authentic, these documents proved a portion of the CIA and political figures orchestrated JFK's death. Abruptly, footsteps crunched outside. They froze, lights off. A calm voice. "You two can't learn, can you?" Garrity. The door banged open. Sam ducked behind a dusty couch, clutching the metal box. Alice crouched behind a battered desk. Garrity's flashlight beam swept the room. He advanced with measured steps. "Ms. Coleman, Sam Delgado, I know you're here. Drop that box. Step out or I'll do it for you." Tension clamped Alice's chest. She texted Manny a quick, "Safe house under attack," then stashed her phone. Garrity spoke again. "You realize you're meddling in national security? This is bigger than you. The country needs the official story intact." She glimpsed the silhouette of Garrity's pistol in the faint beam. Fear hammered in her, but she mustered courage. The memos must not be lost. Sam whispered to Alice, "I'll distract him. You slip out the back window with the docs." She protested silently, not wanting to abandon him. But Sam signalled urgency. Garrity advanced deeper, nearing the desk. Sam popped up from behind the couch, brandishing a broken chair leg. "Over here, Garrity!" he shouted. Garrity spun, startled. Sam lunged, the chair leg meeting Garrity's forearm. A short scuffle ensued. Garrity easily disarmed Sam, tossing him into a shelf with a loud crash. While Garrity was occupied, Alice crept to the side window. The metal box clutched to her chest. She hoisted it, climbing out with difficulty. The sound of a gunshot cracked inside. Fear jolted her. She didn't know if Sam was hit. She scrambled out, stumbling in the dark. Another shot echoed, then a third. Her mind reeled with dread, but she pressed on, memorizing Sam's last instruction. "Get the evidence out." She dashed into the thicket, crouching behind trees. A single overhead glance told her Garrity wasn't immediately chasing. She heard muffled shouts from inside the safe house. Possibly Sam was pinned, or worse. She texted Manny once more, hand shaking. "Shots fired, have docs, need help." Manny responded, "Police en route," though she doubted local authorities could handle Garrity's covert ties. Nonetheless, she kept moving. She prayed Sam might slip away somehow. Eventually, after a tense half-hour navigating darkness, she reached the parked sedan. She stashed the metal box in the trunk, heart pounding with anguish over leaving Sam behind. But revealing these documents might be his only hope. She started the engine, headlights off, rolled down the road until safe to turn them on. Once on the highway, tears streamed. She overcame the guilt with a vow. I'll expose everything, rescue Sam. But for now, the documents needed to get out. At dawn, she found a safe motel near a different county. Manny arrived after a frantic drive from the city. They pored over the newly discovered memos. The language was shockingly explicit, references to how Oswald shall be presented as the lone extremist, a mention of arranging infiltration in New Orleans for plausible associations, instructions for certain media infiltration to push the official line, even footnotes about friendly senator aides ensuring the commission's compliance. One senator's name was redacted, but cross-references suggested it might be Marsh or her predecessor. Manny gasped. This is more than enough to blow up decades of official narrative. They faced a choice: publish immediately, or confirm authenticity with Dr. Fowler. They decided on a middle path, scan them, secure backups, then meet Fowler for final verification. Manny would also tip a few trusted media contacts to prepare for a major scoop. Meanwhile, they'd try to contact Sam or confirm his fate. Several calls and texts to Sam's phone went unanswered. Fear coiled in Alice's gut. She prayed Sam was alive. Within hours, national headlines got wind that new documents allegedly emerge on JFK plot. Manny's media leaks were unstoppable. A short snippet on a major news site asked, could a new generation of researchers reveal a government plot? Marsh swiftly addressed the press, calling it baseless rumour, dangerously irresponsible. She didn't mention Alice by name, but spoke ominously about journalists dabbling in treason. Meanwhile, inside sources told Manny that Marsh had convened a closed-door meeting with intelligence bigwigs. A sense of final confrontation loomed. In a quiet lab, Dr. Fowler examined the box's original typed pages. She used ultraviolet light, checking the paper's age, typewriter patterns. She concluded the documents were very likely from the early 1960s, consistent with official stationery watermarks, showing no sign of forgery. Coupled with ballistic references matching her prior analysis, Fowler was ready to publicly attest that these items were authentic. "This is indeed the soaking gun," she said. She recognized how explosive it was, but moral duty demanded truth. As Alice prepared to release the entire trove online, Manny received a tip from an inside staffer. Senator Marsh had demanded the FBI investigate the theft of classified documents. She might orchestrate a legal clampdown, brand them as national security threats. Also, Marsh had apparently engaged Thomas Garrity to track down the missing box. Meanwhile, Sam Delgado's fate remained unknown. A swirl of tension overshadowed the moment. Alice recognized once they pressed publish, they'd have no protective shield. The conspirators might act violently or use legal sabotage. But the only path was forward. Midnight approached. In a small safe-house apartment Manny had borrowed, Alice hovered over her laptop, hand trembling on the mouse. The digital scans of Project Crosswind's documents were queued. Manny nodded grimly. Dr. Fowler on speakerphone confirmed readiness to back them up with her ballistic evidence. With a single click, the entire trove would go public, open for the world to see. That moment was mere seconds away. In the hush, Alice recalled Sam's unwavering devotion, risking everything for the truth. She inhaled, pressed the button. The final part of their plan was in motion. They braced for a collision with Senator Marsh and Garrity, the culminating struggle to shatter a half-century of national deception. Within minutes of Alice uploading the Project Crosswinds documents, a ripple coursed through social media. Bloggers, conspiracy forums, and eventually mainstream news sites began echoing the key revelations. A CIA-led directive aided by certain army generals culminating in the Dallas assassination. The material included typed memos, references to Oswald's role as a scapegoat, potential collusion with mafia elements, and even cover-up involvement by powerful politicians. Shockwaves spread, overshadowing the usual nightly headlines. Even so, some demanded more proof. As dawn broke, the mainstream press hammered the story with headlines. Leaked memos suggest government plot in JFK killing. Authenticity under review. Senator Marsh fired back, issuing a statement. These so-called documents are unverified, illegally obtained. We must not let fringe conspiracy distract from real national interests. Yet behind the scenes, Marsh scrambled, summoning her legal teams, pressuring allies in intelligence to discredit Alice. A storm of official denials took shape, but Dr. Fowler stepped forth with her forensic analysis. She appeared in a short segment on a major network, carefully explaining the physical authenticity of the pages. She highlighted how the ballistic references resolved the old magic bullet controversies. Viewers watched, stunned. Marsh's attempts to brand the evidence as forgeries lost momentum. Public curiosity soared. In the swirl, Alice arranged a covert meeting with Senator Marsh, offering an off-the-record chance to respond. Marsh surprisingly agreed, perhaps hoping to spin the narrative. They chose a neutral space, an empty event hall after hours. Manny set up a camera feed, ready to stream if needed. Marsh arrived, flanked by a stern-faced aide. She wore her polished smile. "Ms. Coleman, you're courting national sabotage. This entire fiasco jeopardizes trust in our institutions," Marsh began calmly. Alice retorted, "Senator, these documents show that powerful figures orchestrated JFK's murder. The public deserves to know. Did you or your predecessors share complicity?" Marsh's polite mask cracked. "I was not around in '63, but yes, I represent a lineage that believed in safeguarding national security by any means. Some secrets must remain buried to keep America strong. The chaos you're unleashing helps no one." Manny, hidden, recorded every word. Marsh realized too late this conversation was on the record. She grew furious, hissing, "You vile opportunist." Suddenly, Thomas Garrity burst in from a side door, pistol in hand. Manny froze behind the camera. Marsh whipped around. "Garrity, why are you here?" he glowered. "I am cleaning up your loose ends, Senator." Marsh's eyes flashed anger. "We do not kill them in a public broadcast, you fool! Stand down!" Garrity spat. "You lost control. This entire scandal threatens us all." In a standoff, Garrity advanced, aiming at Alice. She tensed, heart pounding. Chaos erupted. Manny tried to tackle Garrity. A shot rang out, grazing Manny's shoulder. He collapsed with a cry. Marsh shouted in panic, "Stop, Garrity! We can salvage this!" Garrity ignored her, turning the weapon at Alice. She ducked behind a chair, trembling. Sensing it was do or die, Manny, despite the pain, wrenched himself up, lunged at Garrity again. Another shot fired wide, lodging in a table. Marsh stumbled back, her perfect composure shattered. She shrieked, "You're destroying everything!" Garrity roared back, "We do what must be done!" The scene was chaotic, but Manny managed to knock Garrity's arm enough to send the pistol skittering. Alice seized the moment, dashed forward, retrieving the gun, holding it unsteadily. Garrity lunged for her, but Manny blocked him and they could pin Garrity down. Unbeknownst to Marsh, Manny's camera had been streaming to a small online platform. The scuffle, the senator's meltdown, Garrity's confessions about ends justify means, it all broadcast live. The partial admission from Marsh about a lineage preserving secrets at all cost went public. Observers on the internet watched, stunned, as it became apparent that a high-level figure condoned lethal methods to keep old secrets hidden. Police sirens soon approached. In the final moments, Marsh tried to salvage dignity, stammering to the camera that everything was misconstrued. But the broadcast ended with uniformed officers storming in, subduing Garrity, paramedics tending Manny's wound. Alice felt relief mingle with exhaustion. They had forced a confession, or near enough, out into the open. The entire conspiracy was effectively laid bare for national scrutiny. In the days that followed, Marsh faced a firestorm. Public calls for her resignation mounted. Congressional committees demanded an inquiry. She tried to disclaim involvement, but the partial meltdown on camera was damning. Garrity was arrested, though rumours swirled he'd take the fall alone. Meanwhile, Manny's minor injury was treated, and he was released from the hospital with a bandaged shoulder. Dr. Fowler stepped forward, confirming the ballistic data, lending the final blow to the official single-shooter theory. In the swirl, Alice pressed authorities about Sam Delgado's fate. Garrity, under interrogation, grudgingly admitted Sam had escaped the safe house, wounded but alive. He'd fled, uncertain of his direction. This spurred a new search. A few days later, Sam reappeared, calling from a hospital in another state. He'd sustained a minor gunshot wound, but managed to slip away while Garrity gave chase. He was safe now, though shaken. Alice wept with relief. She realised how close they'd come to losing him. The documents plus Marsh's meltdown spurred a major national debate, overshadowing typical news. Polls reveal the public was half in shock, half in denial. Some refused to believe the government orchestrated JFK's death, calling it a hoax. Others demanded immediate prosecutorial action. The White House declared a special commission to review the newly revealed evidence. Historians declared it the biggest revision of 20th century American history in decades. For Alice, the experience was bittersweet. She'd uncovered the truth, but at great cost. Sam's injuries, Manny's brush with death, her own near-lost faith in the system. She felt no triumph, only relief that the old Agent Moore's final cryptic warnings had led her here. She remembered how the story started with a simple anniversary piece. Now it ended with a national reckoning. She often revisited the memory of Agent Moore's frail voice. He was just a patsy. Indeed, the entire truth was darker than she imagined. Months later, Alice visited Dealey Plaza in Dallas. The sun shone on the famous old book depository, the vantage point that for decades was claimed to be the lone shooter's nest. But she now knew multiple vantage points were used. She stood quietly, reflecting on how easily official narratives can shape history for generations. Sam, mostly recovered, accompanied her. They laid flowers as a token for the memory of that day in 1963, for the watchers, the scapegoat, the complicity. "We did what we could," Sam said softly. Alice nodded. Back home, Manny's article series titled Shadows in Dallas, The Crosswinds Documents, soared in readership. Dr. Fowler's forensic testimony became standard reference for new documentaries. Garrity's trial ended with him scapegoated by the government apparatus, ironically reminiscent of Oswald's fate. Senator Marsh resigned under scandal, facing ongoing investigations that might or might not lead to convictions. Yet even with so much revealed, some corners of the public remained unconvinced. "It's too big," they said, or "we can't rewrite history now." But the seeds of truth, once planted, took root. Thus the final lines of the JFK conspiracy story were no simple conclusion. The revelation sparked endless ramifications, rewriting textbooks, fueling more controversies, forging a new acceptance that sometimes the greatest secrets can endure for decades, until a few persistent souls bring them to light. Alice Coleman, once a modest journalist assigned to an anniversary piece, had shattered a portion of national myth. The cost weighed on her heart, but the voice of her conscience said it was worth it. So concluded the saga of Shadows in Dallas, a conspiracy undone by unwavering determination, proving that in the end, even the darkest secrets can be forced to face the sunlight. Join us as we unravel what truly lies under those runways and behind those symbolic murals. Let's begin. Avery Barnes carefully navigated the bustling terminal of Denver International Airport, clutching a small digital recorder in one hand and a tangle of press passes in the other. She had come ostensibly to cover a routine story about passenger satisfaction and the airport's new automated train system. But her real reason for being here was an itch in the back of her mind, a swirl of rumours, from suspicious murals depicting apocalyptic scenes to talk of hidden bunkers. She'd glimpsed swirling claims online about the DIA being a front for a New World Order base, replete with deep subterranean facilities. Most mainstream outlets dismiss such chatter as nonsense, but Avery was determined to see if there was anything more than smoke. As she walked, the overhead announcements droned about flights departing for Los Angeles or Chicago. In her line of sight, families lugged suitcases, business travellers strode with purposeful steps, and the background hum of rolling luggage formed a mild soundtrack. Overlooking it all was the airport's distinctive peaked roof, reminiscent of the Rocky Mountains. The modern architecture gave DIA an airy feel, but Avery noticed how even the bright lights and open spaces couldn't quell the sense of something off. Maybe it was the hush of security cameras overhead, or the sheer sprawl of the place, with corridors that seemed to lead nowhere. Her contact, Miguel Varela, had sent her a cryptic message the previous week. "If you want real evidence, come to DIA. I'll show you some locked-up expansions." She hoped he'd appear. She had zero illusions about how risky it might be for him, a long-time maintenance worker going on record about unusual construction sites. While waiting, she meandered toward the iconic murals near the baggage claim. She'd read about them. Online conspiracies pointed to their alleged portrayal of global catastrophe, secret symbols, even cryptic references to Freemasonry. At first glance, they looked vibrant and whimsical, depicting scenes of children, doves, and strangely martial figures in others. Hardly definitive proof of a hidden agenda, but Avery felt a small chill. Something about the art was too surreal for an airport. A tap on her shoulder startled her. A young man in a plain uniform whispered, "Ms. Barnes." She turned, meeting Miguel Varela's anxious gaze. He beckoned her to follow him away from the main corridor. They ducked into a side hallway seldom used by passengers. The overhead fluorescent lights cast a sterile glow on the beige walls, the hum of an HVAC system echoing faintly. Leaning close, Miguel explained in a low voice, "We keep building expansions that go nowhere. Sealed corridors, huge subterranean sections not on official maps. Management is hush-hush. They tell us not to question, but it's bigger than standard baggage systems." Avery's pulse quickened. She asked for specifics. Miguel described how, during overnight shifts, entire shipments of unmarked crates arrived at restricted docks. He'd also found references to level -4 in some internal documents, yet the official blueprint only listed 2 basement levels. Rumours among staff suggested a labyrinth of bunkers or secure facilities. Some say it's for a catastrophic event. Others blame a secret organisation, Miguel said with a dry chuckle. But the fear in his eyes was real. As Avery scribbled notes, a sudden hush fell when a security guard rounded the corner. They both fell silent, feigning normal conversation. The guard passed by with only a nod, presumably noticing nothing amiss. After that brief scare, Miguel said he had a break in about an hour. He'd try to slip her into a maintenance corridor that might reveal part of the subterranean expansions. She agreed to meet him near a staff cafeteria, mind bristling with curiosity. With that, they parted. Needing more background, Avery strolled to an out-of-the-way lounge where she set up her laptop to browse additional leads. She found references to the infamous Blue Mustang statue outside. Locals nicknamed it Blucifer after an accident that cost its sculptor's life. Then there was the Masonic dedication plaque with mention of a New World Airport Commission, fueling conspiratorial chatter about an NWO. Every piece fit the mosaic of hush-hush expansions and weird symbols. Her email pinged. A note from an art historian doctor, Valerie Ung, responding to Avery's inquiry about the airport's mural designs. She offered to meet soon to discuss the symbolic iconography. Good. Another puzzle piece in place. Time passed, and Avery made her way to the staff cafeteria. True to his word, Miguel arrived, wearing an uneasy expression. Quietly, he guided her through a corridor marked "Authorized Personnel Only." As they passed locked doors, the environment took on a more utilitarian look. Concrete floors, dull overhead lamps, no travellers in sight, just occasional workers or carts. At a certain door with a coded keypad, Miguel typed in a code. The door hissed open, revealing an industrial staircase descending into a faintly lit space. "Down here is part of the old baggage system everyone jokes about," Miguel whispered. "But deeper, there's sealed expansions. I've only glimpsed them." Avery's heart thumped. She carefully followed him down the steps. The air grew cooler, the hum of machinery more pronounced. They reached a wide corridor with overhead pipes and cables. Miguel led her to a set of double doors labelled "Restricted, No Entry." He pressed his ear to it, then motioned for Avery to do the same. The hush behind the doors felt charged, as though a large empty chamber lay beyond. He quietly tested the handle. Locked, of course. "Any chance you can get me inside?" Avery asked, adrenaline spiking. Miguel shook his head. "Not without triggering alarms. But I saw large shipments vanish behind these doors at night." Avery snapped discreet photos. Her camera's flash turned off. She noticed a small symbol etched near the door's corner, a stylized pyramid with a single eye. It was no official airport mark. Her breath caught. Could this be evidence of a bigger conspiracy? She put a gentle hand on the door, imagining the subterranean space behind it. "I suspect deeper passageways lead from here," Miguel said softly. "Word is, staff used to joke about bunkers for VIPs during Doomsday, but management calls them nonsense." Their covert exploration ended abruptly when footsteps echoed from further down the corridor. Startled, they retreated, hurrying back up the stairs. At the top, Miguel parted with a whispered, "Be careful." They watch everything. Then he slipped away, presumably returning to his normal tasks, leaving Avery with her mind racing. She quickly made her way to a more public area, melding with the crowd of passengers to avoid suspicion. That evening, Avery sat in a corner of the airport's main concourse reviewing her notes. 1,000 questions whirled in her mind. She typed a quick message to Dr. Valerie Ung, setting up a meeting for the next day to examine the mural's hidden or symbolic references. Meanwhile, she planned to request official comment from the airport's PR manager, Rosalind Carter, though she suspected only corporate spin in response. As she gazed at the busy travellers rushing to gates, she felt a swirl of paranoia. Who else might have noticed her wandering? Could there be watchers behind those tinted windows of the security offices? One thing was clear. Denver International Airport's rumoured mysteries weren't mere online jokes. Something truly lay beneath the terminal floors, something so guarded that even staff like Miguel only gleaned glimpses. Avery intended to find out precisely what. She could feel the tension, an unstoppable curiosity colliding with an institutional desire to keep it all under wraps. Folding her laptop, she steeled herself for the next day's challenges, half excited, half uneasy about what further secrets she might unearth in those labyrinthine corridors. Early the next morning, Avery Barnes prepared herself to meet Rosalind Carter, the Denver International Airport's senior public relations manager. She had arranged an official request for comment about new expansions, though her real goal was to see how Carter responded to inquiries about suspicious underground projects. The appointed time was just after 9 a.m. in a glass-walled office overlooking part of the terminal. Avery, sporting her best friendly journalist demeanour, approached the security desk, stating her appointment. A short elevator ride whisked her up to a suite of executive offices. Rosalind Carter greeted Avery with a polished smile, her posture impeccable, eyes keen. She led Avery into a sleek conference room. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the vast runways and the iconic white tents of DIA's main terminal. Carter offered a seat, poured a small cup of coffee, and inquired politely about Avery's interest in writing an article. Avery explained she was focusing on the airport's continuing expansions and addressing some online rumours. Carter's tone stayed cordial, but had an undercurrent of practiced deflection. She spoke about ongoing improvements to enhance passenger experience, referencing new gates, updated baggage systems. When Avery gently probed about levels beneath the terminal or sealed corridors, Carter let out a short laugh. We're aware of the conspiracies floating around, bunkers, secret societies, but truly, there's nothing beyond standard sub-basements for baggage handling and mechanical equipment. She flashed a perfect PR grin. The airport is big, yes, but we only close off sections for maintenance or safety reasons, not for anything clandestine. Avery pressed a bit further. What about employees who claim to have seen sealed expansions or shipments at odd hours? Carter's smile tightened. She insisted that any off-hour shipments were typical supplies for ongoing construction or large-scale vendor deliveries. We operate 24/7, Ms. Barnes. We have to. This is an international airport. That might look suspicious from the outside, but it's routine. She maintained impeccable composure, never letting a crack show. Her eyes, however, flickered with a trace of caution. Finally, Avery inquired about the airport's rumoured time capsule or Masonic plaque, referencing a New World Airport Commission. Carter explained in clipped monotone. That was a local civic group from the 1990s, not some secret society. People read too much into a harmless plaque. The quickness of her answer felt rehearsed. She ended with a polite wrap-up. I'm sure your readers will find the real expansions quite ordinary once your piece is done. Let me know if you need more official statements. Avery concluded the meeting with a forced smile, suspecting Carter had meticulously avoided any direct responses to the deeper allegations. Leaving the executive suite, Avery felt both frustration and renewed suspicion. Carter's polished disclaimers were exactly what one might expect if the airport indeed had hidden compartments. She decided to reconnect with Miguel soon, to see if he could give her more tangible leads. Meanwhile, she had an afternoon appointment with Dr. Valerie Ung to discuss the mural's alleged symbolism. She hurried across the main concourse, scanning the crowds for watchers. A creeping sense of being followed nagged at her, though she spotted no one specifically. She chalked it up to paranoia. Dr. Valerie Ung suggested they meet in a quiet corner of the terminal near a large mural. With lines of travellers passing by, Avery found the professor, a petite woman wearing glasses, flipping through a folder of reference images. Dr. Ung greeted Avery with a handshake and wasted no time in pointing out certain details in the largest mural. Bold, dreamlike images of children from various cultures, a figure that seemed to represent war or destruction, arcs of colour signifying peace overshadowing conflict. Many interpret these as allegories for global unity after strife, Dr. Ung said, but some see coded references to a new world order rising from chaos. The painter's intention is ambiguous. He did talk about bridging differences, yet conspiracists fixate on the militant shapes or the anguished faces in the background. Avery studied the artwork's corners, noticing images of extinct animals, weeping mothers, and a menacing figure in a gas mask. It does look unnerving in parts, more intense than typical airport art. Dr. Ung nodded. Yes, a strange choice for a public terminal. Possibly the airport's commissioning board wanted to provoke thought, but I do see curious symbols. A stylized letter resembling the Freemason square and compass, hidden within a swirl, subtle enough to be unconfirmed. Some lines do read as coded messages if you look from certain angles. They stepped to the next mural, which depicted a peaceful scene of children celebrating around a blossoming tree. Dr. Ung pointed at a portion of the painting's corner. Here, the initials N-A. Officially, it stands for the artist's note referencing native Western art or something, but conspiracy folks tie it to the New World Airport Commission. Avery's mind churned. She recalled Carter's denial about that group. Everything felt connected by faint threads. She asked if Dr. believed the rumours about secret societies. The professor shrugged. Hard to say. Artistic coincidences happen, but the sheer volume of strange references does give me pause. Possibly a sponsor had a strong symbolic intention. That's the missing piece. Who guided these commissions? After analysing the final mural, Doctoring parted ways, leaving Avery with a deeper sense that the airport's art might be more than random. Avery typed quick notes, references to NWA, covert Masonic or Illuminati hints, talk of a future global cataclysm. It all dovetailed with the rumour of subterranean bunkers built for an elite group prepping for some meltdown. She stepped away, noticing how passers-by took photos of the murals, unaware of their alleged deeper significance. By late afternoon, Avery's phone buzzed. A short text from Miguel. "Meet me at 8 p.m, staff door B19. I found something else." She felt a thrill of anticipation. Possibly new evidence about the sealed expansions. But caution soared too. She suspected Carter or some higher power might be vigilant. Already she'd glimpsed a uniformed guard following her for a moment earlier, though it might have been routine. She mentally prepared to keep a low profile. Before the evening meet, Avery decided to do more reconnaissance. She strolled near the iconic giant horse statue. Blue Mustang, infamous for its glowing red eyes. People joked it was cursed or ominous. Up close, the statue's size and intense gaze were disconcerting. She circled it, half hoping to find a hidden panel or code. Nothing stood out, but she couldn't shake the feeling that even that sculpture was part of a bigger tapestry, an attempt to signal something deeper about the airport's underlying purpose. Finally, night fell. The airport's bustling crowds thinned somewhat, though DIA never truly sleeps. Avery found her way to staff door B19, a poorly lit area near a lesser-used terminal hallway. Checking no one was around, she loitered casually, phone in hand. Right on time, Miguel slipped from the shadows, motioning her inside. Fear prickled in Avery's stomach. This was stepping over a line. Trespassing, possibly. Yet the thirst for truth overshadowed caution. As the door clicked shut behind them, overhead fluorescent lights buzzed. She sensed the weight of unseen watchers. No turning back now. She followed Miguel deeper, preparing for the confrontation with real, hidden expansions or whatever secrets the airport's powers sought to bury. Under the flickering hallway lights, Avery Barnes slipped into the restricted corridor behind Miguel Varela, heart hammering at the risk. They both wore subdued clothing, hoping to pass for routine staff if spotted. The hush in these halls was eerie, far from the bustling main terminal. The echo of their footsteps seemed magnified, every scuff on the polished floor a jarring note in the quiet. Yet they pressed on, guided by Miguel's knowledge of certain door codes and maintenance routes. The corridor twisted downward, the environment gradually losing the crisp corporate facade. Exposed pipes, open wiring. They skirted caged areas holding large mechanical units and stacks of building supplies. The overhead hum from fluorescent tubes became more sporadic, some flickering or half dead. "The expansions start below sub-level 2, Miguel whispered. "Officially it's just more baggage infrastructure, but I've seen hints of deeper shafts sealed with heavy blast doors." Avery nodded, adrenaline flooding her system. At a nondescript steel door, Miguel halted. A short keypad glowed beside it. He typed a code. To Avery's relief, the light clicked green, and the door slid open with a mechanical hiss. The air inside carried a faint chemical tang, reminiscent of fresh construction or sanitized surfaces. They stepped through, the door sliding shut behind them. Ahead, a broad hallway spread out, lined with crates labelled with bland descriptions. Electrical components, ventilation, stock. The floor was newly tiled, the walls unpainted concrete. It was the kind of place that felt half-finished. Miguel paused, brow furrowed. This corridor's new. Even a month ago it wasn't here. Avery marvelled at the scale. The ceiling soared above, industrial lighting mounted in neat rows. A sign read Section 4B, as if referencing a discrete zone. She snapped a few covert photos with her phone. Each step echoed, the hush unnerving. Eventually they reached a large metal door. It bore a sign that read, High Security, No Access, along with a card reader lock. Miguel frowned. I don't have clearance for that. He tried an older code to no avail. Avery approached the small window slit, trying to peer in. She made out dim overhead lighting, but no sign of activity. Possibly a massive chamber beyond. They pressed on, following side corridors branching off the main hall. Over time, they discovered a locked gate leading to what looked like a vertical shaft with an elevator platform. Lights inside glowed faintly. So, an elevator to an even lower level, Avery guessed. Miguel nodded, lips set. We never had mention of a third sub-level in the official plans. She quietly documented the elevator's existence. The deeper they went, the more convinced she became that these expansions were about more than baggage or typical airport systems. Suddenly, footsteps approached from around a corner. Miguel gasped, motioning Avery to hide. They ducked behind a cluster of crates. Two figures in security uniforms walked past, engaged in quiet conversation. From the snippet Avery overheard something about timing for the next supply intake and Knight wants the East Corridor sealed by next month. She tensed. Knight? Could that be a reference to Marcus Knight, the rumoured big shot who oversaw hush-hush government contracting? She wanted to follow them, but the risk was too high. After they moved on, Miguel released a breath. They must be top-level security. Regular staff rarely come down here. They resumed exploring, quickly but carefully. Avery found doorways labelled storage, ventilation control, server node. Some opened easily, revealing large server racks or mechanical piping. Others were locked tight. In a small maintenance closet, they discovered a blueprint pinned to the wall. It was partially covered by a coffee-stained sheet, but when they lifted it, they saw a rough schematic referencing S4 L3 access shafts, indicating multiple sub-level connections. The blueprint extended beyond the known basement levels, indicating large open areas labelled reserved. Avery's heart pounded. This was near proof of a massive subterranean facility. She snapped photos with trembling excitement. Real evidence. A beep from Miguel's phone broke the hush. Startled, he fumbled to silence it. Too late. Footsteps again. Close. They extinguished the small overhead closet light, crouching behind a large shelf. A figure stepped into the closet, shining a flashlight. They froze, hearts in throats. The flashlight beams swept across pipes, nearly grazing Avery's foot. Thankfully, the figure didn't notice them, perhaps assuming the beep was random noise. The beam lingered, then retreated. The door closed. Silence returned, but adrenaline left them shaking. They realised they had to retreat soon or risk capture. Before leaving, they uncovered an old crate with cryptic labelling. Emergency ration, Series G, plus a date years in the future. That spiked Avery's intrigue. Who stores rations labelled for use years away, as though planning for a doomsday scenario? She snapped another photo. It was almost too bizarre. The idea that the airport might be a hub for an elite survival plan was starting to feel less outlandish. They made for the corridor exit, but along the way, a keypad beeped from ahead. They ducked into a side recess, turning off their flashlights. Two more security guards, each carrying sidearms, strode through. Avery recognised one from a distance. Rosalind Carter, the PR manager in an unmarked security uniform. She wore a stern expression, murmuring in an urgent tone to a colleague, "We can't let them leak any of these expansions." Knight is already reviewing the next shipments. The colleague responded, "We'll lock down all staff access. They can't wander in." Carter nodded, continuing down the hall. The revelation that Carter herself patrolled these restricted areas, wearing a different persona, hammered home how big this cover-up was. Avery and Miguel huddled, exchanging a silent, wide-eyed look. They had to get out fast. Slipping quietly back to the door they'd used to enter, they typed the code and returned to the more standard basement corridor. No one seemed to notice them emerging. Re-entering the main staff areas, they parted ways quickly. Avery took a moment to gather her wits among the normal swirl of the airport's baggage zone. The difference in atmosphere was jarring. Above ground, travellers scurried, shops displayed souvenirs, a facade of normalcy overshadowing the hush below. That night, Avery holed up in a budget motel near the airport, transferring the photos and notes from her phone onto a secure drive. She typed a summary: extensive sub-level expansions, elevator shafts leading to unlisted floors, crates of emergency rations, presence of armed security beyond normal staff. Meanwhile, Carter's secret involvement, referencing Knight's instructions. The puzzle was forming: an advanced shelter or a command centre for some higher power, possibly linked to the rumoured New World Order conspiracies. The question was how to confirm the final details. Miguel texted her, anxious. "We took big risks. Carter is suspicious. Don't contact me for a while." She replied with thanks, acknowledging the need for caution. Next, she emailed Dr. Ung a cryptic clue about the expansions, inquiring if the airport's time capsule or Masonic references tie in with large-scale bunkers. Dr. Ung responded that the time capsule's plaque included symbols reminiscent of those found in certain clandestine groups, but needed more direct evidence to connect it to the expansions. The path forward was treacherous. But with real photographic proof in her hands, Avery felt unstoppable. She planned to contact a small independent news site or blog to release a preliminary story. However, she knew she might face immediate backlash or sabotage if she published too soon. She decided instead to attempt a final infiltration, one that could gather conclusive video footage. She'd also see if, in the meantime, she could track down references to Marcus Knight, the rumoured puppet master. Resolving to hold her nerve, she settled in for a restless sleep, half dreaming of corridors beneath the airport, where every locked door concealed a piece of a grand conspiracy. Tomorrow, she would push further, or risk losing the chance to unmask the truth entirely. Morning brought Avery Barnes a subdued sense of urgency. Over coffee at the motel, she reviewed her phone notifications. A message from Dr. Valerie Ung, offering to meet at the airport's infamous time capsule marker. Another from an anonymous address read simply, "Be careful, they know." The short note cast a chill over her. Possibly a friend of Miguel or a concerned insider. She exhaled slowly, steeling herself for another day in the belly of the beast. Returning to DIA, she found it as busy as ever, travellers hustling, overhead announcements echoing. She kept her camera gear discreetly stowed in a shoulder bag. Dr. Ung awaited near a subdued corner of the main concourse, close to a stone marker with a Masonic symbol. That marker, Avery recalled, was said to mention the New World Airport Commission. Conspiracy forums fixated on it, believing it indicated a hidden sponsor behind the airport's design. Dr. Ung greeted her with a polite nod, then quietly pointed out the inscriptions. The plaque indeed read, "Dedicated to the people of Colorado, the New World Airport Commission," referencing a date in the mid-1990s. The Masonic square and compass insignia sat in the corner. A time capsule was rumoured to lie beneath it, to be opened decades later. While passers-by strolled by without a second glance, Avery snapped photos, Dr. Ung providing commentary in a low tone. Masonic influences do appear now and then in public projects, but usually it's overshadowed by typical civic stuff. Yet the phrase New World Airport Commission is truly odd. No official record of that group existing outside DIA documentation. It does feed the speculation that some elite collective quietly guided the project. She touched the plaque lightly. Some say inside the time capsule are hints of this global or New World Order plan. Avery's mind connected the dots. Hidden expansions, Masonic references, hush-hush shipments. She asked Doctor, "If the symbol matched some of the shapes from the murals? The professor nodded. Yes, it's the same stylized geometry. The artist used shapes reminiscent of Masonic angles in background corners. Possibly a coincidence, but in total, it's suspicious. Dr. Ung then offered a slender envelope. I dug up older press photos from the airport's grand opening. Some shots show the site with deeper excavation than official stories mention. Might be relevant. Avery thanked her, glimpsing the black and white prints of huge pits, seemingly deeper than typical infrastructure demands. More fuel for her story. Their quiet meeting ended abruptly when a uniformed guard approached, politely but firmly asking them to clear the area for staff cleaning. A mild excuse, but Avery recognised they might be monitored. She parted ways with Doctor, promising to share any final revelations. The professor told her to be cautious. Rumours circulated among local academics about how persistent investigators into DIA's mysteries sometimes found themselves blacklisted or visited by officials. Avery ducked into a restroom, checking her phone. Another message from Miguel. I can't talk more. Carter's men are on to me, but meet me at the far end of Concourse C at 10 p.m. if you want the final route to the sub-level. Knight might be here tonight. She swallowed, nerves flaring. So this was it. The final infiltration. The attempt to catch Marcus Knight in the act. She suspected the conspirators were stepping up security. If she got caught, it could be catastrophic. Her heart pounded, but if she truly wanted to blow the lid off the subterranean expansions, she needed that conclusive footage or direct confrontation. Throughout the afternoon, she prepared quietly, clearing memory space on her camera, backing up her existing photos to a remote cloud, drafting a short article skeleton in case she had to publish quickly. She arranged for a trusted blogger contact to receive her evidence if she went offline. The sense of a final stand weighed on her. Meanwhile, a recurring paranoia dogged her. Any uniformed staff might be an agent of Carter or Knight. She tried not to meet eyes with passing security, maintaining a normal facade by sitting in a coffee shop or strolling the terminal shops. Evening fell, the terminal's hustle gradually thinning. The overhead lights dimmed in certain sections. Avery kept close watch on the time. At 9:45 p.m, she slipped toward Concourse C, aware that late flights still disembarked, but traffic was quieter. She found an out-of-the-way corridor near some service rooms. At 10 sharp, footsteps approached. A tense-faced Miguel glancing over his shoulder. He whispered, "We don't have much time. Knight is rumoured to do an inspection or meeting in the sub-lower expansions. Let's move." He led her through an employees-only corridor. This time they bypassed a standard checkpoint by following a narrow passage behind mechanical piping. Overhead fans whirred in a subdued roar, the temperature dropping a bit. They surfaced at a security door with a numeric keypad. Miguel typed in new codes, presumably gleaned from some updated staff log. The door beeped. They slipped in. Darkness reigned, lit only by an emergency bulb. Avery's heart hammered with the knowledge that any camera footage might blow her entire investigation wide open. Descend. The corridor led to a freight elevator. Miguel produced a keycard, scanning it. By some stroke of luck, it worked. The elevator shuddered downward. The panel displayed no floor numbers, just a blank readout. As they descended, the hush thickened. Only the hum of machinery thrummed in the background. When the doors slid open, they stepped into a wide sub-level corridor quite unlike the standard basement. The space was furbished with advanced electronics and thick cables running overhead. The overhead lights had a faint flicker. Avery quietly turned on her camera, hoping to capture raw footage. Miguel pointed to a far corner with large metallic doors. That's a main security checkpoint deeper in. Knight might be inside. He motioned her to keep quiet. They advanced slowly, each step almost painfully loud. The corridor branched. They glimpsed crates labelled sustainment stock stacked high. Another sign read, "Personnel lockers, restricted." A series of tinted windows faced an interior chamber, dimly lit, where a handful of black uniformed guards conversed. Among them, Avery recognised the silhouette of Rosalind Carter. She was in heated discussion with a tall man in a sharp suit, Marcus Knight. Though she'd never seen him in person, his posture radiated authority. He tapped a folder on a table. The pair looked tense. Miguel and Avery hid behind a partially open door, camera angled to record. Over the quiet hum they caught fragments. "We need to expedite Phase 2. We can't risk further leaks." Knight's voice was low, commanding. Carter responded, "We're sealing all sub-level access soon. That meddling journalist is here, but we'll intercept if necessary." The mention of journalist pinned Avery's heart with dread. They definitely knew about her. She kept filming, controlling her breathing. Then a beep and footsteps. A guard approached from behind, having spotted or sensed movement. Avery and Miguel froze, adrenaline spiking. The guard barked, "Hey!" In the split second of panic, Miguel hissed, "Run!" Avery clutched her camera, pivoting down a side corridor. The guard gave chase. Miguel tried to block him, pushing a rolling cart into his path. The guard stumbled, cursing. More voices shouted. Carter and Knight might have heard the commotion. Alarms beeped, a swirling red light illuminating the corridor. Avery found a door half ajar, darted inside. Another hallway, possibly an emergency exit route, leading to a flight of metal stairs. Behind her, footsteps pounded. She glimpsed a second guard, weapon drawn. The hush now overshadowed by harsh warnings. She took the stairs, hearing shouts to stop. Ears pounding, she pressed the camera to her chest, determined to keep the footage safe. The staircase wound up. She prayed it led to an exit, or at least an unguarded zone in the standard basement. She heard no sign of Miguel behind her. Fear clenched her stomach. He'd likely drawn the security away. She had to trust he'd find a way out. At last, she emerged into a smaller mechanical room. The door from there to the main baggage level was locked from the outside. She rummaged quickly, found a crowbar near a tool rack. Jamming it into the door's edge, she pried it open with a grunt. The metal screeched. She darted through, slamming it behind her, then found herself in the standard baggage zone. Workers there stared in confusion. She dashed into the open corridor, blending with a small crowd of late-shift staff. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but none recognised her as an intruder. She slowed to a brisk walk, heart in her throat. The alarm behind her soon died away. With surprising ease, she reached the passenger area. She discovered a cluster of travellers milling around a late flight. Security apparently hadn't locked down the entire airport yet. She took advantage, calmly heading to an exit, camera hidden under a jacket. Night air greeted her outside. She hopped into a taxi, telling the driver to step on it. Her entire body trembled from adrenaline. She had video footage, recordings of Knight's words, glimpses of the sub-level expansions. Possibly more than enough to confirm a major cover-up. But the cost was high. Miguel's fate worried her, and the conspirators might attempt a full meltdown to kill the story. In the midnight hush, Avery Barnes sat in her cheap motel room, laptop open, camera cables snaking from it. Her pulse still hammered from the infiltration. Shakily, she reviewed the footage. Shaky images of the corridor expansions, the crates labelled sustainment stock, and the glimpse of Rosalind Carter with a commanding figure, likely Marcus Knight, discussing Phase 2 and leaks. Despite the frantic camera movements, the content was unmistakable. This was real, tangible evidence that the Denver International Airport had advanced subterranean expansions well beyond typical infrastructure. The references to Phase 2 implied something deeper, some looming next step. She typed up a summary, carefully stringing the data together with pictures from earlier infiltration attempts, plus the blueprint she photographed. On a second phone, she tried calling Miguel. No response. Fear gnawed at her. As dawn broke, she reached out to a small but reputable online investigative news site, Watchlight Chronicles, run by a friend, Petra, who specialised in underreported stories. She emailed the preliminary article and attachments. Petra responded swiftly, half incredulous, half excited. "This is huge. We'll run it if you confirm authenticity, but be ready for blowback," the message read. Avery recognised it might put her in crosshairs. She typed back a calm acceptance. The story needed to see daylight. Sure enough, within hours of finalising the piece, Avery's phone lit up with calls from unknown numbers. She ignored them. Then a text from a local mainstream reporter friend asked if she'd truly found secret bunkers. The rumour was out, though not from mainstream outlets yet. Avery decided to do one better. She'd hold an informal press conference or a streaming session the next morning from a location near the airport. This direct approach might force DIA officials to respond publicly. She found a cafe near downtown Denver that offered a private back room. She scheduled an early press gathering, inviting a handful of local bloggers, small radio hosts, and a couple of bigger outlets who might be curious. She kept it low profile, but word travelled in certain circles. That night she barely slept, half expecting a black SUV to appear, whisking her away. But no one came. Perhaps Carter and Knight were unprepared for how fast Avery moved. Early next day, about a dozen folks gathered in that cafe's back room. Tired baristas served coffee to half-awake reporters. Avery pinned up a small selection of printed photos, the sealed expansions, the blueprint referencing sub-level S-4, the crates labelled suspiciously. She played a short video clip on a projector showing the corridor infiltration, though it was dimly lit and shaky. The audio snippet capturing Knight's mention of Phase 2 in hushed tones drew hushed murmurs from the watchers. A local TV cameraman quietly filmed. Some gasped at the mention of potential doomsday bunkers. A radio host asked if she was worried about legal ramifications. Avery admitted yes, but insisted the public had the right to know. Mid-presentation, Rosalind Carter unexpectedly arrived, stepping into the cafe. She wore a cool, composed expression. "Ms. Barnes," she said in a loud, disapproving tone, "what you're doing is reckless." The small crowd parted, tension thickening. Carter launched into damage control. These so-called expansions are standard mechanical sublevels. The cargo you see was typical emergency supply stock. DIA has no hidden bunkers. We regret Ms. Barnes trespassed. We'll be pressing charges for infiltration. But her voice trembled ever so slightly. Avery realised Carter's presence here indicated fear that the story might spiral. Avery calmly presented the official blueprint mismatches, the advanced security. She asked Carter directly, if it's standard, why the locked expansions, armed guards, references to Phase 2? Why are internal staff threatened into silence? Carter's jaw clenched. She repeated the scripted denial. The small group of reporters pressed her, demanding direct answers. Carter eventually retreated, tossing a final threat. "We'll speak more through official channels. DIA's attorneys will handle you." Then she left in a swirl of frustration. The coverage soared across local online outlets that day. While big media initially hesitated, the story gained traction on social media. Many watchers dismissed it as yet another conspiracy. But the photographic proof of new sublevels, the blueprint references, and the cameo audio of a hushed conversation stirred curiosity. Sizable segments of the public demanded official clarifications. Meanwhile, Avery tried again to contact Miguel to no avail. She worried he'd been silenced or fired. But she pressed forward, giving an interview to the Watchlight Chronicles, detailing how she discovered the expansions with help from an anonymous insider. At DIA, the official stance remained. No clandestine bunkers. Some older baggage tunnels might not be in active use. Yet hush-lipped rumours persisted among staff, some quietly confirming they recognised the photos. Anonymous tipsters emerged, claiming the construction they worked on extended far beyond typical needs, with specialised blast doors. The swirl of new claims overshadowed the official narrative. Dr. Ung weighed in publicly about the airport's time capsule and Masonic plaque, fueling the sense that a bigger puzzle lay beneath the iconic terminal. Meanwhile, sightings of Marcus Knight grew sporadic. Some said he was a high-level government contractor who oversaw security infrastructure. Others claimed he was part of a private consortium. No official record pinned him, fueling speculation. A few days later, rumours circulated that Knight had retreated from DIA or was seen boarding a hush flight. Carter refused to comment. A week later, after the dust settled somewhat, Avery found a small note in her motel mailbox. It read, "Thank you. I had to leave." She recognised it must be from Miguel, suggesting he escaped or went underground. Relief tempered by sadness. He'd risked everything. The note reaffirmed that real secrets were at play, not just an overblown rumour. She stashed it away, a reminder of the personal cost behind revelations. In the months to follow, partial investigations opened at city council levels. Some demanded more transparency on DIA's expansions. Official statements revealed minimal new revelations, but public pressure forced them to allow limited tours of certain sub-basements. Conspiracy watchers took to the net, devouring each new crumb. Meanwhile, Avery's story soared in alt-media circles, brandishing headlines like DIA bunkers exposed. Some mainstream outlets covered it neutrally. The general public remained divided between intrigue and skepticism. Avery, for her part, lingered in Denver a bit, writing follow-up pieces that wove the entire narrative. Murals, ominous sculptures, suspicious time capsules, hush expansions, Knight's cameo. She suspected the labyrinth below was far more extensive than official tours showed, but she'd achieved enough to confirm the existence of large restricted levels, advanced security, and a swirl of suspicious references to doomsday or a controlling power. In a final article, she asked readers to keep watchful. Though we forced partial disclosure, deeper shadows may remain under the terminal. Our best defence is open eyes and unrelenting questions. With that, Avery departed Denver. On her last day, she strolled by the terminal's shimmering tents, noticing passengers going about daily life, many oblivious to the drama beneath their feet. She found a quiet corner, gazing out at the runways that rumour said formed a swastika-like shape from above. Maybe just an odd design coincidence, or maybe part of a bigger design orchestrated by hidden powers. She let the question linger without a firm conclusion, accepting that some mysteries only half surfaced, their deeper layers forever locked behind sealed doors. In her final reflection, Avery recognised that conspiracies rarely unravel neatly. Some watchers might brand her revelations half-baked or sensational, yet she had done her due diligence, shining a spotlight on real expansions, forced official disclaimers, and unsettled powerful figures. That alone was a small victory. Leaning against a railing, she took a calming breath of the crisp Colorado air. The sun glinted on the distant snow-peaked mountains, a stark contrast to the labyrinth of secrets below. She whispered a silent thanks for not losing herself to the hush of intimidation. Then she grabbed her bag, heading for the main exit, leaving Denver International Airport behind, yet carrying forward the memory of corridors in the deep, flickering fluorescent lights, and a truth so big it rattled the complacent narrative. The horizon beckoned her next scoop, but this one would linger in her mind for a long while, the day she glimpsed the shadows under the terminal and dared to bring them into the light. The basement archive was silent except for the gentle whirring of the dehumidifier. Dr. Felix Morneau preferred it this way. The quiet allowed him to concentrate on the delicate work of separating fact from fiction, truth from myth, a task that had consumed the last 23 years of his life. At 57, Felix had become one of the world's foremost forensic genealogists, though few outside his specialised field knew his name. He had disproven the descendants of Anastasia Romanoff, confirmed the lineage of contested royal heirs, and quietly dismantled numerous historical frauds with nothing more than DNA samples, historical records, and his methodical, patient mind. His office at the University of Lyon was his sanctuary. Walls lined with climate-controlled storage units preserving genetic material, floors stacked with reference books, and a desk buried beneath folders of ongoing cases. Felix preferred the company of the dead and their secrets to the noise of the living. The letter arrived on a Tuesday in October, forwarded from the university's main office. Handwritten on yellowed paper, the envelope bore no return address, only a smudged postmark from Argentina. Felix almost discarded it with the usual correspondence from conspiracy theorists and treasure hunters. But something about the penmanship, deliberate yet shaky, as if written by an elderly hand fighting against time itself, made him pause. He slid a letter opener beneath the flap and extracted 2 pages of thin, tissue-like paper covered in faded blue ink. Dr. Monod, I write to you from the village of San Esteban del Valle in Patagonia. My name is Father Miguel Dominguez, and I have served this remote parish for 57 years. I am dying now, and before I join our Lord, there is a truth I must not take to my grave. 3 weeks ago, we buried a man known to our village as Heinrich Schneider. He was the last of them, the Germans who came in the years after the war. His true identity was erased by people more powerful than you or I could imagine. The others who knew the truth are dead now. I have kept records. I have preserved what I could. The body remains in our cemetery, unmarked except for a simple wooden cross. The family name connects to the highest levels of the Third Reich. I implore you to come. I have followed your work from afar. You're known for your discretion and your commitment to historical truth above all else. There is no one else I can trust with this. Funds for your travel have been arranged through the law office listed below. Please hurry. I fear I have little time left. In God's name. Father Miguel Dominguez Felix set the letter down and removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. Another Nazi hunter's fantasy, most likely. Since the war's end, South America had been painted as a refuge for fleeing Nazis, some truth mixed with wild exaggeration. He'd received similar letters before, and yet. The priest hadn't named Hitler directly. Most conspiracy theorists couldn't help themselves, immediately proclaiming their discovery of the Führer. The restraint was unusual, and the letter mentioned no treasure, no hidden art, no reward, only an unmarked grave and a dying man's confession. Felix checked the law office mentioned in the letter, a legitimate firm in Buenos Aires. A quick call confirmed that travel arrangements had indeed been made in his name. An open first-class ticket to Argentina and a substantial deposit for expenses. 2 days later, Felix found himself on a plane to Buenos Aires, the letter tucked in his breast pocket. As the aircraft banked over the Atlantic, he wondered, not for the first time, why he had accepted this invitation. Perhaps it was the methodical scientist in him, unable to leave a question unanswered. Perhaps it was the mention of the last of them, implying a group, a community, not just a lone fugitive. Or perhaps, after decades of disproving myths, some part of him wanted to discover one that was true. From Buenos Aires, Felix took a smaller plane to Bariloche, a town nestled at the foot of the Andes, known for its Swiss-like architecture and, as many whispered, its German connections after the war. From there, a rented jeep carried him along increasingly rough roads, deeper into Patagonia. San Esteban del Valle appeared suddenly as he rounded a mountain bend, a collection of perhaps 60 buildings nestled in a valley, surrounded by towering pines. The architecture was distinctly Bavarian. Steep-roofed houses with wooden balconies, a small stone church with a tall spire, and narrow cobblestone streets that seemed transported directly from the Black Forest. The village was quiet as Felix drove in, with only a few people visible on the streets. An old woman sweeping her porch stopped to stare at him. A group of children playing in a square fell silent as his jeep passed. Felix noted that none of them waved or smiled. They simply watched, their faces unreadable. He parked outside the church and climbed the worn stone steps. The heavy wooden door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of candle wax and old stone. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting coloured patterns across empty pews. "Father Dominguez?" Felix called, his voice echoing. A side door opened, and a young man in priest's attire emerged. "I'm Father Paulo," he said in accented English. "Father Dominguez passed away 3 days ago." Felix felt a pang of disappointment. "I'm sorry to hear that. He invited me here. I'm Dr. Felix Monod." Recognition flickered in the young priest's eyes. "Yes, he spoke of you in his final days. He left materials for you." Father Paulo gestured toward a doorway. "Please, this way." The priest led Felix through the church to a small office lined with bookshelves. On a simple wooden desk sat a leather portfolio tied with string. "Father Dominguez served here for nearly 60 years, Father Paulo said, his voice hushed. He was the confessor to everyone in the village. Even those who kept to themselves came to him eventually. Felix nodded, eyeing the portfolio. He mentioned a burial, a man named Heinrich Schneider. Father Paulo crossed himself. "Yes, the grave is in the far corner of the cemetery beneath the cypress tree. Father Dominguez left instructions that the body should not be disturbed until you arrived." He paused. "The old Germans. They kept to themselves. Schneider was the last." "How many were there?" "These Germans? When I arrived 5 years ago, only 3 remained. Schneider was the youngest, but still very old. The others passed within months of each other last year." Felix gestured to the portfolio. "May I?" "It is why you were called here," Father Paulo said, then added, "Father Dominguez was troubled in his final days. He spoke of secrets that weighed on his soul." The young priest hesitated. "Whatever you discover, Dr. Monod, some truths are buried for a reason." With that cryptic warning, Father Paulo left, closing the door behind him. Felix sat at the desk and untied the portfolio. Inside was a collection of papers, photographs, and a small leather-bound journal. On top lay a handwritten note in the same shaky script as the letter he'd received. "Dr. Monod, if you are reading this, I have been called to meet my Maker. For over 50 years I have kept the secret of San Esteban. I have heard their confessions. I have given them the sacraments. I have watched their children grow and their old die. I told myself I was a shepherd to all lost souls. But some sins are too great for one priest to absolve. Schneider was not who he claimed to be. None of them were. The man in our cemetery is the one history records as having died in Berlin in 1945. The dental records will prove it. The DNA will confirm it. May God forgive me for my silence all these years. Father Miguel Dominguez." Felix set the note aside, his heart beating faster. The implication was clear, yet so fantastical he could barely allow himself to consider it. Instead, he turned to the journal and began to read. The first entry was dated May 1945. The village cemetery lay behind the church, a small plot bordered by ancient cypress trees. In the fading afternoon light, Felix stood before a simple wooden cross bearing no name, only a date. September 17th, 2024, less than a month ago. Father Paulo watched from a distance as Felix surveyed the grave. The young priest had provided him with the necessary permits, obtained through the law firm in Buenos Aires, that would allow exhumation. 2 local men stood nearby with shovels waiting for instructions. Felix had spent the morning reviewing Father Dominguez's journal and the accompanying documents. What he'd found was either an elaborate hoax spanning decades or something that would rewrite history books. Now he needed physical evidence. "We can begin," Felix said to the men, who nodded silently and approached the grave. The exhumation took nearly 2 hours. As the men worked, Felix studied the cemetery. Most graves bore Germanic names: Schmidt, Weber, Müller, Hoffmann. The dates of death began in the early 1950s, none before. It was as if the community had simply materialized after the war, with no previous history. When the simple wooden coffin was finally revealed, Felix stepped forward. He had performed or witnessed dozens of exhumations in his career, but never with such potential historical significance. He pulled on latex gloves and nodded to the men, who pried open the lid. Inside lay the body of an elderly man, well preserved due to the cold mountain climate, and what appeared to be rudimentary embalming. The face was gaunt, with prominent cheekbones and sunken eyes. A wispy white moustache adorned the upper lip. The man had been buried in a simple black suit with no personal effects or jewellery. Felix worked methodically, photographing the body from multiple angles, taking hair samples, swabbing for DNA, and examining the dental work. He paid particular attention to the teeth. They would be crucial for identification. "I need to examine the left leg," Felix told the men. They looked uncomfortable but helped him shift the body slightly. Felix carefully rolled up the left trouser leg to expose the knee. There it was, a puckered scar, evidence of an old shrapnel wound. According to medical records, Hitler had received such a wound during World War I at the Battle of the Somme. Next, Felix carefully unbuttoned the shirt. On the lower right abdomen was another scar, consistent with a bullet wound that had been treated long ago. It aligned with the location where Hitler had supposedly shot himself in the Berlin bunker. But if that were true, where was the head wound? Historical accounts claimed Hitler had put a gun to his temple. This man's skull was intact. Felix worked until dusk, collecting samples and documenting everything with photographs. When he finished, he instructed the men to reseal the coffin and refill the grave. Back in his room at the village's small guest house, Felix spread his findings across the bed. Father Dominguez's journal detailed the arrival of a group of Germans in 1946, approximately 20 people, who quickly established themselves in the remote village. They kept to themselves, spoke German among themselves, and built houses in the Bavarian style. Among them was a man initially called the Patient, someone who stayed hidden for nearly 2 years, recovering from injuries. Later this man emerged as Heinrich Schneider, an unassuming figure who rarely left the village but occasionally gave private lectures to the German community. The journal entry from December 1946 was particularly disturbing. "Today I was called to give last rites to one of the German women. While there, I glimpsed him for the first time, the one they call the Patient. He was seated by a window, his back to me. The left side of his face was heavily bandaged. When he sensed my presence, he turned slightly. Though I saw only his profile for a moment, I felt a chill of recognition." Later, when I mentioned this to Klaus, who serves as their doctor, he told me the Patient had suffered injuries requiring facial reconstruction. I asked no more questions, but that night I dreamed of the newsreels I had seen during the war, of rallies in Nuremberg and speeches that set the world aflame. Felix turned to the photographs included in the portfolio. Most were faded, taken from a distance. A man walking with a slight stoop, always partially obscured or with his face turned away. But one stood out, a clearer image from what appeared to be the 1960s, showing a man in profile standing on a balcony overlooking the mountains. The moustache was gone, the hairline receded, and there appeared to be scarring near the jaw, but the resemblance was undeniable. Felix took out his laptop and pulled up authenticated photographs of Adolf Hitler for comparison. The nose shape, the set of the eyes, the prominent cheekbones, allowing for aging and possible surgical alterations, the similarities were striking. But Felix was a scientist, not a conspiracy theorist. Photographic resemblance was subjective and unreliable. He needed DNA evidence. From his kit he extracted the samples taken from the grave. Working carefully in the small bathroom, he prepared them for preliminary analysis, using the portable equipment he'd brought with him. Full confirmation would require a laboratory, but he could perform initial tests here. As he waited for the preliminary results, Felix returned to the journal. Father Dominguez had documented the gradual transformation of the German enclave. In the early years they remained isolated, but by the 1960s they had begun to integrate somewhat with the local population. Children were born. Some of the younger Germans eventually left for universities in Buenos Aires or Europe. The community dwindled, but Herr Schneider remained, becoming increasingly reclusive as the decades passed. The journal described occasional visits from strangers, well-dressed men who arrived in expensive cars, stayed for a few hours and departed. No names were recorded, but Father Dominguez noted license plates connected to diplomatic vehicles. The most recent entries from just before Schneider's death were perhaps the most disturbing. August 30th, 2024. Schneider sent for me today. His health is failing rapidly. When I arrived, he was alone in that house that has always seemed too large for one man. He asked not for confession, but for conversation. Father, he said, history is written by the victors, but truth has its own power. It waits, patient as stone, until it is ready to be known. I asked him if he wished to unburden his soul before God. He laughed, a terrible wheezing sound. My place in history is secure, he said. Whether as villain or visionary depends on who controls the narrative, but soon none of it will matter. September 15th, 2024. Schneider is dying. He has refused medication. In his delirium, he speaks in German, not to me, but to ghosts only he can see. He calls to Eva. He rages against generals whose names I recognize from history books. In lucid moments, he has given me instructions for after his death. No autopsy, no announcements, a simple wooden cross. Today he said something that chilled me to the bone. The Reich went underground, Father. It never died. It sleeps, waiting for the world to change. I fear I have been complicit in something monstrous. God forgive me, but I must break my silence before I die. Felix's computer chimed, indicating his preliminary DNA analysis was complete. The results showed markers consistent with the haplogroup to which Hitler was known to belong, but this alone wasn't conclusive proof. However, there was something else. A dental anomaly documented in Hitler's medical records. His back left molar had a distinctive filling, unusual for the 1940s. Felix had photographed the teeth of the deceased, and now he compared them to the historical records he had in his database. The match was unmistakable. Felix sat back, his mind racing. If this was indeed Adolf Hitler, it meant one of history's most accepted facts. Hitler's suicide in Berlin was an elaborate fabrication. It meant a coordinated deception spanning decades, involving multiple governments and intelligence agencies. It seemed impossible, and yet the evidence was before him. A knock at the door startled him from his thoughts. Felix quickly covered his materials and opened the door to find a middle-aged woman with silver-streaked blonde hair. Dr. Morneau, she said in German-accented Spanish, I am Elsa Weber. I understand you're investigating Herr Schneider's death. Felix studied her carefully. I'm conducting research. Yes. I was his caretaker for the last 15 years, she said. There are things you should know. May I come in? Felix hesitated, then stepped aside. As she entered, he noticed her eyes darting to the covered materials on the bed. What things should I know, Frau Weber? She sat stiffly in the room's only chair. The old man had many secrets. Before he died, he told me someone would come asking questions. He said I should give you this. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small wooden box. Felix accepted it cautiously. Did you know him well? No one knew him well, she said. He kept to himself, read books, received occasional visitors, important men from Europe, though less frequently in recent years. She paused. They say he came after the war, like many Germans seeking a new start. But the others, they treated him differently, with deference. And you? How did you see him? Elsa's eyes met his. As an old man carrying a heavy burden, whatever he had been, whatever he had done, by the end he was just tired. She stood. I've done as he asked. The rest is in your hands. After she left, Felix opened the box. Inside was a key and a folded note with an address in Buenos Aires. He had come seeking answers about one man's identity, but he was beginning to suspect he'd stumbled onto something far larger. a conspiracy that had successfully rewritten one of history's most documented events. The question was, how deep did he dare to dig? The address in Buenos Aires led Felix to a nondescript office building in the San Telmo district. The key opened a safe deposit box in a private banking facility on the ground floor. Inside, he found a leather folio containing documents, photographs, and a small vial of what appeared to be blood, carefully preserved. The documents included identity papers for Heinrich Schneider, dated 1947, with stamps from the Argentine immigration authorities. Several photographs showed a middle-aged man, face partially obscured by shadow, but recognisable as the same person from the village images, standing with various officials. One photo in particular caught Felix's attention. Schneider shaking hands with a man Felix recognised from his historical research as an Argentine diplomat known to have Nazi sympathies. Most significantly, there was a medical file. It documented a series of plastic surgeries performed in 1946, with before and after photographs, showing the gradual transformation of a patient. The initial photos were blurry and showed a man with facial injuries, but the progression was clear. Subtle alterations to the jawline, nose and brow that would change his appearance while maintaining plausible deniability of his identity. Felix carefully packed everything and returned to his hotel. He needed to analyse the preserved blood sample, but that would require a proper laboratory. He made arrangements through a former colleague at the University of Buenos Aires who owed him a favour. No questions asked. Complete confidentiality. 2 days later, Felix had the preliminary results. The blood sample showed genetic markers consistent with the samples taken from the grave in San Esteban. More importantly, when compared with the limited genetic information available from Hitler's known relatives, there were significant matches. But there was something else. Something that made Felix's blood run cold. The analysis revealed genetic markers associated with certain lineages currently living in Argentina and Paraguay. Whoever Schneider was, he had living descendants. Felix returned to San Esteban with this new information. The village seemed different now. The silence more deliberate. The occasional stares from locals more knowing. He felt watched, though he could never catch anyone in the act. He sought out Father Paolo, finding him tending to candles in the church. "I need to see all the parish records," Felix said without preamble. Birth certificates, marriage records, death certificates, everything from 1945 onward. Father Paolo hesitated. "Those are private church matters." Father Dominguez wanted the truth revealed. That's why he contacted me. After a long pause, the young priest nodded. "The records are in the basement archive. I will show you." The parish records revealed a carefully documented history of the German community. Beginning in 1947, births, marriages and deaths were recorded with meticulous detail. Felix noted that several children had been born to unmarried mothers in the early Sartas, with the fathers listed as unknown. One name appeared repeatedly as a godfather to these children, Heinrich Schneider. Among the more recent records, Felix found a marriage certificate from 1978 for a woman named Margaret Schneider, listed as Heinrich's daughter. She had married a man named Klaus Weber. "Weber?" Felix murmured. The same surname as Elsa, Schneider's caretaker. Further searching revealed that Margareta had died in 2010, but she and Klaus had 3 children, including a daughter named Elsa, born in 1969. Felix sat back, connecting the dots. Elsa Weber wasn't merely Schneider's caretaker, she was his granddaughter. That evening, Felix found himself walking to a modest house on the outskirts of the village, the Weber residence. Klaus Weber, now in his 80s, answered the door. His eyes narrowed when Felix introduced himself. "My wife told me you were asking questions," he said in German-accented Spanish. "I have nothing to say to you." "I believe you do," Felix replied calmly. "About your father-in-law?" A flicker of something, fear, recognition, passed across the old man's face. "You should leave San Esteban," he said quietly. "There are matters here that do not concern outsiders." "I'm a genealogist, Herr Weber. I follow bloodlines, family connections. The evidence suggests your late father-in-law was not who he claimed to be." Weber's expression hardened. "Who he was or wasn't matters little now. He's dead." "But his descendants live on," Felix said, "including your wife's cousins in Europe. The genetic connection is undeniable." At this, Weber's composure faltered. He glanced over his shoulder, then stepped outside, closing the door behind him. "You've done tests?" he asked in a hushed voice. "Yes, the results are conclusive." Hebert seemed to age before Felix's eyes. He sat heavily on a garden bench. "We were told the bloodline would remain hidden. That was the agreement." "Agreement? With whom?" "Powerful men, from many countries." Weber's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. "After the war, deals were made. Some who should have faced justice were given new lives instead, because they had knowledge, skills, or connections that the victors wanted." "And Schneider? What did he have?" Weber looked up, his eyes suddenly clear and sharp. "Insurance. He had names, dates, bank account numbers. He knew who had collaborated, who had profited, who had turned a blind eye. His existence was a guarantee of from all sides." Felix felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "Are you saying that Allied governments knew?" "I'm saying nothing more," Weber interrupted. "You have your samples, your tests, but ask yourself, who benefits from this truth now? The world built a narrative after the war. Nations forged new identities, new alliances. Would exposing one man's escape change the crimes committed? Would it heal any wounds? Or would it only create new divisions, new hatreds?" Before Felix could respond, the door opened and Elsa appeared. Her face paled when she saw Felix. "Father," she said sharply in German, "come inside." Weber stood. "Consider carefully what you do with your discoveries, de Bonneau," he said. "Some truths are better left buried with the dead." As Felix walked back to his guest house, his mind raced. If what Weber implied was true, then the conspiracy wasn't merely about one man's escape. It involved government agencies, international agreements, and decades of deliberate misdirection. But he needed more evidence. Back in his room, Felix returned to Father Dominguez's journal, searching for clues he might have missed. In the entries from the 1970s, he found a reference to a woman named Eva Schneider, Heinrich's wife, who had apparently lived in seclusion until her death in 1972. Father Dominguez had written, "Eva Schneider was buried today. The service was private, attended only by her husband and daughter. In 26 years in San Esteban, she rarely left their home. I visited her for confession monthly, as was our arrangement. She spoke often of her regrets, of a life lived in shadows. Once, in what I believed was a moment of confusion, she spoke of a bunker, of flames, and of a deception that would preserve the seed for future harvests. I attributed this to the morphine Dr. Weber administered for her pain. Heinrich was stoic at the burial. Only when all others had left did I see him place something on her grave, a simple dried flower. Alpine Edelweiss, he told me when he noticed my presence. From our homeland. She always missed the mountains of Bavaria. Felix set down the journal. Eva Braun had been born in Munich, Bavaria. According to official history, she had died by suicide alongside Hitler in the Berlin bunker in April and 1940. Their bodies had supposedly been burned in the Reich Chancellery garden. But what if that too was fabrication? Felix returned to the church the next morning and located Eva Schneider's grave in the cemetery. It was a simple stone marker with her name, dates, 1912-1972, and a small engraving of an Edelweiss flower. With permission from Father Paolo, Felix arranged for a limited exhumation, just enough to collect DNA samples. The process was completed quickly and discreetly. While waiting for the results from his contact at the university laboratory, Felix made another discovery in Father Dominguez's records, an address in Paraguay, listed as the residence of Schneider's daughter, before her marriage to Klaus Weber. A quick online search revealed the address belonged to a compound that had once housed a German expatriate community. More significantly, declassified CIA documents from the 1960s had identified the location as a possible refuge for Nazi officials who had escaped Europe. 3 days later, the DNA results arrived. The samples from Eva Schneider's grave showed clear genetic links to the Braun family lineage, matching patterns seen in samples from Eva Braun's known relatives. Felix sat in his hotel room staring at the results. The implications were staggering. Not only had Hitler escaped, but Eva Braun had as well. They had lived quietly in South America, had at least one child, and now had living descendants walking the earth. The historical record, the cornerstone of our understanding of the 20th century, contained a fundamental falsehood. But as Weber had asked, who would benefit from this truth now? As Felix pondered this question, his laptop chimed with an incoming email. It was from his colleague at the laboratory. "Felix, someone has been asking questions about your samples. Men claiming to be from the Ministry of Science visited today, inquiring about recent genetic tests related to European ancestry patterns. They didn't mention you by name, but the timing is suspicious. I told them nothing, but I thought you should know. Be careful, my friend." Felix closed his laptop slowly. For the first time, he felt a flutter of fear. If Weber was right about the reach and influence of those who had orchestrated this deception, then his investigation might have triggered alarms in places far beyond this quiet mountain village. He gathered his materials quickly, securing them in his research case. He needed to decide, pursue this further, potentially at great risk, or walk away with what he knew, keeping the secret as others had for decades. As he contemplated his next move, there was a soft knock at his door. Felix approached the door cautiously. "Who is it?" "Elsa Weber," came the reply. "Please, I need to speak with you." He opened the door slightly, keeping the security chain engaged. Elsa stood alone in the hallway, her expression tense. "My father shouldn't have spoken to you," she said quietly. "Now that he has, there are things you need to understand. May I come in?" Felix hesitated, then removed the chain. Elsa entered quickly, glancing down the hallway before he closed the door. "They are watching the hotel," she said without preamble. "Men from Buenos Aires arrived this afternoon. They visited Father Paulo first, then my father." "Who are they?" "They didn't say. Government perhaps, or something else." She clasped her hands tightly. "Dong? Oh no! You need to leave San Esteban. Tonight." "Why are you telling me this?" Elsa's eyes met his. "Because I'm tired of secrets. 3 generations of my family have lived under their weight." She reached into her bag and withdrew a small leather-bound book. "This was my mother's diary. She gave it to me before she died, but made me promise not to read it until after my grandfather was gone." Felix accepted the diary carefully. "Your grandfather? Heinrich Schneider." "That was the name he used here," she said. "My mother told me very little about him when she was alive, only that he had been an important man in Germany before the war, and that powerful people had helped our family establish new lives here." "Did you suspect who he really was?" Elsa's expression tightened. There were moments, ways he would react to certain news from Europe, comments he would make when he thought no one was listening, the deference shown to him by the other German families. She paused. And there were the visitors, men who had come from Germany, from America, from the Vatican. They would meet with him privately, then leave. Sometimes after these meetings, our family would suddenly have new possessions, or my grandfather would seem agitated for days. Felix opened the diary. The first entry was dated 1965, when Margaret would have been a teenager. "I haven't had time to read it all," Elsa said, "but there are passages about my grandfather's previous life, about why our family lived in isolation, about agreements made with powerful people to ensure our safety." Felix turned to a page marked with a thin ribbon. "April 30th, 1970. Today is the anniversary. Father spent the day in his study, as he always does on this date. Mother says we must never disturb him on this day. When I was younger, I once asked what happened on April 30th. She told me it was the day Father left his old life behind. This evening I heard him speaking with Mother in the garden. He said something strange. 25 years since Berlin, and still they believe the lie. Mother hushed him quickly. I looked it up in the history book from school. April 30th and 45 was when Adolf Hitler reportedly died in Berlin. Felix looked up from the diary. Your mother suspected? Elsa nodded. I think she knew, or at least had strong suspicions, but in our community, certain questions were never asked aloud. She hesitated. There's more. My grandfather kept an archive in a hidden room beneath his house. After he died, I found the entrance while clearing his belongings. What kind of archive? Documents, photographs, recordings, decades of material, some of it dating back to the 40s. She lowered her voice, including films of meetings with officials from various governments over the years. Felix felt a chill. These meetings, they were negotiations. I believe so, insurance, as my father called it. She met his gaze steadily. Dr. Monod, whatever my grandfather was, whatever he did, those crimes died with him. But the truth of what happened after the war, that belongs to history. That's why I'm giving you this. She placed a small flash drive on the table. Copies of selected documents and photographs from the archive. Enough to verify the truth, but not enough to... She trailed off. Not enough to implicate living people who might retaliate, Felix finished for her. Elsa nodded. I have a life here. A son studying in Buenos Aires. I can't risk everything. Felix understood. What will you do with the original archive? I don't know yet. Perhaps it belongs in a proper historical collection with appropriate restrictions. She stood. There's a late bus to Bariloche tonight. I suggest you be on it. After Elsa left, Felix quickly packed his belongings, securing the most crucial evidence in a hidden compartment in his luggage. He copied the flash drive's contents to his encrypted cloud storage, then examined the files. What he found stunned him. There were photographs of Heinrich Schneider, Adolf Hitler, meeting with men Felix recognized as officials from various intelligence agencies, the CIA, Mossad, the Soviet KGB and others. The earliest dated from 1952, the most recent from 1989. There were documents, some appearing to be agreements, others financial records showing regular payments to accounts in Swiss banks. One file contained what appeared to be a comprehensive list of Nazi collaborators in various Western governments, with annotations indicating positions they held after the war. Most disturbing were several photographs from what appeared to be the late 1960s, showing Schneider Hitler giving what looked like lectures to small groups of men in a wood-panelled room. The images were taken from a distance, but in one, a chalkboard was visible with what appeared to be genealogical charts, and the phrase, Die Zukunft gehört den Geduldigen, the future belongs to the patient. There were also medical records, detailed documentation of treatments for Parkinson's disease beginning in the 1960s, consistent with the condition Hitler was rumoured to have developed in his final years in power. The medications listed matched those that would have been prescribed for the condition during that era. Felix caught the last bus to Bariloche, as Elsa had suggested. During the journey through the dark mountain roads, he reviewed more materials from the flash drive, his mind struggling to process the implications of what he was discovering. One document particularly caught his attention, a transcript of what appeared to be a recorded conversation from 1962 between HS and an unnamed American official, UA. The situation in Cuba has everyone on edge. Moscow is pushing boundaries. We need to know what you know about their Eastern European networks. HS. I've provided that information years ago. Your government assured me that my cooperation had earned my family's continued security. UA, times change. The new administration has different priorities. HS. Nothing changes. Power shifts, but the game remains the same. I have ensured my position regardless of who sits in your White House. UA. Is that a threat? HS. Merely a reminder. The documents in Zurich contain names your government would prefer remained buried. Swedish financiers, Swiss bankers, American industrialists, all who profited from both sides of the conflict. The world believes a simple narrative of heroes and villains, good and evil. The truth, as always, is more complex. UA. What do you want? HS. The same as always, to be left alone, to live out my life in peace, to know my daughter and her children will never face persecution for my actions. UA. That can be arranged, but we'll need something in return. The transcript ended there. Felix closed the file, his thoughts racing. The conversation suggested that Hitler, living as Schneider, had been trading information for protection for decades, not just with one government, but apparently with several, playing them against each other to ensure security. In Bariloche, Felix checked into a nondescript hotel under a false name paying cash. He needed time to process everything he'd discovered and decide what to do with this explosive information. The next morning he noticed a dark sedan parked across the street from his hotel. Two men sat inside, their attention clearly focused on the building's entrance. Felix retreated from the window. He was being watched. Using the hotel's back exit, he made his way to an internet cafe several blocks away. There he composed a careful email to his most trusted colleague at the University of Lyon, attaching encrypted copies of the most critical evidence. He included instructions to keep the information secure until hearing from him again, or to release it to the specific historians if he didn't make contact within 30 days. As Felix left the cafe, he sensed rather than saw someone following him. He took a circuitous route through busy streets, eventually ducking into a crowded market where he could observe without being obvious. A man in a grey suit was scanning the crowd, speaking periodically into what appeared to be a communication device. His manner was professional, methodical, not local law enforcement, but someone with training. Felix blended with a group of tourists boarding a bus for a local attraction. From the window he watched the man in the grey suit continue searching the market. Over the next 2 days, Felix made his way to Buenos Aires using a series of buses and taxis, avoiding airports and train stations where identification would be required. He needed to reach the lawyer who had originally forwarded Father Dominguez's letter, someone who might have additional information, or who could help him navigate the increasingly dangerous situation. The law office was located in a stately building in Buenos Aires' financial district. Felix approached cautiously, observing the entrance from the cafe across the street. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Inside, he asked for senior partner Alejandro Vega, the name mentioned in Father Dominguez's letter. After a brief wait, he was shown to an elegant office where a distinguished man in his 60s greeted him. "Dr. Morneau," Vega said, shaking his hand. "I've been expecting you." "You have." "Father Dominguez made arrangements before his death. If you came to see me, it would mean you had discovered the truth and were likely in danger." Vega gestured to a chair. "Please, sit. We don't have much time." Felix sat, studying the lawyer carefully. "How much do you know about San Esteban?" "Enough." Vega's expression was grave. "My father was one of the officials who helped establish the German community there after the war. He believed he was simply assisting refugees." He paused. It was only later that he learned the truth. "About Schneider," Vega nodded. By then it was complicated. International agreements had been made. Powerful interests were involved on all sides. The narrative of what happened in Berlin in 1945 had become historical fact. But it was a lie, Felix said quietly. A convenient one. Vega opened a drawer and removed a thick manila envelope. After the war, many former Nazis were recruited by various governments, the US, the Soviet Union, even Israel. Their knowledge was valuable. The Cold War was beginning. Old enemies became allies of convenience. And Hitler, the ultimate prize and the ultimate liability, he possessed knowledge of collaborators at the highest levels of multiple governments. Revealing that he had escaped would have destroyed the careers of dozens of influential people who had helped arrange it. Vega slid the envelope across the desk. My father compiled this over the years, documentation of the network that protected Schneider and others like him. Felix opened the envelope. Inside were photographs, documents, and what appeared to be intelligence reports spanning decades. One photo showed a younger Vega standing beside a man Felix recognized from other images as Heinrich Schneider, in a garden setting, perhaps from the 1970s. "You knew him," Felix said. "I met him several times as a young man, accompanying my father on visits to San Esteban." Vega's expression was unreadable. He was quiet, intellectual, nothing like the ranting figure from newsreels. If I hadn't known who he was, I would have thought him simply an elderly German immigrant with a scholarly bent. How did he avoid detection for so long? Multiple factors. Facial reconstruction after the war, the remote location, a tight-knit community sworn to secrecy, but most importantly, powerful protectors who had their own reasons to maintain the fiction of his death. Vega glanced at his watch. "You've been followed since San Esteban. They lost you temporarily, but they'll be here soon." "Who are they?" "A consortium of sorts. Former intelligence officers, government officials, descendants of those implicated in this escape. They've monitored the situation for decades, ensuring the secret remained buried." Vega stood and moved to a bookshelf, pressing something that caused a panel to slide open. "This passage leads to a garage. There's a car waiting. It will take you to a private airfield. From there, arrangements have been made for your departure from Argentina." Felix hesitated. "Why are you helping me?" Vega's expression softened slightly. "Father Dominguez and I corresponded for many years. We both believe that while the living deserve protection, history deserves truth. Eventually." He nodded toward the envelope. "What you do with that information is your choice, but you cannot remain in Argentina." Felix gathered his belongings and the envelope. As he prepared to leave, a final question occurred to him. The body in San Esteban, will they remove it? Destroy the evidence? Almost certainly. They've maintained this secret for nearly 80 years. They won't allow it to emerge now. Jaeger extended his hand. "Good luck, de Morneau. History is now in your hands." The passage led to an underground garage, where a black SUV with tinted windows waited. The driver, a silent man in a dark suit, gestured for Felix to enter. They drove through Buenos Aires, taking a circuitous route that suggested the driver was checking for tails. Eventually, they reached a small private airfield outside the city. A twin-engine private plane stood ready on the tarmac. The pilot, already in the cockpit, nodded as Felix boarded. "Where are we going?" Felix asked. "Uruguay first," the pilot replied. "Then connections arranged to get you to Europe. Beyond that, I don't know." As the plane taxied down the runway, Felix looked out the window. In the distance, he saw 2 black sedans speeding toward the airfield. But they were too late. The plane lifted off, banking sharply to the east over the expansive waters of the Rio de la Plata. In the privacy of the aircraft, Felix examined more of the materials from Vega's envelope. One document particularly stood out, a report from what appeared to be a CIA operation in Paraguay in 1953. Operation Eagle's Nest. Classification, top secret subject, confirmation of identity. A presence in South American location Gamma 3, visual confirmation obtained APR 17 1953 through informant Tango, subject residing under assumed identity with protection from local authorities. Facial reconstruction consistent with reports from Operation Paperclip defectors. Recommendation: no action. Extraction, termination, likely to trigger release of compromat affecting Western Allied leadership. Subject has established fail-safe protocols. Current containment strategy remains optimal. Note: all references to subject's true identity restricted to co-identity A. verbal briefings only to Delta clearance personnel, attachments, surveillance photographs, 3, payment records for local security, transcript of meeting between subject and redacted. The photographs showed a man who, despite some differences from the Hitler the world knew, was recognisably the same person. Older, somewhat altered through surgery, but with the same distinctive mannerisms captured in the images. Felix leaned back in his seat, overwhelmed by the implications. The official history, Hitler's suicide in the Berlin bunker, the fiery end in the Reich Chancellery Garden, was a fabrication maintained by multiple governments for decades. But why? The initial motivation might have been pragmatic, intelligence agencies extracting valuable information. But as the years passed and the Cold War intensified, the stakes changed. Revealing that Western governments had knowingly allowed Hitler to escape would have been a propaganda victory for the Soviet bloc. And later still, when documents began to be declassified and archives opened after the Cold War ended, too many reputations, too many historical narratives, too many foundations of the post-war order would have been undermined by the truth. The plane hit turbulence, jolting Felix from his thoughts. Through the window he could see they were crossing the river to Uruguayan airspace. Soon he would need to make decisions about his safety, about the evidence he carried, about the truth he had uncovered. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the horizon, Felix opened his laptop and began typing. If something happened to him, there needed to be a record, a testimony of what he had discovered in a remote village in Patagonia. To whom it may concern, he began. My name is Sir Felix Morneau. I am a forensic genealogist from the University of Lyon. What I am about to share will challenge one of the most established facts of 20th century history. 2 weeks later, Felix sat in a small apartment in Geneva, Switzerland. Through elaborate precautions and the help of contacts arranged by Vega, he had managed to leave South America and return to Europe without using his passport or official channels. Now he lived in a kind of limbo, unsure of his next steps. The evidence he had gathered was secured in multiple locations: digital copies in encrypted cloud storage, physical documents distributed among trusted contacts, DNA samples stored in a private laboratory under a coded identifier. He had prepared a comprehensive report documenting his findings, the genetic evidence, the historical documents, and the testimony of those involved. But he had not yet made it public. Every morning Felix checked news reports for any mention of San Esteban del Valle. 3 days after his departure he found it, a small article reporting a forest fire that had devastated the remote village. The church, the cemetery, and most homes had been destroyed. The cause was listed as under investigation. Felix knew better. The evidence was being systematically erased. He had received one communication from Elsa Weber, a brief message relayed through a complicated chain that Vega had established. She and her father had left San Esteban before the fire. They were safe, living with relatives in Brazil. Her son had been withdrawn from his university in Buenos Aires and had joined them. They would not be returning to Argentina. The final line of her message was both a warning and a plea. The past is still dangerous. Be careful with the truth. Felix understood the implication. Even now, the consortium Vega had mentioned, those dedicated to keeping the secret, was likely searching for him. The truth he carried threatened too many reputations, too many established narratives. Yet the scientist in him, the seeker of historical accuracy, could not simply bury what he had discovered. Hitler had not died in Berlin in 1945. He had lived for decades in Argentina, had a daughter, grandchildren, and now great-grandchildren. He had been protected by an international conspiracy involving multiple governments, intelligence agencies, and powerful individuals. It was perhaps the greatest historical deception of the modern era. Felix spent days analysing, verifying, and cross-referencing every piece of evidence. He consulted historical archives comparing dental records, medical files, and genetic markers. He studied the documentation of Hitler's supposed death in Berlin, identifying inconsistencies that had been overlooked or deliberately obscured. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. The accepted historical narrative was wrong. One afternoon, as Felix worked in the apartment, he noticed a car parked across the street that hadn't been there before. Two men sat inside, their attention focused on his building. It might have been coincidence, but Felix had learned to be cautious. He gathered only essential materials, his laptop, a single flash drive containing his most critical evidence, and a small notebook with key contacts. Using the building's service exit, he slipped away, moving through back streets until he reached the small cafe where he had arranged to meet Dr. Isabelle Laurent, a historian specialising in World War II who had once been his colleague at the University of Lyon. Isabelle was already waiting, her expression concerned. "You look terrible, Felix," she said as he sat down. "What is this urgent matter that couldn't be discussed over the phone?" Felix glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot. "I need your professional assessment of something I've discovered. It involves significant historical revision." Isabelle raised an eyebrow. "You're being unusually mysterious." "For good reason." Felix slid a flash drive across the table. "This contains preliminary findings from a research project I've been conducting. I need you to review it, not to verify my conclusions, but to tell me what the implications would be if this information became public." Isabelle pocketed the drive. "Will you at least give me a hint about what I'm looking at?" Felix hesitated, then said quietly, "Evidence that Adolf Hitler did not die in Berlin in 1945, but escaped to Argentina where he lived until 1924. Isabelle's expression shifted from skepticism to concern. "Felix, are you unwell? This sounds like—" "I know how it sounds," he interrupted. "That's why I need your objective assessment of the evidence. Just look at it. Then we can discuss the implications." They agreed to meet again in 3 days. Felix would stay in a different location each night. Hotels paid in cash, no identification required. When they reconvened, in a different cafe in another part of the city, Isabelle's demeanour had changed dramatically. Her initial skepticism had been replaced by troubled uncertainty. "If this is fabricated," she said without preamble, "it's the most elaborate and convincing fabrication I've ever seen. The dental records alone, they match perfectly with what we know of Hitler's distinctive dental work, and the documentation of the escape route through Spain to Argentina aligns with known rat lines used by other Nazi officials." "It's not fabricated," Felix said quietly. Isabelle leaned forward. "Felix, do you understand what this means? If true, and I stress if, this would require rewriting significant portions of the historical record. It would implicate dozens of governments and agencies in a decades-long cover-up. It would challenge the foundations of the post-war international order." "I know. And yet," she continued, "the evidence is compelling. The genetic analysis comparing the samples from the grave in San Esteban with known Hitler relatives, the medical records documenting the progression of Parkinson's disease, the photographic evidence showing the gradual aging process." She shook her head. "It's too consistent, too comprehensive to dismiss outright." "So you believe it's possible?" "Possible, yes, but the bar for overturning established historical consensus is extraordinarily high, especially for something of this magnitude." She studied him carefully. "What do you intend to do with this information?" It was the question Felix had been asking himself for weeks. The answer still eluded him. "I don't know," he admitted. "The scientific part of me says the truth must be revealed, regardless of consequences. But the human part," he trailed off, "understands that truth exists in context," Isabelle finished for him, "and that some revelations can cause more harm than good." They talked for hours, weighing the historical, ethical, and practical implications of what Felix had discovered. As a scientist, his instinct was to publish his findings, to let the evidence speak for itself. But as Isabelle pointed out, such a revelation would be exploited politically, would reignite old hatreds, would undermine trust in institutions already facing credibility challenges. Perhaps there's a middle path, Isabel suggested as their meeting concluded. Secure the evidence for future historians, place it in a trusted archive with a timed release. 50 years, perhaps. Long enough for the immediate political ramifications to be diminished, but ensuring the truth will eventually emerge. It was a compromise that appealed to Felix's sense of historical responsibility while acknowledging the complex realities of the present. That evening, in yet another temporary accommodation, Felix began preparations to secure his evidence for posterity. He organised his materials, wrote a comprehensive report explaining his methodology and findings, and considered which institutions might be trustworthy repositories. As he worked late into the night, he realised he was being watched. Not physically. There was no one outside his window, no suspicious cars on the street below. But his laptop was behaving strangely. Files were opening without his command. His cursor moved slightly on its own. Someone had gained remote access to his system. Felix shut down the computer immediately, but damage was likely done. His location may have been compromised. He packed quickly, taking only what he could carry, and left the building through a fire exit. On the street, he moved quickly but without obvious panic, heading toward the main train station. He would need to disappear again, find a new safe location, rebuild his security protocols. As he walked, a car slowed beside him. The passenger window rolled down. "Dr. Morneau," voice called softly. "Please, we need to talk." The speaker was a grey-haired man in his 60s, with the bearing of someone used to authority. His accent was American. "I don't know who you are," Felix replied without stopping. "Someone who understands the significance of what you've discovered." The car continued to roll alongside him at walking pace. "And who can explain why certain decisions were made?" Felix hesitated. "I'm not interested in being silenced." "That's not our intention. If it were, this conversation would be very different." The man opened the car door. 10 minutes. Then you can walk away. I give you my word." Against his better judgment, Felix got into the car. The man introduced himself only as Williams, claiming to be a retired intelligence official now serving as a liaison for what he called interested parties. "You've created quite a stir, de Monod," Williams said as the car moved through Geneva's streets. "Several agencies are searching for you, not to harm you, but to contain what you've discovered." "The truth," Felix said flatly. "A truth," Williams corrected. "One version of events among many possible interpretations." "DNA doesn't have interpretations, neither do dental records or fingerprints," Williams nodded. "Fair point. Let's say, then, that you have discovered factual information that contradicts the accepted historical narrative. The question becomes, what serves the greater good? Historical accuracy at any cost? Or stability, continuity, the foundation of international relations built over decades? That's not my decision to make. But it is, Williams insisted. The moment you discovered what you did in San Esteban, it became your decision. And every choice has consequences, not just for you, but for many others. The car had reached the shores of Lake Geneva. The driver parked, and Williams suggested they walk. As they strolled along the waterfront, Williams explained the history of what he called Operation Phantom, the coordinated effort to maintain the fiction of Hitler's death in Berlin. It began as pragmatism, he said. Intelligence agencies wanted information, about Nazi gold, about scientists and their research, about Soviet intentions. Hitler provided that in exchange for his freedom, and became a valuable Cold War asset, Felix added. Precisely. As tensions with the Soviet Union escalated, Western intelligence found his insights useful. Then, as decades passed, the stakes changed. Revealing the truth would have destroyed too many careers, undermined too many institutional reputations. Williams paused. And now, nearly 80 years later, what would be the purpose? The man is finally truly dead. His crimes are well documented. Would revealing this deception serve justice in any meaningful way? Felix considered this. It would serve truth. At what cost? Williams asked. Renewed conspiracy theories, ammunition for extremist groups, undermined faith in government institutions when trust is already at historic lows. He shook his head. Some truths, de Morneau, are better revealed at the right moment, in the right context. Their walk had taken them to a secluded area along the lake. Felix suddenly became aware of how isolated they were. "Are you threatening me?" he asked. Williams looked genuinely surprised. "Not at all. As I said, if that were our intention, this conversation would be very different." He handed Felix a business card with only a phone number. "We're offering you a choice. Secure your evidence with appropriate historical archives, with a timed release, 50 years as your colleague de Laurent suggested. In return, you'll be left alone, your safety guaranteed. And if I choose to publish now," William's expression remained neutral, "then certain parties might feel compelled to discredit you, professionally and personally. Your findings would be buried in litigation, counterclaims, and manufactured controversy," he sighed. "I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's what would happen." They walked back to the car in silence. Before Felix got out, Williams added one final thought. "History is patient, de Morneau. The truth will emerge eventually. The question is whether it emerges as a sensational exposé that serves current political agendas, or as a thoughtful historical reassessment when passions have cooled." In the weeks that followed, Felix carefully considered his options. He consulted with Isabel and other trusted colleagues. He established secure repositories for his evidence in 3 different countries, with independent trustees and explicit instructions for future release, and he recorded a detailed video statement, insurance against any attempt to silence him permanently. "My name is Dr. Felix Morneau," he began, looking directly into the camera. "I am recording this message on May 15th, 2025. If you are viewing this, it means circumstances have prevented me from completing my work or speaking freely." He outlined his discoveries in San Esteban, the evidence he had gathered, and the implications for our understanding of history. He explained his decision to secure this evidence for future historians rather than causing immediate disruption. "If you're hearing this," he concluded, "it means I failed to stay quiet. But history was never supposed to sleep this long. The truth about what happened after the Berlin bunker, about deals made, about lives reimagined, about the elaborate fiction we have accepted as fact will eventually emerge, not as a weapon or a sensation, but as a lesson in how narratives are constructed and maintained." The recording completed, Felix sent encrypted copies to multiple secure locations, to be released only under specific circumstances. Then he returned to his life, or some version of it. He resumed his position at the University of Lyon, focusing on less controversial genealogical research. He published papers, attended conferences, mentored students, but he never spoke of what he had found in that remote village in Patagonia. He never discussed the grave of a man who had supposedly died in Berlin nearly 80 years earlier. He never revealed the existence of bloodlines that connected one of history's most reviled figures to living people walking the earth today. Sometimes, in quiet moments, Felix wondered whether he had made the right choice, whether truth deferred was truth denied, whether his compromise had been wisdom or cowardice. But then he would remember Elsa Weber's words, "The past is still dangerous," and William's observation, "History is patient." The truth would emerge, eventually, not in explosive headlines or sensationalized documentaries, but in careful scholarly reassessment when the political stakes had diminished and the world was ready to confront this particular deception. Until then, Felix remained the keeper of a secret that would rewrite history, the last witness to the hidden life of Adolf Hitler. As you drift towards sleep, consider the weight of untold histories, of secrets buried in remote villages, of truths waiting patiently for their moment to emerge. Let your mind float through the shadows of what might have been, what might still be discovered, and remember that history, like Worms, is never quite as settled as we imagine. Thank you for joining Sleep Theories tonight. Don't forget to share where you're listening from and what time it is in the comments below. Subscribe for more immersive sleep stories that will carry you gently into the realm of dreams. Good night and sleep well. Victor Albright was once a luminary in the tech world. A billionaire inventor and entrepreneur, he funded satellite networks, alternative rocket propulsion, and a host of other innovations. Then, without warning, he liquidated his empire. Rumours spread that Victor believed the Earth wasn't round at all, but encased in some sort of containment. His disappearance made headlines for a week, then he faded from public thought. Mira Lowe was a journalist who had once hosted primetime science segments. She fell from grace after challenging certain untouchable narratives, losing her show and sponsors in a swift corporate purge. Cast aside, she drifted until a cryptic package arrived at her doorstep, a hard drive labelled Veritas. Inside lay raw footage and logs attributed to Victor himself, documenting a secret voyage to Antarctic coordinates blacked out by official charts. The footage showed a reinforced ship sailing past conventional routes. The crew wore NASA-style suits with insignias crudely painted. Over one clip revealed towering ice cliffs stretching across a disturbingly flat horizon. Another captured a shimmering distortion in the sky, as if light were bouncing off an invisible dome. Victor's voice, subdued but urgent, whispered about going too far, about the boundary they weren't meant to cross. Intrigued and frightened, Mira dug deeper. She discovered references to suppressed flight paths, blacked out polar data, and old treaties ensuring no independent exploration of certain southern latitudes. Soon, suspicious figures shadowed her apartment. Calls came from unknown numbers, and her devices malfunctioned with alarming frequency. Undaunted, she contacted an underground network of digital activists, hoping to verify the footage's authenticity and protect it from being erased. One night, she initiated a live stream to reveal Victor's final recordings. Thousands watched in disbelief as icy walls rose where official maps showed open sea. The horizon showed no visible curve, and above it flickered what Victor called the dome. Mainstream outlets ridiculed it as an elaborate hoax, yet the footage spread. Within days, Mira vanished, leaving behind only fragments of her broadcast. In those fragments, she implored the world to question what lay beyond the accepted frontiers. Rowan Carter, a freelance pilot, was one of the many who saw the broadcast. He'd flown cargo runs near polar regions, always perplexed by rigid no-fly zones that defied common sense. The footage resonated with his own experiences. Unexplained instrument anomalies, flight corridors that veered sharply off course. When he learned of a rogue expedition forming under the name Frontier Seekers, Rowan signed on. They planned to sail a weathered icebreaker, the Aurora's Edge, toward Victor's coordinates. The crew was an unlikely blend. Galena, a cryptographer who once helped Mira store sensitive data. Damon, a historian fascinated by ancient cosmologies that hinted at a firmament. Elsa, an environmental scientist who suspected official climate models hid certain polar truths. And several adventurers simply drawn by the possibility that our world wasn't what it seemed. Slipping past watchful authorities, they navigated storm-tossed seas until the temperature plunged and the sun's arc became unnervingly short. Overhead, strange lights danced and compasses began to drift. Late one night, the fog lifted to reveal a monumental wall of ice arcing across the horizon, just as Victor's footage had shown. A crackling radio signal warned them to turn back. They pressed on. They found a hidden inlet leading to a derelict research station locked in ice. Inside, they discovered dusty records and decaying equipment, referencing Project Aegis and something called spatial containment theory. Film reels from decades past depicted balloons hitting a ceiling in the upper atmosphere. Then armed agents arrived on a sleek vessel. Their leader, a calm man named Calder, insisted the crew was trespassing in a restricted zone for their own good. He spoke cryptically of illusions that preserved social stability. Forced to flee amid fracturing ice, the frontier seekers escaped with partial data. Their triumph was short-lived. Government agencies labelled them hoaxers. Online trolls flooded forums with disinformation, fueling confusion. Meanwhile, Rowan's group discovered further evidence that Antarctica might encircle the known continents. Forming a vast boundary, no official map acknowledged a luminous phenomenon overhead seemed to confirm ancient myths of a dome-like vault. Mira's name emerged again. Rumoured to be hiding somewhere near the polar shelf, Amara Whitfield, a climatologist disillusioned with contradictory polar data, launched her own expedition under the banner of legitimate research. Securing sponsorships for glacial studies, she piloted a ship called the Polaris Dawn secretly. She planned to veer off sanctioned routes to see if the ice barrier existed. On board were other scientists suspicious of official line. They charted puzzling anomalies, water temperatures that clashed with standard models, unusual wind currents, and patches of ice where satellite images showed open water. When they finally came face to face with the towering wall, they realized the impossible had become undeniable. A patrol boat intercepted them, led by an officer named Commander Reyes, who declared the region off-limits. Citing orders from above, Reyes threatened lethal force if they continued. With no immediate route of escape, Amara's crew feigned compliance. Under cover of night, they sailed deeper along the barrier, eventually stumbling on a second abandoned station. Inside, they found references to Station Eleusis, an older site rumoured to predate the treaties that kept the truth hidden. They pressed onward, tracking faint signals that might lead them to this lost base of knowledge. Mira, meanwhile, had survived multiple close calls. Using an encrypted transmitter, she distributed scraps of evidence to underground channels. She'd learned that entire fleets enforced the secrecy, and that misguided attempts to protect society drove powerful factions to suppress any discovery of the boundary. She vowed to finish Victor's mission, show humanity the shocking reality of their world's confinement. Fate brought these threads together when the Polaris Dawn and the Aurora's Edge crossed paths. Both had been chased by patrols, both had lost crew in violent confrontations, and both clung to data that might crack open the facade. In an uneasy alliance, they pooled resources, determined to reach Station Eleusis. Ancient rumours suggested that its founders had documented a direct encounter with the dome. If intact, such evidence would be irrefutable. Their journey was fraught with sabotage attempts, jamming signals, and mechanical breakdowns that felt orchestrated. At night, sleek aircraft circled overhead, shining blinding spotlights. Each close call tested their resolve. Fuel ran low. Tensions flared between those who feared unleashing chaos on civilization and those who believed ignorance was the greater danger. In hushed arguments, some asked whether humanity could handle the truth, or if panic would erupt upon learning we might be living in a sealed environment. At last, parted to reveal the craggy shoreline where Station Eleusis lay in ruins. Battered sign confirmed its identity. Exploring collapsed corridors, they uncovered stacks of paper logs and ancient film reels describing experiments that shot rockets skyward, only for them to collide with something at high altitudes. One log mentioned unbreakable overhead boundary at approximately 70,000 feet. Another recounted horrifying storms unleashed whenever they tried to breach it, as though the system defended itself. Mira found a sealed archive containing old radio transcripts from frantic explorers who saw the wall, men babbling about endless ice edges extending in all directions, as if the continents were islands in a giant ringed sea. A few references even described hearing whispers on the wind, like the boundary was alive or guarded by watchers. The more they read, the more it seemed that knowledge of our entrapment had surfaced before, only to be repeatedly quashed over generations. While they documented these findings, footsteps echoed outside Reyes and Calder's joint force had arrived, weapons bristling over loudspeakers. They demanded immediate surrender of all materials. The conspirators had cornered them at last. A countdown began. In desperation, Lila, the cryptographer, rushed to patch a signal through Station Eleusis' archaic antenna system. She intended to broadcast everything in one unfiltered wave across open frequencies. Gunfire erupted, bullets smashing through ancient walls. The explorers barricaded themselves in a central chamber. Outside, the chanting of authorities reverberated. "For your own safety, stand down." Deafening cracks rattled the station as grenades tore holes in the structure. With tension at a breaking point, Rowan and Mira led a diversion, drawing gunfire while Lila prepared the final data dump. Sparks flew from the antenna array, but the broadcast indicator blinked green. Eleusis' trove of evidence, film stills, typed records, audio transcripts, began uploading to clandestine servers worldwide. A single shot from an agent destroyed the transmitter mid-broadcast, but Lila believed enough had gone through. They'd done it. The truth was out, or at least enough of it to shake the foundations of the official narrative. The station ceiling collapsed, forcing a hasty escape. Smoke and ice dust choked the corridors. Reyes' men flooded in, capturing whomever they could. Commander Reyes himself confronted Amara in the chaos, seething that her actions threatened global stability. Amara argued that people deserved to choose how to respond to reality. Reyes barked that illusions kept order, that civilization would unravel if everyone realized the horizon ended in ice. Suddenly, a chain reaction of structural failures rocked the compound. Beams crashed, and flickering light revealed a gaping fissure in the ice outside Calder, battered and bleeding, appeared, urging Reyes to retreat. Their forces withdrew amid swirling debris, taking some prisoners but leaving others behind in the confusion. The explorers scattered, some slipping away through hidden tunnels, others commandeering battered snow vehicles to flee across the ice. Mira, Rowan, Amara, and a handful of survivors emerged into a howling blizzard. The battered forms of the Polaris Dawn and Aurora's Edge lay half-submerged in shifting pack ice, their hulls too damaged for further voyages. Only a small craft hidden beneath tarps remained operational. They piled in, determination outweighing exhaustion. They had enough supplies to attempt an escape, or at least to evade immediate capture. Behind them, Station Eleusis groaned and collapsed in a shower of ice. Overhead, the sky flickered again with that ghostly shimmer, as though the dome itself registered the disturbance. Through the swirling snow it was impossible to tell day from night. They navigated by a jury-rigged compass that half the time pointed nowhere. Yet they clung to hope. The partial broadcast might have reached sympathetic ears. Sparking the next wave of revelations, they found refuge in a glacial crevasse that concealed them from aerial scans. Huddled in the frigid dark, they listened to shortwave radio signals, hearing faint chatter about new footage flooding the internet, clips from old Eleusis reels, logs detailing an overhead barrier, the ring like nature of Antarctica. Some voices called it a doomsday hoax, but others marched in protest demanding answers from governments. Already the first cracks in official denials were starting to show. Within that icy sanctuary, Mira made one last transmission on a hidden frequency, addressing anyone still listening. She spoke of Victor, his obsession of the crew, his perilous discoveries, and of the unstoppable torrent of questions now unleashed. They tried to silence us because they feared our reaction to being contained, but maybe we were stronger than they think. Maybe the real threat to civilization is a lie. This big... As her voice faded, the near-perpetual twilight deepened. A hush fell, broken only by distant aircraft engines searching in vain. In that stillness, each survivor felt the weight of an uncertain future, one in which the shape of the planet was no longer a given, and the sky above might be less an endless void than a barrier built for reasons unknown. Yet they also felt the spark of a new freedom. Once you see the edge, the horizon is never the same. In scattered corners of the world, the broadcasters' remnants ignited passionate debates. Some wholeheartedly believed they were imprisoned under a dome, while others dismissed it as mass delusion. Governments ramped up crackdowns on misinformation, but the question remained inescapable. Had Victor's final mission revealed something so large, so all-encompassing that only a centuries-old conspiracy could keep it hidden? Some say knowledge is power, others say ignorance is bliss. For those who glimpsed the wall of ice, ignorance was no longer an option. In that blizzard-swept crevasse, Mira and her companions forged an unspoken pact. They would keep going, keep searching, and keep telling the story no matter the cost. Far away, a child stared at a looping pattern in the clouds, holding a worn notebook, emblazoned with the words, "The world is not what they told you." The cycle of wonder and questioning continued. Maybe, just maybe, that notebook was right. Maybe the greatest frontier wasn't outer space at all, but the edges of a world carefully designed to hide its own boundaries and the illusions that made us all believe otherwise. In the wake of that harrowing escape, whispers turned into echoes across digital channels. People in major cities reported seeing strange flight path deviations for commercial airlines. Amateur balloonists who launched high-altitude cameras saw their feeds cut at suspiciously uniform altitudes. A handful of them managed to capture footage of odd reflective streaks above the cloud layer, reminiscent of what the Eleusis logs described. Meanwhile, the remains of the Polaris Dawn and Aurora S-Edge crews slogged across a frozen expanse, hiding from aerial patrols intent on erasing any sign of their discovery. Food supplies dwindled, morale wavered, but a fierce hope united them. If they could just survive long enough to make contact with one of Mira AS activist networks, they might uncover an escape route to a friendlier shore. From there they could broadcast again, armed with new proof of an overarching barrier. Commander Reyes, for his part, faced scrutiny from superiors who demanded an explanation for the partial data breach. He argued that society was on a knife's edge. If the Dome revelations gained momentum, riots would break out, religions, and economies would collapse under existential dread. But some among his ranks questioned the ethics of perpetuating such a grand lie. Even well-intentioned soldiers began to ask why they were shooting at civilians for merely wanting to see the world's boundaries. As each day passed, fragments of Eleusis archives continued leaking onto shadowy corners of the internet. Grainy black and white footage showed rockets smashing against unseen barriers, Audio tapes revealed frantic voices describing an impenetrable shell overhead. Even the most hardened debunkers struggled to explain away those decades-old film reels. The debate reached a fever pitch in alternative media circles, overshadowed by near-total sameness in mainstream outlets that refused to lend the story any legitimacy. Mira, Is transmissions before her disappearance left an indelible mark. Copies of her broadcast circulated globally, re-uploaded faster than they could be censored. Some viewers believed wholeheartedly, while others ridiculed it as a carnival of paranoia. Yet curiosity soared. Independent explorers started crowdfunding their own voyages, only to be blocked at every turn by fresh regulations. Nations cited environmental protection or security measures to close off more of Antarctica than ever before. A quiet shift began. Certain scientists in official institutions started to question anomalies in their own data, though they stopped short of going public. Rumours flourished of insider whistleblowers who might confirm that NASA imagery had been doctored for decades, or that large telescope arrays were sometimes aimed not out into space but upward at suspicious angles. From astrophysics labs to climate research centres, a subtle tremor of doubt rippled beneath the facade of normalcy. One night, as Mira's group huddled in an abandoned geodesic shelter near the edge of a vast ice plain, a distant boom rumbled across the frozen landscape. Rising to investigate, they glimpsed faint lights dancing along the horizon, as if someone had triggered a chain reaction miles away. The next morning, a swirl of black smoke marred the pristine white horizon, but they dared not venture closer, suspecting it might be a trap set by Reyes or Calder. In whispered discussions around their makeshift campfires, Rowan confided that he no longer simply wanted to prove the Earth was different. He wanted to understand why. Who built the dome if it existed? Was it natural or artificial? The same question weighed on Amara, whose scientific mind refused to accept unproven theories, yet also couldn't dismiss the evidence of her own eyes. Tenzin offered a spiritual perspective, hinting that ancient texts always spoke of a firmament, perhaps not metaphorical but literal. Could it be that ancient civilizations knew the truth long before modern institutions? As resources ran low, a stroke of luck came when they stumbled upon an old resupply depot near a weather station. Though the station was occupied by a small official crew, a moment of confusion allowed Mira Ayet's group to slip in, grab canned goods, fuel and medical supplies. A confrontation seemed imminent, but the station's personnel, apparently more concerned with routine meteorological tasks, barely challenged them. Whether it was apathy, fear, or silent agreement with their cause, the explorers didn't stay to find out. They fled under cover of a polar twilight that never quite turned day or night. In the outside world, governments ramped up spin. Talking heads on major networks presented experts who explained away the footage as old science experiments gone wrong. They claimed that film damage or lens flares accounted for illusions of collisions with the sky. Well-funded debunking campaigns rehashed the phrase, Antarctic illusions, turning it into a viral joke. Meanwhile, border closings around southern latitudes tightened further, couched in ambiguous language about maritime hazards. Even shipping routes for essential goods were rerouted north, fueling rumours that something catastrophic was happening in the far south. Small-scale unrest broke out in several port cities where expedition-minded civilians demanded passage to Antarctica, only to be turned away by armed coast guards. Some protesters carried homemade signs depicting an ice wall or a dome overhead, chanting that knowledge belongs to the people. Law enforcement responded, forcefully arresting ringleaders, Footage of these clashes circulated on social media, stoking the fires of both belief and skepticism. At last, a breakthrough arrived in the form of a coded message to Mira S' encrypted channel. A contact known only as Bellwether claimed to have critical documents from inside Calder S' operation, verifying the dome and the ring of ice. If they could rendezvous at a specific coordinate near the polar coastline, Bellwether would hand over incontrovertible proof. The question was whether to trust this source or fear a trap. Ultimately, desperation won out. They had no other leads and time was running out. The journey to the rendezvous was punishing. Freezing winds howled unceasingly and the Group S battered. Snowcat lurched over ridges, often skirting precarious crevasses. Tensions flared. Rowan worried they were walking into an ambush. Tenzin counselled calm, while Mira insisted they had to risk everything for the chance at final clarity. Even if it cost them their lives, the truth must be known. At the designated coordinate, a wide windswept expanse dotted with broken ice pillars, they found no sign of Bellwether. Hours of searching yielded only silence. Evening was falling, the temperature dropping to lethal levels. Just as they prepared to leave, a faint glow lit the horizon. An unmarked hovercraft glided toward them, its engine an eerie hum. Out stepped a figure in full cold weather gear, who introduced themselves in a modulated voice. "I am Bellwether," they said simply. Bellwether produced a sealed case containing what they called the last puzzle piece transcripts of internal memos from a global council that apparently overseen the containment secret for generations. These memos confirmed that flight data, satellite imagery and polar expeditions were manipulated to sustain the illusion of a globe. The rationale cited ranged from preventing panic to maintaining religious and social structures. Bellwether claimed even Reyes and Calder were mere operatives in a larger chain powerless to halt the cover-up entirely. Yet at that moment, spotlights cut through the dark. A squadron of snow vehicles roared onto the scene. Commander Reyes' voice bellowed through a megaphone, ordering all parties to stand down. Agents dismounted, guns levelled, demanding the documents. Mira S Group and Bellwether formed a defensive circle around the sealed case. Tenzin, unarmed, stood at the forefront urging dialogue, but Reyes had other ideas. A standoff ensued. Wind whipped sheets of ice across the ground and tension crackled like electricity. Finally, a single shot rang out, fired by an agent or perhaps a frightened explorer. Chaos followed. Flares lit up the night, revealing a swirling snowstorm overhead. Mira grabbed the case. Rowan tackled an armed soldier and Bellwether tried to flee in the hovercraft, only to have its engine disabled by gunfire. Caught between the squads, the small group faced annihilation. Then, in a stroke of fortune or fate, the ice underfoot began fracturing. Echoing with a thunderous roar, great cracks snaked outward, swallowing vehicles. Reyes' S-men scrambled back while the explorers dashed for the snowcat. Bellwether threw them the sealed case, shouting, "Whoa, expose it all!" A moment later, the ice buckled and Bellwether vanished into the dark chasm, leaving no trace. Mira S. No cat tore across the unstable ice, bullets whizzing past. At the last second they jumped a fissure and vanished into a white haze. Reyes, furious, ordered pursuit, but half his forces were stranded by the growing ravine. Screams and mechanical grinding echoed as the ground shifted, forcing them to retreat. Under the safety of night, Mira S Group examined the sealed case. Inside were the memos accompanied by images showing the true shape of Earth's land masses ringed by a colossal continent of ice. Even more chilling were diagrams hinting at advanced technology embedded in the dome itself, suggesting it might be artificially maintained. The group was speechless. No wonder the powers that be guarded this secret with lethal force. With renewed urgency they pressed forward, guided by vague references to an ice tunnel that might lead them to the open sea. If they could escape Antarctica, they might re-establish contact with Mirae, S's activist circles, and publish the final damning evidence. In the outside world, tensions were at a boiling point. Some governments wavered, suspecting the costs of covering up the dome were too high. Others doubled down on censorship. Meanwhile, ordinary people glimpsed the edges of the lie and demanded more. Weary. Half frozen. The group eventually found a labyrinth of ice caverns rumoured to exit near a remote coastline. Navigating treacherous drops and underground streams, they felt at times like they were journeying to the planet's end. Tenzin recited mantras for courage. Rowan fought mechanical failures in the dying snowcat, and Mira clutched the case as if it were the key to humanity. Freedom. Every step forward seemed a betrayal of the old illusions they'd once held dear. At last, faint daylight beckoned from an opening. They emerged onto a deserted shore where drifting icebergs bobbed against a restless sea. No patrol boats were in sight. Perhaps the fracturing ice had disrupted routes. Fortune smiled when they discovered a battered fishing vessel run aground. With desperate teamwork they refitted its engine, sealing cracks with resin from the snowcat's supply. As they heaved the boat into the water, they knew. This was their final gambit. Stunned by exhaustion, but fueled by grim resolve, they set sail northward. The plan was to reach a free port or some hidden cove where Bellwether-S documents could be securely transmitted. The seas were punishing, battered by polar winds. Each day felt borrowed. Yet a spark of hope kept them alive. They carried what might be the most explosive truth in human history, one that could crumble centuries of deception. One morning, a hesitant sunrise broke through gloom, casting shimmering light on the horizon. Nothing seemed unusual, just the ocean stretching out. But for this band of survivors, it was a symbol of possibility. If they had indeed been trapped at the bottom of a vast ring of ice, perhaps the rest of the world's inhabitants could now finally question what lay beyond the illusions. Even if those illusions had shaped science, culture and identity for countless generations. As the battered vessel pushed onward, Mira carefully unlatched the sealed case, scanning the documents once more. Her hands trembled at the magnitude of what they revealed. She glanced up at her companions, Rowan leaning over the helm, Tenzin studying the sky, Amara plotting coordinates. This was their new family united by a cause that transcended fear. Outside seagulls cried the first birds they'd seen in weeks. Maybe that simple sign of life was an omen that the tide was about to turn. Would they survive to see the day? Governments were forced to admit the Earth's shape was nothing like the spinning globe taught in schools. Would the notion of an artificial dome drive humanity into chaos or unlock a higher understanding of reality? No one had the answers, but at least now the question was undeniable. The horizon stretched ahead, and for the first time they sailed toward it, not as prisoners of ignorance but as harbingers of a truth too big to bury. Thus, their story carried on a fragile boat cutting through frigid waters, bearing witness to a revelation that might reshape our entire world. and in some distant corner of that world a child still gazed at clouds forming a suspiciously perfect loop. A dog-eared notebook under one arm, determined to one day see if the sky was truly just the beginning, or if there was a boundary up there reflecting our own starlight back upon us. In that child's eyes the future of truth glimmered, for every question eventually finds its answer, if only we dare to look far enough beyond the edge. In a small coastal village far from power centres and censorship boards, rumours of an impending broadcast spread like wildfire. Locals whispered that a boat was on its way carrying renegades who'd uncovered a hidden edge. Makeshift antennas were erected on rooftops tuned to obscure frequencies. For many it sounded like folklore tales of a dome overhead, an endless ring of ice. Yet they prepared anyway, curiosity outweighing disbelief. Sure enough, at twilight a battered fishing vessel appeared off the shoreline, its hull patched in countless places. Figures in heavy coats disembarked: Mira, Rowan, Tenzin, Amara and the others. They were met by wary stares at first, but once they introduced themselves, an undercurrent of solidarity rippled through the villagers. After so many official lies, news of a cataclysmic truth found receptive ears among those who'd never fully trusted distant authorities. Working with local radio enthusiasts, the explorers set up a clandestine transmitter inside an old warehouse. They had bellwether-esque documents, Eleusis reels, decades-old logs and new footage from their flight across the polar barrier. Overnight, they compiled it all into a single broadcast designed to circumvent the usual filters. Come dawn, they beamed it out over shortwave frequencies, satellite relays and peer-to-peer internet streams. At first it reached only a few thousand watchers, but as hours passed more people tuned in, spurred by cryptic hints circulating on social media. Governments tried to jam signals claiming national security threats. Still the feed multiplied across mirrors worldwide, footage of rockets striking a translucent barrier, proof of manipulated satellite imagery logs referencing cosmic illusions, every revelation seared into the collective consciousness. In major cities the reaction was immediate. Skeptics demanded open scientific debates. Believers flooded forums with stunned excitement, and certain religious groups declared these events the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. Academic institutions scrambled to respond. Some professors bravely admitted that certain data sets were indeed censored. Others denounced the broadcast as grand deception. Civil discord grew, with protests erupting in front of government buildings. Desperate to quell the tide, authorities tried one last wave of censorship, blacking out key websites and arresting activists, but it was a losing battle. Within 24 hours, the so-called edge disclosure was unstoppable. People were analysing images frame by frame, noticing how flight paths had always circumvented southern latitudes. Explorers worldwide started planning new voyages, determined to see the ring of ice for themselves. Meanwhile, Commander Reyes and the remnants of his force retreated into secrecy. Their chain of command fractured under public scrutiny, with some superiors insisting on partial disclosure rather than face global chaos. Calder vanished, entirely rumoured to have fled to a facility near the boundary. No official statements came forth admitting a dome or a ring of ice, yet the silence spoke volumes. In that seaside village, Mira's group finally allowed themselves a moment of relief. They had done it. They had unleashed proof that even the most powerful institutions couldn't contain. Though uncertain what upheavals would follow, they believed humanity deserved the choice to confront reality head-on. Tenzin led a quiet prayer for balance, hoping that new truths wouldn't tear society apart. Over the next weeks, glimpses of a shifting paradigm seeped into daily life. Some airlines cancelled polar routes altogether, citing unforeseen hazards. Cartography websites quietly updated disclaimers about data voids near Antarctica. A few politicians publicly conceded that global treaties on the Emily Brooks was not the kind of journalist to wait for official sources to hand her a story. She was the type who, at 12 years old, camped in her parents' backyard hoping to catch a glimpse of extraterrestrial lights. And if you asked her colleagues, they'd say she never outgrew that fascination. The perpetual night owl, Emily had recently started a small podcast called Midnight Frequencies, uploaded under the umbrella theme of sleep theories to reach an audience equally fascinated by the weird, the unexplained and the downright bizarre. Sure, some called her a conspiracy nut, but in a small, quiet town on the outskirts of suburban America, she was one of the few people with enough curiosity, or audacity, to go chasing after lights in the sky. That very sky had erupted in rumours over the last few weeks, rumours of bright, sudden flashes at odd hours, flickering across farmland and forest. So, Emily decided to do what any dedicated, starry-eyed investigator would. She grabbed a camera, a high-powered microphone, her beloved night vision binoculars, and headed out into the fields just before midnight. There, the tall grass swayed under a thin moon. Emily had done her usual check. Fresh batteries, backup memory cards, all set. She was talking into her phone's microphone, live streaming to about a dozen dedicated watchers. Her voice was hushed but electric. It's about 11:47 p.m. local time, folks. We've had an upswing in UFO sighting reports over the past 6 nights. I'm out here in, well, I'll keep the exact location to myself for now. But suffice it to say, the conditions are perfect. Let's see what we can capture. She waded deeper into the field, scanning the horizon. Occasional crickets broke the silence. Suddenly a brilliant white flash lit the sky, so bright it momentarily drowned out the moon. Emily gasped, fumbling with the camera to pivot it upward. Her phone's feed blurred with static as something zipped across the darkness, leaving a faint phosphorescent trail. Then, just as abruptly as it appeared, the light vanished. Silence. Emily's phone screen flickered, the connection faltering, and for a moment all she heard was the rapid thud of her own heart. That was unusual. Even if a plane or meteor had streaked by, it wouldn't usually cut her camera feed and cause the phone to glitch. When the feed came back online, Emily's chat was going wild. Viewers claiming they saw a streak of silver and blue, or a silent explosion. Adrenaline coursed through her veins. "Did you guys catch that?" she whispered into the phone. "We might have just stumbled onto something big." Unbeknownst to her, another event was unfolding just a few miles away, in the cosy cul-de-sac where Hannah Gray lived. A beloved elementary school teacher, Hannah had the kind of life that rarely courted drama. That night, however, something extraordinary happened. Around the same time Emily witnessed the sky flash, Hannah Gray disappeared from her locked home. Her front door was still bolted from the inside, and there was no sign of forced entry. Her car keys were left on the kitchen counter, half a mug of tea growing cold next to them. By morning, the entire small town hummed with whispers. No one knew where Hannah could have gone. The local police, unused to serious crime, were at a total loss. Emily caught wind of the story while scrolling social media in a diner, bleary-eyed from her late-night stakeout. She recognised Hannah's name. Everyone in town did, at least a little. A wave of excitement and dread rolled over Emily. A suspicious disappearance mere hours after a bright flash in the sky. If that didn't ring every conspiracy alarm, nothing would. She quickly messaged Andrew Miller, her friend and occasional partner in research. He was a lanky tech genius with a knack for cracking open encrypted files, pulling data from obscure corners of the internet, and tracking unusual radio frequencies. Andrew was also prone to stress-induced rambling and conspiratorial tangents, which Emily secretly found endearing. "Did you see the news about Hannah Gray?" Emily asked. Andrew typed back in quick bursts. "Yeah, it's all over the local forums. She just vanished. Could be foul play or something else." "We need to talk," Emily replied. "Meet me at the station cafe in 30. While waiting, she pulled out her phone, scanning last night's footage. The bright flare in the sky was definitely there, but the device had glitched at the crucial moment. All she had was a blurred orb. Still, it was enough to get her adrenaline pumping. Andrew arrived, a bundle of nerves, with a laptop under one arm and a half-eaten protein bar in hand. "I tried analysing local power grids last night," he said by way of greeting, sliding into the booth across from her. "There was a massive voltage drop around the time you mentioned the flash. Not just your phone, some entire sectors lost electricity for a few seconds." Emily's eyes widened. "So it wasn't just me?" He shrugged. "Could be a surge. But what I found interesting is that some weird radio chatter spiked around the same time. Frequencies that shouldn't even be active in this area. It's like someone was broadcasting or receiving something." They were interrupted when a local policeman walked in, discussing the Hannah Gray case with a colleague. Words like "no sign of a break-in" and "completely vanished" drifted their way. Emily and Andrew shared a look. Something about this was big. Maybe too big. That evening, after rummaging through the bits of corrupted footage and cross-referencing times with Andrew's data, Emily decided to pay a visit to Hannah's place. The sun was dipping low, casting orange light across the quiet street. Hannah's house, a modest single story with a neat front lawn, was eerily calm. A neighbour, eyes puffy from worry, told Emily that no one had seen Hannah since the prior night. No footprints, no sightings. Just as Emily was about to leave, she noticed faint scorch marks on the grass near Hannah's back fence. Odd, concentric circles bleached into the lawn. She knelt, brushing her hand over the brittle blades. She took a picture, her heart thumping in her chest. This was no ordinary vanishing act. Something was deeply wrong here. The ground felt hot to the touch, as if baked by an intense energy. The next morning, people awoke to even stranger news. Hannah Gray had reappeared. She turned up on her own front porch, trembling, disoriented and noticeably thinner. Neighbours swore they heard no car, no footsteps. It was as if she simply materialised. Emily was there in minutes, skidding her car to a halt on the curb. Police had already crowded the area. Hannah, pale and wearing the same pyjamas she had on the night she vanished, was ushered inside. Emily managed to talk her way past the officers, thanks to a well-timed white lie about being an assigned reporter. There in the living room she found Hannah curled on the couch, eyes distant as if searching an endless horizon only she could see. Andrew arrived soon after, carefully stepping around the police tape in the hallway. The officer in charge cast them both a suspicious eye. Hannah glanced at them with a fragile, tired expression. She didn't say much, but she lifted her sleeve to reveal faint, scorch-like markings on her arms, like the circles in her backyard, but smaller, etched into her skin. Emily's pulse hammered. Hannah's voice was barely above a whisper. I remember a bright craft, overhead, and then cold, sterile walls, a sense of floating. Her voice shook. Am I losing my mind? Emily knelt beside her, a gentle hand on her shoulder. No, Hannah, you're not. There's something going on here, and we're going to find out what it is. Yet as determined as she was, Emily had no idea how deep the rabbit hole would go, or how dangerous it would be to pull back the curtain on this unfolding nightmare. It didn't take long for Michael Reed to show up. Tall, suit pressed to perfection, and eyes that seemed to size up everyone he met in a single glance, Reed introduced himself as a liaison from a special department concerned with national security. He had the practiced smile of a bureaucrat. but there was something slightly off-putting about him, like a coiled snake playing at politeness. Michael Reed informed Hannah's small cluster of friends, relatives, and curious onlookers that she had experienced an acute stress episode. He claimed to represent a government health initiative that specialised in mental health crises. But Emily wasn't buying it for a second. While local cops seemed convinced, or at least too intimidated to question him, she recognised a cover story when she heard one. Moments after finishing his official spiel, Reed cornered Emily outside Hannah's living room. "Miss Brooks," he began, his voice low, measured, "I understand you're a journalist. I'm sure you can appreciate the importance of not spreading panic." Emily forced a smile. Panic about what exactly? He returned her smile with something close to a smirk. "It's best if you keep certain rumours, UFO sightings, alleged abductions, out of the public eye, for Hannah's sake as well as the community's." There was a flash in his gaze that brooked no argument. "You have no idea what you might be meddling with." She felt a chill but refused to back down. "I'm just trying to get to the truth." "Truth?" he echoed, chuckling softly. "Truth is slippery, Miss Brooks. It can twist into 100 shapes, some of them quite ugly. I'd hate for you to see that happen." He left it at that, slipping away with the smoothness of a polished predator. Emily didn't need an official threat to know that was precisely what he'd just delivered. An hour later, outside, Andrew found her pacing on the sidewalk, clearly rattled. He gave her a worried look. "You okay?" "Fine," she answered too quickly, eyes narrowing at the departing black SUV that carried Reed away. "That guy is serious bad news. We have to double down on this. They're trying to bury something." Andrew's face blanched. "Maybe we should step back. This might be bigger than we realise." Emily shook her head. "Number. Look at Hannah. She's traumatised. If we don't find out what happened to her, who will?" They parted ways to gather more intel. Andrew delved into the digital realm, determined to find the unusual signals that had spiked the night of Hannah's disappearance. Emily visited local radio stations, talked to older residents who claimed to have seen lights in the sky for years. Almost everyone had a story, if you dug deep enough. Strange booms, missing livestock, random blackouts. It seemed their quaint town had been a hotspot of odd phenomena for quite some time, but no one had drawn the dots together until now. In the meantime, Hannah's condition only grew more perplexing. Friends who tried to visit reported that she occasionally lapsed into staring spells, eyes unfocused, as if listening to something inaudible. On 2 separate occasions, she collapsed momentarily, then got back up with no memory of it. A doctor gave her a clean bill of health, but a nurse whispered to Emily that Hannah's blood work had anomalies, a subtle chemical shift that didn't match anything in normal medical databases. The next day, Emily met Andrew at his cramped apartment, the place awash in the glow of multiple computer screens. Energy drink cans dotted the table. He greeted her with more urgency than usual, even for him. "Emily, I've been analysing the signals from last night." He tapped on a keyboard, bringing up a screen full of waveforms. There are encrypted bursts, faint but repeating. They don't correspond to any standard communication frequencies I'm aware of. And the weirdest thing, the bursts peak around midnight, then vanish. "Could it be satellite transmissions?" Emily asked, peering at the data. "Maybe, but I'm not so sure. I tried to cross-reference them against known satellites. There's no match. It's almost like a hidden network, piggybacking on top of standard radio. If you didn't specifically know where to look, you'd never see it." He hit another key. "And the times line up with local sightings of weird lights, including the night Hannah vanished." Emily felt a surge of excitement. "So we have potential proof of something. Some clandestine broadcast that syncs with abductions, or at least with sightings." Andrew hesitated, chewing his lower lip. "It's only partial. I mean, we don't know who or what is sending it. Could be the government, could be..." He swallowed. Could be something not from around here. Exactly. We need more data, more on-the-ground evidence. We can't rely on official channels because apparently they're keen on shutting this down. Together they planned an impromptu excursion. Armed with Andrew's equipment, a portable frequency scanner, a parabolic mic for capturing distant noises, a thermal camera, and Emily's never-ending resolve, they set out into the countryside that night. She had mapped a route of rumoured hotspots, old farmland where a neighbour claimed to have seen dancing orbs, a lonely road by the old quarry where a teen once snapped a photo of a strange craft, and a remote vantage point near a chain of wooded hills. They arrived at the farmland first. The night was quiet, the air crisp. Andrew set up his gear on the hood of Emily's car while she scanned the horizon with her binoculars. Crickets droned their lullaby, occasionally punctuated by a distant hoot of an owl. Nothing seemed unusual until Andrew's scanner beeped erratically. "Signal spike," he murmured, adjusting dials. "It's here, just like in the data logs." Emily felt her heart rate climb. "Look over there." She pointed to a patch of ground behind a barn. At first glance it was just dirt and weeds, but a closer look revealed a faint burned ring, not unlike the circles in Hannah's yard. She clicked on her flashlight, the beam revealing a circle of charred earth about 10 feet across. "Another scorch mark," she whispered, kneeling. "Something has been landing here. Hovering, maybe. This is the real deal, Andrew." He nodded, scanning the skies. "We should hurry. There's a black SUV parked down the road, engine off. Could be them again." Emily's pulse quickened. "We've got to keep moving." She snapped pictures and quickly gathered soil samples in small plastic bags. Andrew shut off the gear. As they hopped back into the car and rolled onto the main road, headlights appeared behind them, bright, following. Emily accelerated, heart hammering. Sure enough, the SUV gained on them. "Drive, drive, drive," Andrew hissed. They careened onto a side route, dust kicking up as the SUV's lights bobbed behind them. Emily took a series of unmarked turns through the farmland, adrenaline spiking with every squeal of the tyres. Finally, after about 10 frantic minutes, the SUV dropped back, its headlights fading. Emily exhaled shakily, pulling over near an old oak tree off a narrow lane. "Think we lost them," she whispered. The tension in the air was thick as both tried to catch their breath. Andrew's face was pale, eyes darting in every direction. That was definitely them. Reed's people, or someone else who doesn't want us snooping around. We're in over our heads. Emily pressed her forehead against the steering wheel for a second, the weight of it all sinking in. "We can't stop now. Whatever's happening is too big, too real. I refuse to let them scare me off." Andrew nodded, but his gaze flickered with fear. "We have data, scorch marks, signal spikes, a possible government tail. But we still need more to piece this together." That night they decided to lay low. Emily stashed the samples in a safe place at home, well aware that a break-in could be imminent. She phoned Hannah, checking on her. Her voice sounded frail, but she reported strange flashes in her mind, like half-forgotten dreams or visions of tall, thin silhouettes drifting through corridors lit by starlight. Emily's blood ran cold hearing the details. They matched classic abduction lore. For Hannah, though, it was not a story or rumour, but a real haunting memory. At dawn, Andrew's phone buzzed with a cryptic message from an unknown sender. "Project Meridian is real. Check 379. Watch the next window. The Watcher sees." Andrew nearly dropped his phone. "Project Meridian? The Watcher?" The cryptic words danced before his eyes. "Emily, we've just received the strangest tip." They had no idea who sent it or what it meant yet, but it served as a chilling confirmation that they weren't the only ones digging. And if the clandestine watchers were aware of them, it meant Emily and Andrew had just become players in a dangerous game. A game that involved secret projects, unexplained abductions and transmissions from somewhere beyond normal human reach. The next morning, Emily woke to the sound of frantic knocking on her front door. Disoriented, she threw on a robe and opened it to find Hannah Gray, eyes wide and tear tracks glistening on her cheeks. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "They were in my dreams again," Hannah whispered. But it wasn't a dream. It felt too real. She swallowed hard, gaze darting down the street as though she expected something to appear. Bright lights, swirling dust, a shape in the corner. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Emily guided her inside, letting her sit on the couch and sip a glass of water. She placed a comforting hand on Hannah's shoulder. "It's all right. You're safe here." Hannah shuddered. "I don't feel safe anywhere." But I remembered something else from that missing time. These images of a hallway, the walls humming like they were alive, and I heard a voice, no, a presence, calling itself the Watcher. It was like it was inside my head. Emily felt chills. The Watcher. That's the same name we saw in that tip Andrew got. She explained the cryptic text. Project Meridian is real. The Watcher sees. Hannah's eyes brimmed with tears. "Emily, I can't live like this, wondering if they'll come again." Emily gently squeezed her hand. "We're going to figure this out. I promise." When Andrew arrived, bleary-eyed and overloaded with files, he didn't flinch at Hannah's presence. He'd been expecting this meltdown. He wasted no time showing them both his latest discovery. Partial documents referencing Project Meridian, gleaned from an obscure data cache that likely belonged to Reed's agency. It contained lines like scheduled harvest windows and targeted abductee list. Next to Hannah's name, along with a handful of others, was a cryptic note. Stage 2. "This is insane," Emily breathed. "It's proof that there's some government or quasi-government group tracking abductees, and it's calling it a harvest? That's horrifying," Hannah's voice trembled. "Harvest for what?" Andrew scrolled further. "It's incomplete. Someone's systematically removing sections, but I see references to potential extraterrestrial liaison and a codename The Watcher. It reads like the government is either cooperating with or studying an alien presence. They even mentioned sedation chemicals for transport." The weight of it sank in. They had partial proof of something big, a program that likely spanned beyond their little town. Emily's heart pounded. "We have to go public, or at least gather enough that no one can deny it." Andrew's face paled. "Get ourselves disappeared? We can't just fling it online. Reed's goons might have it pulled before it gains traction." He looked at Hannah. "Or worse, they could come for you again, for all of us." Hannah closed her eyes, steadying her breath. "If it stops more people from going through this, we have to try something." Later that day, Emily convinced Hannah to let her do a recorded interview for Midnight Frequencies. The interview was short but chilling. Hannah described the missing time, the marks on her arms, and the silent spaces in her mind filled by an echoing presence. Her voice shook, yet there was a calm resolve behind it. Emily decided not to publish it immediately, but she kept the footage safe, planning to use it as evidence if their investigation reached a breakthrough, or if they needed leverage against Reed. That same evening, they made plans to visit a remote desert facility rumoured to be connected to covert experiments. Andrew's data scraping had turned up references to an outpost near the state line, a place with extremely high security, no public records of its purpose, and rumoured ties to advanced research. "It might be a wild goose chase," Andrew said, scanning the route on a laptop, "but we have to try." Hannah insisted on tagging along, though Emily worried about her fragile state. "I can't just stay home," Hannah said quietly. "I need answers. Maybe being closer to whatever it is will trigger more memories." She touched her temple, as though the inside of her head were an alien place too. So, that night, The trio set off in Emily's aging SUV, loaded with cameras, scanning devices, and a sense of steel determination. The desert roads were empty, illuminated only by the headlights and a pale sliver of moon. About an hour into the drive, the radio scanner Andrew had rigged up began to crackle. The odd frequencies he'd detected before started pinging, intensifying as they neared the facility's coordinates. Then, out of nowhere, the wind picked up, swirling dust across the road in a sudden, blinding gust. Emily slowed to a crawl. Andrew tapped at the scanner. "It's spiking hard." He shot a nervous glance at Hannah, who was in the back seat trembling. "Hey, are you all right?" Hannah blinked. "I see a shape. Tall, elongated arms just beyond the dust." She pressed her hands to her eyes. "Stop the car." Emily braked. The swirling dust parted, revealing a silhouette in the desert gloom. It was too far to see clearly, but something about it was deeply wrong, like it defied the normal sense of proportion. As they watched, a faint glow emanated around it, a soft, ethereal shimmer. Suddenly, an intense headache stabbed behind Emily's eyes, making her grip the steering wheel to steady herself. Andrew groaned, clutching his temples, while Hannah's sob turned to a gasp. She opened the door and stumbled out, nearly collapsing onto the sandy roadside. Emily and Andrew followed, hearts pounding. The silhouette flickered, as if it were a projection being disrupted by the swirling dust. A wave of silent pressure rippled through the air, and Hannah collapsed fully, eyes rolling back. Emily yelled her name, dropping to her knees. Andrew tried to pull Hannah up, but she was dead weight. Just then, a pair of headlights appeared from behind them, another vehicle. For a split second, Emily feared it was more of Reed's men, but the headlights swerved off into the swirling sand, the car door opening to reveal a figure in a hooded jacket. "Get her up, quick!" the stranger ordered in a gravelly voice. Emily didn't recognize him. He had a beanie pulled low, face half concealed by the collar. Yet somehow he seemed to know exactly what was happening. "You can't stay here. It's feeding off the psychic energy." Andrew blinked. "Feeding off? What are you talking about?" The figure cursed under his breath and jerked his head. "We have to get moving before it fully manifests. That's not a real corporeal form out there. It's a partial projection. If you stay, you'll either black out or worse. Now hurry!" The words "partial projection" snapped Emily into motion. She and Andrew lifted Hannah, guiding her back into the SUV. The stranger hurried back to his own vehicle. Through the dust he shouted, "Follow me if you want more answers. Trust me." Then he sped off, his taillights cutting through the haze. Emily exchanged a look with Andrew. They didn't know this person, but it was either that or linger under the ominous silhouette. She turned the key, and the SUV roared to life. They tore off after the stranger, the swirling dust forming a tunnel around their headlights. The beep of the scanner was near deafening, as if the broadcast was in meltdown. After a few precarious minutes of desert driving, the dust settled, and the silhouette was out of sight. The stranger led them to a rocky outcropping hidden by boulders. He stepped out, removing his hood carefully. "You got guts, I'll give you that. I've been trying to blow the whistle on Project Meridian for months, but they keep locking down my data. Name's not important." He looked at Hannah, who was starting to come to. "She's the key, isn't she?" Emily bristled protectively. "She's a person, not a key," the stranger nodded. "Right. But if you're trying to stop the abductions, you'll need her memories. They're stored in there, somewhere. The Watcher's telepathic signature imprinted on her. Reed's people want to keep that quiet." Hannah sat up, disoriented but stable. Who are you?" "Someone who can't watch this happen anymore," he said simply. Then he pulled out a small flash drive, tossing it to Andrew. "Coordinates, partial logs, even some video feeds I managed to snag. You can see the abduction schedule. They call it a harvest because these beings harvest genetic samples or psychic potential from humans. The government looks the other way. Some twisted deal for technology, or maybe they're just terrified. Either way, if you want to stop it, you'll have to get inside that facility. He pointed toward the faint glow on the horizon, presumably the compound's perimeter lights. Emily's head spun. She asked the question burning inside her. "Why us? Why come to us now?" He shrugged. "'Cause you're stubborn enough not to quit and naive enough to think you can survive this." With a wry smile, he added, "That might give us a fighting chance." Before they could press him further, the faint rumble of engines echoed. The stranger flinched, scanning the dark. "We've been followed. Stay off the main roads. I'll contact you when it's safe." Then he hopped back into his car, disappearing into the desert with practiced skill. Andrew stared after him. That was intense and unbelievably sketchy. Emily nodded, turning to Hannah, who rubbed her temples as if they ached. "You okay?" She nodded unsteadily, eyes filled with worry. "This is so unreal." "But it's happening," Emily said softly, "and we're not backing down now." In the distance, the swirling dust had calmed, but an unsettling hush had fallen over the desert. Emily felt that hush wrapping around them like a warning, as if the watcher's gaze was locked onto them wherever they went. 2 days later, they finally discovered the location they'd only heard about in rumours. A hidden complex, miles away from any paved highway, accessible by a single unmarked dirt road that wove through rocky hills. Its perimeter was ringed by tall fencing topped with barbed wire, and floodlights swept the barren surroundings. The facility blended into the desert so well that it looked like part of the landscape. Grey concrete walls half buried in sand. Over the gate, a tiny sign read, "No trespassing, government property," but there were no official insignias. Emily, Andrew and Hannah arrived just after dusk, leaving their vehicle concealed behind a cluster of boulders. They'd spent the previous day poring over the files on the flash drive the stranger had given them. The puzzle pieces formed a grim picture, an underground site with advanced labs, holding cells and specialized containment pods for abductees. The log spoke of a harvest window approaching, a date correlated with an upcoming celestial alignment that, according to scattered notes, amplified the Watcher's abilities. As they crouched behind the fence, Hannah's nerves flared. What if we can't get in, or if we do get in and can't get out? Her voice quavered. Emily tried to keep her own fear in check. "We'll find a way. We need proof. Real, indefutable proof." Andrew fiddled with a small hacking device he'd cobbled together. "There should be a side maintenance gate with an electronic lock. If I can patch into it, I might override the system. Quick in and out. Easier said than done." As they sneaked around to the far side, the desert wind kicked up dust. Andrew located the small console for the electronic gate and hooked his device to it. Tense minutes passed, each second elongated by the pounding of their hearts. Finally, with a muted click, the gate's lock hissed open. They slipped inside, scurrying along the side of a concrete wall. The place loomed in silent menace. No sign of guards patrolling, but bright floodlights and security cameras dotted the perimeter. Andrew led them to a narrow door. Another hack, another beep, and they were in. A stark hallway stretched before them. Steel panels lined the walls, with overhead fluorescents casting an anemic glow. Each step felt like an echo of dread. Emily's phone was rolling video as they went, determined to capture every detail. Moments later, they heard footsteps echoing. The trio ducked into a side nook. 2 uniformed guards strode past, discussing a transfer scheduled for midnight. "The sedation trucks arrive in 2 hours, one guard said. "They want them in holding bay 3. The mention made Hannah swallow hard. Sedation trucks for the next wave of abductees. Once the guards were out of earshot, Emily, Andrew and Hannah crept deeper into the labyrinth of corridors. Andrew found a control room with large monitors flickering, each showing different angles of stark medical bays and empty, sterile hallways. He swiftly plugged his flash drive into a console, hands trembling. "Cover me," he whispered, tapping at the keyboard. Lines of code scrolled by on the screen. "I'm going to copy whatever I can. Maybe sabotage some security systems if I get the chance." Emily locked the door from the inside while Hannah kept watch at a window. The monitor feeds displayed glimpses of something horrifying. Large, transparent pods arranged in neat rows within an underground chamber, each containing a motionless figure. Some pods were empty, others held people wearing hospital-like gowns, eyes closed, faces pale. Emily's throat tightened. "There must be dozens," she breathed. "Dozens of abductees down there." Hannah stifled a gasp, tears in her eyes. "That could have been me. Maybe it was me, and I just don't remember." Her hand drifted unconsciously to the faint scars on her arms. On one of the screens, a tall figure in a dark suit appeared. Michael Reed. He spoke with an underling, pointing to a chart. Though there was no audio, it was obvious he was giving orders. Emily zoomed in. The chart he held had a date circled in red. Tomorrow's date. The harvest window. Andrew hissed softly in frustration. "They've layered encryption all over the internal network. I can't get everything, but I'm snagging partial files." He paused, glancing at a separate control panel. "I see an internal security measure for something called Containment Vault, Level B. Might house the more sensitive subjects. Possibly the Watcher?" Emily's heart hammered. "We need physical evidence from the pods. Let's see if we can get down there. We can't free everyone by ourselves, but at least we can document it." They carefully left the control room, heading toward a stairwell that descended 2 levels below ground. The deeper they went, the colder and more sterile it became. Medical trolleys lined the halls, stocked with ominous syringes and strange equipment. Faint overhead announcements crackled. "Holding Bay 2, prepare for sedation protocol." Hannah clenched her jaw, remembering the cold table, the bright lights she had glimpsed in her fractured memory. Finally, they reached a wide chamber with floor-to-ceiling glass pods. The sight was surreal, like stepping into a futuristic nightmare. Dozens of people were suspended in some kind of translucent fluid, monitors attached to the pods. The hum of machinery underscored each breath the abductees took. On a catwalk above, masked technicians moved from pod to pod, checking readouts. Emily recorded frantically, capturing every angle she could. Andrew's face was ashen. The entire floor is basically a test lab. They're analysing them, maybe collecting samples. He pointed to a side corridor labelled extraction. The sign alone made Emily's stomach twist. Suddenly, an alarm beeped overhead. Red lights swirled. Emily's immediate thought was that they had triggered a sensor, but then a mechanical voice announced, "Security breach holding Bay 3. Unauthorized entry." That wasn't them. They were in Bay 2. She realised with a jolt that someone else was here, or perhaps something was happening that even the staff hadn't anticipated. A wave of commotion spread among the technicians, one shouting into a walkie-talkie. In the confusion, Emily motioned to Andrew and Hannah to duck behind a row of large crates. They crouched, hearts pounding. Guards rushed past, heading toward Holding Bay 3. Andrew's eyes darted to Emily. What do we do? Could be a chance to get out or get deeper. Hannah's expression was steeled. Maybe it's a distraction. Let's see if we can find more about the Watcher. Reluctantly, Emily nodded. They slipped across the chamber, hugging the wall to avoid cameras. At the far end, a secure metal door bore the label Restricted, Authorized Personnel Only. Andrew had to hack a keypad again, sweat beading on his forehead as the alarm klaxons continued. With trembling fingers he succeeded, and the heavy door slid open. The corridor beyond led to a smaller, dimly lit annex. Lining the walls were what looked like steel freezers or vaults. Each had a biometric lock, At the far end stood a reinforced glass partition, behind which something flickered like a faint glow. Emily approached, pressing her face close. On the other side was a sealed room maybe 20 feet wide. The interior was dark, but she could make out a tall cylindrical container in the centre, cables snaking from it. A dull luminescence pulsed inside like a heartbeat of light. As they watched, the luminous shape within shifted. For a split second, Emily swore she saw an elongated limb press against the container's surface. She swallowed hard. Could that be the Watcher? Hannah's eyes fluttered. She stepped closer as if drawn by some invisible tether. Suddenly, she gasped, tears springing to her eyes. "I can feel it in my head," she whimpered. "It's the same presence from before." Andrew's device beeped. "This door's on a more advanced system. I'm not sure I can crack it without setting off another alarm." Before Emily could respond, a voice spoke behind them. "I wouldn't advise it." They spun around to see Michael Reed flanked by 2 armed guards, their guns trained. Reed's cool expression held triumph. "You've gone far enough." Emily's pulse thundered. "You're detaining us illegally. We have evidence." She brandished her phone, still recording. One guard moved to smack it out of her hand, but Reed signalled for him to wait. He offered a tight smile. "Evidence of what? A top-secret installation engaged in advanced medical research for national security? You'll be laughed off every mainstream channel. And if you do try releasing anything, you'll spend your lives in legal purgatory for violating national security." He stared them down. "But I can offer an alternative." Andrew's jaw tensed. "Which is?" "Hush money. A comfortable relocation to anywhere you want. You sign NDAs, vanish quietly, and let the grown-ups handle the big, scary secrets." Reed glanced at Hannah. "Especially you, Ms. Gray. Surely you don't want more nightmares. Let us handle your condition. We can help." Anger boiled in Emily. "Help! You're the ones who took her!" Reed's gaze flicked to the Watcher's container. "We're containing a threat that your friend here, along with many others, got tangled in. Our work is about preserving stability. That includes people who wander off the reservation." He gave Emily a pointed look. "You might think you're saving the world, but trust me, you have no idea how dangerous this entity is, or the ramifications of exposure." Hannah trembled. "You'd keep abducting people, letting that thing feed on them?" Reed exhaled, feigning patience. "It's complicated. We have certain understandings with the entity. In exchange for certain allowances, we glean scientific breakthroughs. Our adversaries would love to get their hands on it. The world is better off if we remain in control." Emily saw red. "You're letting people suffer for your own ends." "National ends," he corrected, stepping forward. The guards parted slightly, but their weapons remained level. "I'm offering you a choice. Walk away now, or face the consequences." At that moment, Hannah let out a sudden gasp, eyes rolling back. The air grew electric. The lights in the corridor flickered. Within the sealed containment, the luminescence surged. A shape pressed forcefully against the glass. Alarms blared anew, mixing with the tension in the air. The Watcher, it seemed, was reacting to Hannah's proximity, or to her emotional state. One of the guards stepped back, rattled. "Sir, containment is destabilizing." The glass partition shook. A hairline crack appeared. Reed's confidence wavered. Panic edged his features. Emily saw her chance. She pushed Andrew behind some equipment crates. Hannah, eyes glazed, stumbled after them. The guards turned to secure the containment vault, momentarily distracted. Reed cursed and yelled, "Don't let them get away!" But the trio darted down a side corridor. Behind them, the Watcher's prison groaned ominously, a splintering shriek that echoed. Pandemonium erupted. They sprinted, hearts hammering. Andrew led them toward an exit sign. "You have to get out before the Watcher breaks free or they seal the place shut." They had the proof they'd come for, but also a terrifying new realization. If the Watcher escaped, it might not only be the facility that paid the price, it could be the entire surrounding town or beyond. Intervals sealing sections of the facility. Emily, Andrew and Hannah barely slipped under one shutter in time before it crashed to the floor with a resounding clang. They burst into a wide loading area stacked with crates of supplies, likely sedation chemicals. Several large trucks were lined up, engines idling, presumably preparing for a midnight transfer. Sirens blended into the roar of alarms, creating a frenzied chaos. Technicians ran in all directions, some barking into radios, others wheeling carts full of sedation syringes. Andrew quickly ducked behind a forklift, scanning for a safe route. Hannah, still pale from the psychic assault, gripped Emily's arm for support. "We have to warn those people," Hannah said, voice wavering as she gestured to the trucks. "They are shipping more victims tonight." Emily nodded, swallowing her own terror. "We can't free everyone on our own, but maybe we can sabotage the trucks so they can't transport them." Andrew eyed a control panel near the bay doors. "I could disable the loading ramp, jam the engines, something like that. It'll at least slow them down." They crept forward, only to have an armed guard appear from behind a crate. He raised his weapon. Instinct kicked in. Emily grabbed a stray metal rod and swung. She was hardly a trained fighter, but adrenaline can do wonders. The rod clanged against the guard's wrist, sending his aim wide. He stumbled, and Andrew tackled him to the floor, wresting the gun away. Hannah pulled Andrew back, breath coming in gasps. They hurried on as the guard groaned behind them. Andrew reached the control panel, frantically typing commands. Sparks flew from the console as he jammed some kind of override. The massive bay doors jerked partway closed, then locked in place with a screech. The trucks revved, drivers desperately trying to maneuver out, but the doors trapped them. A loudspeaker crackled. "Critical malfunction in loading bay. All personnel evacuate." Meanwhile, the Watcher's presence pressed into Hannah's mind like a vice. She staggered, feeling telepathic waves ripple through the facility. With each passing second, it grew stronger. In her mind's eye, she saw flickers of the entity floating through corridors, doors buckling under an unseen force. They found an emergency staircase leading upward. On the next level, subdued lights flickered as the alarms continued. Bodies lay strewn in the hallway, some unconscious guards, possibly overwhelmed by the Watcher's telepathic field. Emily forced herself not to look too closely at whether they were breathing. Time was short. At a cross-section of corridors, they nearly collided with Michael Reed. His hair was mussed, tie askew, face contorted in fury. A pistol was clutched in his hand. "You have no idea what you've unleashed," he snarled. "If the Watcher goes free, then maybe it'll blow the lid on your entire operation," Emily shot back. He pointed the gun at Andrew, who flinched, hands up. "Hand over that flash drive with all the data, now!" Andrew trembled, fumbling in his pocket. You can't keep this hidden forever," Reed's nostrils flared. "Watch me!" A deep vibration rocked the corridor. Metal doors rattled. The lights dimmed, surging back in a stutter. Hannah let out a choked sound. "It's here!" At the far end of the hallway, something shimmered like a mirage. Then it solidified into a tall, spindly figure, vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly elongated. Its skin, or surface, seemed a pale, pearlescent grey, with eyes that glowed faintly with an otherworldly light. It radiated a sense of immense, implacable intelligence. The Watcher. Even Reed seemed taken aback, stepping back warily, though he kept his weapon trained on Andrew. The Watcher tilted its head, an unreadable motion. Emily felt a tidal wave of pressure inside her skull, as if those glowing eyes were peering directly into her mind. She sensed a mix of curiosity and cold detachment, as though humans were mere specimens. Hannah doubled over, hands on her temples. The Watcher took a step closer, and doors in the corridor swung open as though willed by a telekinetic push. Reed fired a shot at the alien, but the bullet pinged off the wall, deflected by some unseen force. The Watcher's gaze pinned Reed in place, a wave of telepathic energy knocking him back. He slammed into a wall, the pistol skittering across the floor. Emily inched forward, phone still recording. Fear warred with her journalistic instinct, but the camera was her only weapon to expose the truth. The Watcher's attention shifted to Hannah. It reached out. Physically or psychically, she couldn't tell. Hannah let out a strangled cry. A chaotic swirl of images flooded Hannah's mind, a cosmos teeming with swirling lights, bizarre structures floating in the void, and a sense of some grand experiment. She saw other humans in pods, glimpses of entire networks of ships orbiting Earth in secret. The Watcher's voice resonated without words, yet it communicated volumes. It was collecting data, studying them, a cosmic anthropologist or perhaps a collector. Emily picked up faint echoes of the same images, as though the link extended to her through Hannah. Reed, battered but furious, grabbed the pistol again, aiming at the back of the Watcher. Emily found herself torn. Should she let him shoot the creature that might enslave them all? Or was that a worse risk? But before he could pull the trigger, the Watcher turned. With a single psychic thrust, it sent him flying down the corridor, crashing into unconsciousness. Suddenly, alarm sirens pitched into an unearthly wail, and the building's overhead lights began strobing. The Watcher turned its luminous eyes upward, as if sensing the source of the disruption. Andrew pointed to a side door. "We should get out of here," he hissed. But Hannah was transfixed, locked in telepathic communion. Emily and Andrew pulled at her, and finally she stumbled away, breaking the connection. The trio sprinted, hearing the echo of the Watcher's presence behind them. It didn't chase in a conventional sense. It seemed more concerned with clearing a path to escape the facility entirely. They found an auxiliary exit, locked from the inside. Andrew managed to pry it open using a crowbar from a nearby maintenance closet. Fresh night air rushed in. Outside, floodlights swiveled madly, but the area was chaotic. Vehicles ablaze, staff fleeing, and an unearthly hum throbbing in the air. In the distance, a shimmering vortex of light flickered across the desert sky. It looked like a tear in the night, swirling with the same colour as the Watcher's glow. Hannah clutched Emily's sleeve, panting. "That's how it's leaving. We're calling in reinforcements." Andrew scanned frantically for their own SUV. It was still hidden behind the boulders. They dashed across open ground, hearts pounding. Over their shoulders, the complex erupted with scenes and sporadic gunfire. Inside that swirling vortex, they glimpsed the Watcher's silhouette rising, drifting upward in defiance of gravity. Bolts of energy danced around it. Suddenly, Hannah cried out, doubling over. Emily skidded to a stop. "Hannah!" She was experiencing a final psychic barrage. Disjointed images of Earth from orbit. Hundreds, maybe thousands of other Watchers, each assigned to different regions of the planet. Some alliance with governments worldwide. The horrifying scale of it slammed into Hannah's consciousness, a revelation she could scarcely handle. A surge of raw mental force burst from her, a reflexive scream that tore through the night. It was as though she'd formed a telepathic feedback loop with the Watcher. For a brief moment, the Watcher wavered in mid-air, its body convulsing. The vortex crackled with unstable energy. Emily shielded her eyes from the blinding flashes. Andrew grabbed Hannah to steady her. Then, with a thunderous hush, like the air had been vacuumed out, the Watcher disappeared into the vortex, which collapsed in on itself, leaving only a shimmering after-image in the sky. The desert fell silent but for the crackle of flames around the facility. The abduction operation was in ruins, at least for now, They found their SUV and sped away. Once a safe distance from the complex, Andrew pulled over, and all three sat in stunned silence, the glow of the facility a distant memory. Emily's phone still had partial battery and a stack of recorded footage. She could barely process it. She had filmed the Watcher, the pods, the weird telekinetic standoff. Now she held evidence that could unravel a global conspiracy, or be dismissed as a hoax, depending on the audience. "Are you okay?" Emily asked Hannah, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Hannah trembled. I feel empty, like it took something from me when it left, or I took something from it. I'm not sure which." Andrew exhaled a shaky breath. "We have the footage, the documents, everything. Let's get it out there, wide. Even if the mainstream covers it up, the truth will find a way." Emily nodded, determination in her eyes. "We owe it to everyone who was trapped in those pods, and to every abductee that might still be out there." They drove through the night, hearts heavy yet hopeful. At dawn, the story was uploaded across multiple platforms, midnight frequencies, conspiracy forums, independent video hosts. Emily didn't bother contacting mainstream news. She knew they'd either laugh or find themselves mysteriously blocked. But the smaller corners of the web lit up, viewers reeling at the footage of the Watcher, the pods, and the ominous presence of government forces. Some hailed it as undeniable proof. Others cried hoax, but the seed was planted, the story out in the wild. If Michael Reed or his superiors tried to contain it, they'd have a hard time chasing every download and re-upload. In the weeks that followed, rumours abounded that the facility had been sanitized, that Michael Reed had vanished, or that he'd been reassigned to an even more clandestine role. Meanwhile, Hannah faced lingering nightmares and occasional psychic flashes, glimpses of starlit corridors or swirling galaxies. She was slowly healing, but the scars were not just physical. Andrew used his tech skills to stay ahead of any attempts at legal retaliation, employing encryption and backups to keep their evidence safe. Emily's viewership soared among those predisposed to believe. Critics labelled her a sensationalist, but she pressed on. Late one night, as she wrapped up a new podcast episode, she saw a single faint, shimmering light flicker across the sky above her home. It was gone in an instant, leaving her with a familiar swirl of dread and wonder. Switching off the microphone, Emily whispered, "They're still out there. Maybe they always will be." She glanced at her phone, which had begun vibrating with the new tips and sightings from around the globe. In her mind, she heard an echo of the Watcher's presence, something that felt like a cautionary farewell or perhaps a promise. Far away, in the hush of small-town streets, life went on. Children attended school, families gathered for barbecues. The local news played soft features about local sports, but in the margins, a different reality glowed. One where cosmic beings surveyed humanity like experimental subjects. And people like Emily Brooks, Andrew Miller, and Hannah Gray stood at the threshold, determined to keep watch on the Watchers. Their fight for disclosure had only just begun. Hello everyone, and welcome to tonight's instalment of Sleep Theories, the channel dedicated to quieting the noise of everyday life by exploring the hidden realms of mystery and intrigue. Before we begin, please take a moment to comment below telling us where in the world you're tuning in from, what time it is for you right now, and, if you feel like sharing, how your day has gone. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to Sleep Theories so you'll never miss another story designed to gently carry you into the depths of curiosity while keeping a calming pace. Our tale this evening is titled Shadows of the Mind. We'll follow an investigative journalist, a conflicted psychiatrist, and the haunted survivors of experiments that might never have ended. Settle in, let the hush of the narrative wash over you, and let's begin. Eva Moreno stared at the flickering cursor on her laptop, the hum of the tiny office's fluorescent lights droning in the background. She was the last one left in the newsroom tonight as usual. A faint headache pressed at her temples, not from exhaustion alone, but from the nagging sense that she was on the verge of a story bigger than anything she'd tackled before. The rest of her colleagues had gone home, unconvinced by the cryptic messages referencing long-dead CIA programs that she'd been obsessively researching. Now, illuminated only by the cold glow of the computer screen, Eva reread the tip that had landed in her inbox hours earlier. MK Ultra is just the beginning. Look deeper. They never fully stopped. They only changed names. Start with the lost transcripts in the 1950s, then see how new subjects appear even after the official closure. The truth is rotting in old boxes. A friend. Her heart pounded each time she scanned those lines. She'd been aware of MK Ultra, the CIA's infamous mind control experiments from the 1950s and 1960s. Everyone with an interest in conspiracy lore had heard about LSD trials and rumoured psychological torture. But she'd assumed it was ancient history, relegated to half-baked documentaries and disclaimers about different times. Yet something in the tip implied an ongoing presence, a lingering shadow. Could it be possible? She found herself both sceptical and intrigued. It was this tip that had her rummaging through declassified archives posted online, scanning for anything that might confirm or deny the cryptic claim. So far, she'd found only blacked-out paragraphs, heavily redacted references to code names, talk of safe houses and volunteers, involuntary sedation. Enough to suggest widespread wrongdoing, enough to keep her up at night. But not enough for a solid lead. She needed more, something tangible. A faint squeak in the hallway startled her. She shut her laptop, half expecting a co-worker, but nobody appeared. Probably the old building settling. Eva exhaled, then reopened her laptop. She typed a short piece for the next day's editorial updates, just a small mention of newly revealed CIA documents, but her editor had already made it clear, "We can't run some half-cocked conspiracy as front-page news, Eva." She clenched her jaw, saving her notes in a hidden folder titled MK. At exactly 10:52 p.m, her phone buzzed. An unknown number. She hesitated before picking up. "Hello?" No immediate reply, but she caught breathing. Then a man's voice, low and wavering. "I read your piece about mind control archives. You're onto something. I can't talk freely. Meet me tomorrow, noon, at Crescent Park. I have patient files you need to see." The line clicked dead before she could respond. Her heart hammered. Patient files? Something ongoing. She packed up, a swirl of thoughts fueling a mild adrenaline surge. The tipster sounded spooked. She typed a quick text to her friend Manny from the crime desk. "If I vanish, ask about Crescent Park." Manny had teased her about paranoia, but she'd learned never to take a stranger's call in such matters lightly. Once outside, the cool night air offered a mild relief from her pounding heart. She double-checked the darkened street for suspicious cars, half laughing at her own caution. The only sign of life was a stray cat rummaging near the dumpster. Driving home, she reflected on her last big break, a child trafficking ring case that nearly cost her a lawsuit. Her editor had stuck his neck out for her, but now the paper's budget was shaky. Another fiasco might sink them both. Still, something about potential ongoing mind control experiments, or at least a cover-up, felt too big to ignore. If the CIA or whichever branch was still burying these secrets, it wasn't just old news. Real people might be suffering, or had suffered, without recognition. By the time dawnlight crept through her apartment blinds, Eva had hardly slept. She dragged herself to the tiny kitchen, slurping coffee that tasted burnt. The TV on low volume recapped mundane local updates. No mention of secret experiments or covert operations, just typical morning chatter. She turned it off, unsettled. Maybe she was chasing a ghost, but what if there's substance to it? She recalled Watergate once started as a seemingly small burglary story. Maybe this was her chance to unearth a revelation. At her desk by mid-morning, she tried to focus on routine tasks, but anxiety gnawed. The hush in the office told her the place was half empty. Manny teased her from across the aisle. "You look like you saw a ghost, kiddo." She gave him a half smile, reminded him about the text. He teased back, "Better not vanish, or I'll have to run your story." She muttered a thanks, feeling only slightly reassured. Noon arrived. She parked near the park's entrance, scanning for watchers. People strolled with dogs, kids played around the swings, an old man fed pigeons. A normal midday scene. She wandered the walking path, nerves on high alert. Then she spotted a man leaning against a large oak tree, looking distinctly uneasy. 30s, short hair, dark-rimmed glasses, clutching a manila folder. He locked eyes with her and gave a small nod. "Ms. Moreno?" he asked. She nodded. He introduced himself as Doctor Samuel Green, a psychiatrist who had stumbled upon irregularities in certain patients' backgrounds, cases that seemed linked to bizarre LSD-induced trauma from decades past. But these patients were younger, not old enough to have participated in the historical MKULTRA. I suspect a follow-up program, or inherited impact. I'm not sure, but their nightmares, phobias, they mirror something deeper, and I found partial mention of questionable sessions in old files. Dr. Green's voice quivered. He handed over a few pages. "I can't go public alone. The hospital board would discredit me. But maybe you can gather enough to make them speak." Eva skimmed the pages, glimpsing references to unusual therapy sessions, sensory deprivation, and dose regimens. The language was reminiscent of those old CIA docs, yet these logs were dated within the last decade. Chills ran down her spine. Could it be a direct link or a copycat operation? As they spoke, Dr. Green's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, face blanching. "I have to go. They're calling me in. Just be careful, Ms. Moreno. I fear we're stirring something bigger. If you dig deeper, try to find an ex-operative named Renee Walker. She might talk, or she might vanish first." With that, he hurried off, disappearing behind a hedge, leaving Eva with the folder in hand. She sat on a park bench reading over the patient notes, disjointed references to memory wiping, reinforcement loops, post-hypnotic triggers. If authentic, it was horrifying. Then a presence behind her made her jump, a well-dressed man with a calm smile. "Researching old conspiracy myths?" he asked, voice smoothly polite. She recognized the chill that overcame her. This must be someone from that side. She stammered an excuse and stood. The man casually said, "Take care, Ms. Moreno. Some things are best left alone." He walked away, leaving her heart pounding. It had begun, an intangible cat and mouse. She watched him fade into the crowds, uncertain if she was imagining the threat. But her gut said no. She clutched Doctor Green's documents. Something real was at stake. She swallowed, recalling Manny's wisecrack. Better not vanish. She willed herself to remain resolute. If these covert experiments were ongoing, ignoring them was unconscionable. She'd chase each lead, despite the lurking menace. The story had chosen her, or so it felt. She refused to let fear muzzle the truth. Eva pressed the elevator button for the sub-basement at her newspaper office. She rarely ventured down there. Only old archives, dusty microfilm, and a supply room that smelled of mildew. Yet after meeting Dr. Green, she needed any historical angle the paper's meagre records might hold. If MKUltra's rumoured follow-up programs left any footprints, perhaps scraps of local coverage existed in the stacks. The elevator rattled downward, flickering overhead lights giving it a slight horror movie vibe. She tried to calm her nerves. The strange man in the park, the phone call with Dr. Green, these felt like the opening act of a noir thriller. Yet real life was seldom that cinematic, she reminded herself. Fear only helps if it spurs caution. She rummaged through rusted file cabinets in a dim corner. A single flickering bulb cast dancing shadows. Among manila folders labelled Health Medical 1970 to 1985, she found an unremarkable subfolder titled PsyOps/LSD Trials. Her pulse raced slightly. She'd never known that the local paper had such a subfolder. Inside were a few yellowed clippings from the late 1970s, referencing a rumoured government clinic that tested psychoactive treatments. But the articles were incomplete, ending abruptly. One paragraph suggested a link to a travelling Project Mindscape, but no follow-up piece was found. Eva carefully snapped photos with her phone. She recognised the hallmark, references to CIA disclaimers, local officials claiming ignorance. The bylines were from a now-deceased reporter, Margaret Allen. If only Margaret were alive to share her notes. Maybe Manny, the crime reporter, could help her find more leads on Margaret's old records. She swallowed the dryness in her throat, trying to quell the sense that she was venturing into territory that left previous reporters spooked or worse. Late that afternoon, Eva followed up on the phone numbers listed in Dr. Green's partial patient notes. Many were out of service, but one answered, the trembling voice of a middle-aged woman named Anya Caldwell. She was hesitant. "I'm not sure I can trust you," she said, stammering. Eva explained that, Doctor. Green pointed her toward Anya, promising confidentiality. After a long pause, Anya invited Eva to come by her apartment at dusk. "I just want the nightmares to stop," she murmured. Nervous but determined, Eva arrived at a modest, slightly run-down building on the city's outskirts. Anya greeted her with wary eyes, ushering her into a living room cluttered with half-finished puzzles and stacks of self-help books. She looked exhausted, with dark circles beneath her eyes. Over a shared cup of lukewarm tea, she recounted bizarre fragments. "I remember, being a teenager, told I was going to therapy for depression, but it felt more like tests. They'd show me swirling lights, ask questions while I was half-dazed. Sometimes I'd wake up not knowing how I got there." Her voice shook. "They kept calling it a clinical trial for advanced therapy. My mother said it was recommended by a government-sponsored mental health initiative. That was decades ago, but even as an adult I have these triggers, flashes of a cold lab, men in suits, strange tones piped into headphones." She pressed her hands together, trembling. "If your Dr. Green is right, I was part of something bigger. The idea that it's connected to MK Ultra terrifies me." Eva fought an impulse to comfort Anya physically. She settled for a gentle, reassuring tone. "You'll find the truth," she promised softly. She felt a deep ache in her chest. This woman's trauma wasn't a sensational story. It was heartbreak. The impetus to expose the conspiracy became more personal. She took careful notes, then offered Anya a contact for a free legal advisor if needed. In that moment, Eva realised she was crossing from mere observer to advocate, whether she liked it or not. That evening, Manny called unexpectedly. "Eva, I was rummaging in the old broadcast tapes from the 1980s. Found something labelled Mindscape Test in a dusty corner. Want to see?" She drove over to Manny's place. They watched the battered VHS on his ancient player. Grainy black and white footage flickered. A panel discussion, presumably from a local TV show, featuring a stern older man who claimed to be a psychological consultant, discussing LSD therapy in hush-hush government cooperation. Another figure's face was blurred. Manny tapped the screen. "Look at that silhouette. Doesn't it remind you of Dr. Green's mention of an operative named... Oh, was it R. Walker or something?" The name Renee Walker flared in Eva's mind. In Dr. Green's notes he'd suggested a Renee W. might be an ex-operative. The blurred figure indeed had a female voice, talking about the moral conflict of messing with minds in a monotone heavily disguised. Manny's eyebrows rose. Could this be her? If so, she's been trying to blow the whistle for decades. The final frames froze on the older man referencing national security as reason for secrecy. The show ended abruptly with a sign-off date of 1983. They made a copy of the VHS on Manny's digital converter. This might be precious evidence if it linked a real face to a hidden operation. Manny agreed to keep quiet while Eva pursued the lead further. She left with an uneasy sense that each new clue was simultaneously clarifying and tangling the bigger picture. Secret therapy trials, an ex-operative with regrets, hush-hush LSD expansions decades after MKUltra was shut down. Driving home in the dark, Eva checked her rearview mirror repeatedly. The distinct sense of being followed brushed over her nerves. Once she glimpsed headlights behind her that matched each turn, but eventually they veered off. Paranoia or reality? She recalled the man from the park, that grin laced with implied threat. She half laughed at her jumpiness, yet a gnawing tension remained. This story was stirring powerful forces. She could almost feel the intangible watchers creeping in. Her phone buzzed near midnight. Dr. Green again, voice taut with worry. "I got pulled aside by hospital administration. They want me to stop referencing these LSD trauma theories. Something about protecting patient privacy, avoiding baseless accusations. I sense official pressure. We must move quickly, Ms. Moreno, or we lose momentum." She responded that she'd discovered a possible lead. Someone named Renee Walker might have crucial knowledge. Green said he'd heard that name whispered in old psychosurgeon circles. "I'll see if I can find a contact for her," he offered. They agreed to meet discreetly soon. Before hanging up, he added, "Be careful. I suspect we're hitting a nerve with the agency folks." That night, Eva double-locked her apartment door. She rummaged through her laptop, printing out the newly found documents. She didn't want them only in digital form. Too easy to alter or delete if her system was hacked. She stashed the physical copies in a taped-up binder under her bed. A flicker in her computer screen made her heart jolt, as if someone might be remotely accessing it. She quickly turned off Wi-Fi. Possibly a glitch, possibly not. She laid in bed, thoughts whirling. So far she had a meltdown tapestry of half-truths, old LSD projects, traumatized patients, clandestine 1980s interviews, a possible ex-operative named Walker. The pattern suggested that the original MKUltra's dark legacy had mutated or never fully ended. If she published now, she'd face immediate pushback. If she delayed, she risked losing Dr. Green or Anya's cooperation under intimidation. Balancing these risks felt like treading a razor's edge. In the stillness, she recalled how Anya's eyes brimmed with fear, how Manny bravely rummaged archives for her. She wanted to protect them, to do justice by their stories. Sleep crept in slowly. Outside, city lights glowed, oblivious to the hidden war for truth happening in shadowy corners. As she drifted off, the last thought crossing her mind was the question, if I push deeper, how far will they go to silence me? And am I truly ready for that fight? Eva's editor glowered at her from behind a cluttered desk the next morning. I'm not shutting down your story, he clarified, but you'd better bring me something solid. No cloak and dagger rumours. I can't risk a defamation lawsuit or a government clampdown. This paper's fragile enough, kid. She nodded, biting back a retort. She understood the precarious finances. She also knew she had more leads to chase, so any immediate confrontation here was pointless. Around lunchtime, a call came in from a blocked number. She picked up, half expecting Doctor, Green or Manny. Instead, a woman's voice, husky with a slight rasp, spoke. I read your piece on historical LSD trials in the local aggregator. You're more correct than you realise. If you want real answers, meet me at the Old Bridge, 9 p.m. tomorrow. Park discreetly. Come alone. Click. The line died. Eva's pulse spiked. Another tipster? She guessed this might be Renee Walker, the ex-operative. The hush in that voice suggested caution. She decided to keep the meeting from Manny for now, not wanting more people at risk. She texted Doctor. Green. Potential major source. Will update if it pans out. He simply responded, watch your back. That evening, as Eva locked up her desk, she nearly collided with a tall man stepping into the hallway. He wore a tailored suit, eyes cool with confidence. Ms. Moreno, he said softly, I'm Marcus Tate, Government Relations. We appreciate your interest in historical CIA documents, but caution you to verify authenticity. Many fabricated stories circulate. The tone was polite, but the underlying message bristled. She recognized that name, Marcus Tate, someone rumoured to hold a senior intelligence position, known for smoothing over controversies. She forced a tight smile. Thanks for the tip. I always verify sources. He nodded, letting a silence hang. Then he said, we wouldn't want your publication to inadvertently publish disinformation. It could harm reputations. Be sure you have facts, not fantasies. With a parting nod, he vanished into the corridor. She stood there, adrenaline surging. He'd found her. The friendly facade was a classic intimidation tactic. She breathed deeply, reaffirming her resolve. That night she dreamt of interviews with masked figures, swirling records, half-lost diaries. She awoke in a cold sweat. Checking the time, 4 a.m., she realised she wouldn't sleep further. She rummaged through her notes. Anya Caldwell's anguished recollections, Dr. Green's partial patient logs, the hush around Project Mindscape, plus Manny's discovered VHS clip. The puzzle edges were forming. They all indicated that MKUltra had spawned follow-ups under different names. The cruelty of it, unwitting subjects manipulated for psychological experiments, fired her outrage. She jumped at the ping of an incoming email. A hush of dread passed over her. Possibly Manny with a new find. She opened it to see a single line. Stop. We see you. Remember the children's story that ended in tragedy. No sender, no signature. Her hands trembled. She quickly forwarded it to Manny with the subject line. Threat. Fear and anger twisted in her chest. But backing off now would be cowardly. She decided to press forward. Come morning, Manny visited her desk, eyes grim. That threat email. Should we call the police? She shrugged wearily. The police might brush it off as a random troll, or they might be compromised if this is deeper. I'll keep it documented, though. Manny frowned, placing a small digital recorder in her hand. At least carry this for tomorrow's meeting. Record everything. If you vanish, we'll have a clue. She gave a shaky smile, appreciating the support. She also texted Doctor Green to ensure he was safe. He answered that nothing new had happened, though he felt uneasy at the hospital, noticing a suspicious stranger loitering outside his office. The sense of watchers multiplied, as if a net tightened around them. That afternoon, Eva visited Anya Caldwell's apartment again, bringing groceries as a small gesture of kindness. Anya looked more frazzled than before, eyes red, hands trembling. She said she'd had another flashback. I woke at 2 a.m, hearing the voice of a man telling me to recite phrases. My heart pounded. Then I realised it was a dream, or a memory. She rubbed her temples. It feels like they planted triggers in me, half-lost commands. I can't separate reality from induced illusions. Eva consoled her gently, promising progress was being made. She didn't mention the upcoming clandestine meeting. The last thing Anya needed was further agitation. Instead, Eva recorded a short statement from her about the therapy sessions as a child. Tears welled in Anya's eyes as she recalled a windowless room, swirling colours, the smell of antiseptic. They'd strap me to a seat, talk about unlocking hidden recesses of the mind. I was just a kid, her voice cracked. Then it all went black. Leaving Anya's place, Eva felt both anger and heartbreak. This woman was living in a psychological labyrinth shaped by monstrous experiments. She clenched her fists. No matter the risk, the truth must surface. As dusk approached, Eva found her mind swarming with scenarios of the next day's meeting. She packed a small messenger bag with essential items: phone, digital recorder Manny gave her, spare battery, some printed docs for reference. She wore comfortable dark clothing, wanting to blend in at night. She half expected a spy novel twist, pursuit by unmarked cars. But the actual day remained quiet, as if the forces arrayed against her were letting her approach the meeting unimpeded. Her phone chimed. Manny again, urging caution. If anything goes sideways, call me, or text a single letter to indicate trouble. She typed an appreciative reply, fighting a swirl of both gratitude and guilt. She was dragging Manny into dangerous waters, but she needed an ally. That evening, the city lights flickered against a starless sky. Eva rummaged for the steel in her spine that had propelled her through tough stories before. Yet tonight felt different. Lurking government watchers, threatened whistleblowers, traumatized survivors. She double-checked her apartment's locks, set an alarm for early morning. She'd meet the mysterious caller at 9 p.m. tomorrow. The hush in her apartment felt oppressive, as though shadows on the walls were more than mere illusions. Her last act before bed was to rewrite her notes into a more coherent timeline. 1950s to 1970s, MK Ultra official timeline. 1983, local TV interview with an ex-operative, likely R. Walker, discussing a spin-off project. 90s to 2010s, Dr. Green's patients show LSD-induced psychological trauma, some referencing secret therapy. Present, threats from a man named Marcus Tate, presumably an agency official. She underlined tomorrow night, Elbridge, Renee Walker. She imagined the conversation that might unfold, the revelations that might come. A swirl of dread and excitement coalesced in her gut. If this was indeed Renee, the puzzle's missing piece might fall into place, giving the story unstoppable momentum. At midnight, lying in bed, phone on her nightstand, she stared at the ceiling. She pictured the silent watchers, the cunning Tate, the heartbreak in Anya's voice, Dr. Green's caution. Sleep eluded her again. She whispered to herself, "We're all just threads in a bigger tapestry. But maybe, if we weave them together, the truth can't be cut." The beep of the clock turning 12:01 a.m. sounded eerily loud, marking the transition to the day that could change her life. She closed her eyes, mustering the nerve for what was to come. The next day breezed by in a haze of tension, each hour feeling like a coil tightening. Eva barely focused at work, her mind fixed on the upcoming meeting at the old bridge. By late afternoon, Manny sidled over to her desk, concern etched on his face. "You sure about going alone?" She nodded, feigning confidence. "If I show up with a crowd, this source might vanish," Manny exhaled. "Then keep me posted. We can't lose you to some dark fiasco." She promised she'd text him the moment she left the meeting. The unspoken fear hung between them, that these conspirators played dirty. Just before 9 p.m, Eva parked a few blocks away and walked the rest. The old bridge, a disused iron span over a shallow river, sat in a dimly lit portion of the city seldom patrolled by normal evening crowds. Broken street lamps gave it a half-forgotten gloom. She clutched her phone and Manny's digital recorder, scanning the area for watchers. A solitary lamp at the bridge's midpoint cast a sickly glow on corroded metal beams. The hush here felt oppressive. Near the lamppost, a cloaked figure stood with hunched shoulders. Eva approached cautiously, heart thudding. As she drew near, the figure lifted a hood, revealing an older woman's face lined with weariness. She spoke first, voice rough but subdued. "You're Eva. I'm Renee Walker. That's all the introduction we have time for." Renee's gaze flicked about as though expecting an ambush. "Listen closely. I used to work for the agency. Not full field ops, more like logistical tasks. But I saw enough. MK Ultra was official from mid-50s to 73, we know that. But they rebranded. They carried on select sub-projects under new code names, tested mind manipulation on unsuspecting people. LSD was just one tool. They tried hypnosis, synthetic compounds, memory erasure. It goes deeper than official records show." Eva's pulse quickened. She pressed record discreetly. "And does it continue to the present day?" she asked. Renee inhaled shakily. "In fragments, yes. Various labs quietly funded. Some doctors recruited. I parted ways decades ago, overwhelmed by guilt. I tried hinting at the truth in that old 1983 broadcast, but I was discredited, threatened." Renee handed Eva a small flash drive. On here are partial logs from the 1990s. They mention a Project Halcyon, a newer iteration focusing on advanced mind conditioning. I can't confirm if it's fully active now, but I suspect it never ended. She paused, scanning the darkness. They never fully let go of the dream of controlling thoughts, altering behaviours, and the worst part, many subjects have no idea they were used. Eva pressed for specifics about LSD experiments. "From what I gather, Anya Caldwell might be a victim." Renee frowned. "Yes, that name surfaces in old rosters. She was one of the teenage participants identified as emotional vulnerability prospects. They used sedation, subliminal triggers, aiming to shape behaviour patterns. It was monstrous. Some attempts at total reprogramming, they said." A tremor passed across her lips. "I can't undo the past, but I can help you expose it." The hush of the night weighed on them. The dull roar of the distant city traffic underscored how separate they were from normal life. Eva felt sick imagining countless lives like Anya's. She asked, "Who's directing it now? Is it the CIA, a private contractor?" Renee shook her head. "Could be a black-budget wing. Marcus Tate is a top figure in suppressing all public references. If he's after you, be extremely careful. He's cunning, well-connected." Suddenly footsteps echoed on the far side of the bridge. A flashlight beam swept across rusted railings. Eva's heart lurched. Two silhouettes approached. "We need to go," Renee hissed, pulling Eva aside. The footsteps quickened. Eva glimpsed suits and glints of drawn handguns, possibly Tate's men. "Split up," Renee whispered, "and hide the flash drive." Eva stuffed the drive into her jacket pocket. They parted ways at the middle of the bridge, each slipping into darkness behind opposite support beams. The footsteps reached the lamppost, a hushed voice speaking. They were just here. Another answered, "Spread out. Check the perimeter." A chill of adrenaline shot through Eva. She crouched low, quietly texting Manny. "Bridge. Surrounded. May need help." Peering from behind the beam, Eva watched one agent pass mere feet away. She held her breath. He scanned the shadows with a small flashlight. Luckily, a shrill siren from a distant street corner spooked them. Perhaps a random police cruiser. The men, evidently not wanting a confrontation, retreated. Eva seized the moment, creeping in the opposite direction along a narrow catwalk under the bridge. Heart pounding, she emerged onto a deserted side street, then sprinted to her car blocks away. No sign of Renee. She hoped the ex-operative also escaped. She hopped in her car, hands trembling, and sped off, only allowing herself to exhale when the headlights behind her revealed no pursuers. Her phone beeped, a text from Manny. "Hang tight, on my way." She replied that she was safe for now, heading to an all-night diner. Manny insisted on meeting. The swirl of fear and relief left her half nauseous. Manny slid into the diner booth, breath ragged. Eva recounted the confrontation. Manny looked alarmed, but also intrigued. "So now you've got a flash drive from a presumably high-level operative. That's gold, or a hornet's nest," she nodded. "Both, likely." She'd scrolled quickly on her phone, discovering the flash drive was encrypted. She'd need a friend skilled in decryption, someone not easily traced. Manny offered a contact, a freelance hacker named Jules who owed him a favour. They ordered coffee and greasy fries, neither having eaten. In a subdued tone, Manny murmured, "We should confirm, Doctor. Green's safe. If Tate's men are stepping up, Green might be a target too." Eva texted Green. No immediate reply. Anxiety spiked. "We might check his office tomorrow if we don't hear back." Their phones buzzed simultaneously with news alerts. Local psychiatrist under investigation for data breach. Manny read the headlines in dismay. They're going after Green's professional license. Could be Tate's doing, trying to muzzle him. Eva felt a pang of guilt. Her story might have put Green in the crosshairs. She resolved to push forward faster. The unstoppable momentum of a cover-up often thrives on time. If they revealed enough evidence soon, the conspirators might not contain the fallout. They parted near dawn, Manny heading home to rest, Eva returning to her apartment. The memory of the men on the bridge lingered in her mind. The hush in her living room felt oppressive. She locked her door, triple-checking. Renee risked her life to supply that flash drive. I can't let it go to waste. She shot a final text to Manny. "We'll decode the drive tomorrow. Then we blow the lid off. I won't let them bury this." As she sank onto her sofa, she wondered about the moral weight of dragging all these people into a confrontation with an invisible machine that had been perfecting secrecy for decades. The lingering question, how many times had truth been stifled before? Yet the small voices of survivors, the haunting guilt in Renee's eyes, the betrayal felt by Dr. Green, all demanded an answer. Sleep eluded her once more. Outside, the city's neon glow tinted the horizon. She pictured the blank expressions of Tate's men, the relentless push to keep everything hidden. In the hush of her sleeplessness, she vowed to see the mission through, no matter how deep the shadows extended. Sunlight streamed through the blinds as Eva woke from a fitful doze on her sofa. Her phone beeped incessantly with notifications. She rubbed her eyes, glancing at the screen. Manny's messages and missed calls. "Where are you? Green's gone. His clinic says he's on emergency leave, possibly forcibly taken." Fear jolted her awake. She quickly phoned Manny. He answered breathlessly. "Security cameras at the hospital show men escorting Green into a black SUV last night. Some hush-hush official paperwork. He's vanished." Eva felt her stomach lurch. They'd struck back swiftly, removing Dr. Green. She realised the time for caution was past. She had to blow the story open before more vanishings occurred. Manny reminded her that they had the flash drive from Renee to decrypt. "Jules is waiting in a cafe basement," he said. "We can do it now. Then we release everything online." Eva nodded, mind whirling. She grabbed her laptop, the flash drive, and an external battery. They met at a dingy cafe's back room. Manny's contact, Jules, was a small woman with spiky hair, hunched over a battered MacBook. The basement smelled of coffee grounds and dust. Without preamble, Jules accepted the flash drive, then typed feverishly. "High-level encryption, but let's see. Must be older code." A swirl of lines scrolled on the screen. Manny and Eva hovered, tension mounting. Minutes became an hour. Jules cursed softly, then grinned. "Got it. Directory of PDFs, some video files, a few text logs. Let's open the text logs first." She double-clicked. A hush fell as they read references to Project Halcyon, Advanced Psychosomatic Reconditioning, Subject Group Number 47, Supplementary LSD Regimens, dates up to 2014. Manny exhaled. They continued these mind control experiments well into the 21st century. Good God. Scrolling further, they saw mention of key personnel, M. Tate, in an oversight role. Manny's eyes flared. Marcus Tate, so he's not just covering old secrets, he's actively overseeing a new iteration. This is the smoking gun. Additional lines detailed sedation protocols, session durations, and modifications to memory imprint techniques. The moral horror was tangible. One PDF attached, titled Survivor Case Anya C. 1979, revealed Anya Caldwell's role in an adolescent program. Another named Doctor. Green recognized him as a potential risk if discovered. Manny and Eva exchanged grim looks. They'd found clear proof that Green was in danger for a reason. Manny hissed, "We must publish. Now." As they prepared to upload the files to their paper's server, Eva's phone rang. Marcus Tate's number displayed, a twist in her gut. She answered with trembling calm. Tate's voice was clipped. "I assume you have something from Ms. Walker. We have Doctor Green in custody for national security reasons. We can talk terms." Her anger flared. You kidnapped a psychiatrist? You're insane. Tate responded calmly. He's alive, Ms. Moreno, but release that data and events may escalate unpredictably. The government will deny everything, brand you a hoaxer, maybe a traitor. Eva's gaze flicked to Manny. She put the call on speaker. Tate continued. We can handle Ms. Caldwell's claims as mental illness. The ex-operative Walker's testimony is hearsay. We only fear if you tie it all with falsified documents. Step away, and Dr. Green's life returns to normal. He might even reappear, cross us, and we can't guarantee anything. The line clicked dead. Manny shook his head in disgust. He's basically blackmailing you with Green's safety. Eva's hand trembled over the laptop trackpad. Manny whispered, If we give in, we bury the story. They keep Green hostage, or at least muzzle him. If we publish, Green's in real danger, possibly Anya or even us as well. But the truth, it could save countless future victims. The weight of that moral dilemma pressed heavily. She thought of Anya's broken memories, Doctor, Green's unwavering courage. The unscrupulous power of Tate's threat hung like an anvil. In that hush, Jules cleared her throat. I can upload everything anonymously to multiple whistleblower platforms. Once it's out, they can't stop it, but it has to be your call. Eva closed her eyes. A swirl of guilt for Green, but a deeper responsibility for all potential victims. She realized that if she caved, they'd remain forever manipulated. She recalled the vow she made after meeting Anya. No more hiding. Eva typed a quick final note into the top of the doc, summarizing the new revelations, then nodded at Jules. Do it. In seconds, Jules hammered a few keystrokes. The screen showed progress bars uploading the entire folder, text logs, PDFs, old videos, to a major document leak website. Manny simultaneously drafted a story for their own paper's site, referencing the leaked files. They set it to auto-publish within the hour. No turning back. Within minutes, social media chatter exploded. Major leak reveals possible continuation of MK Ultra under codename Halcyon. Manny's phone vibrated non-stop. Eva's email inbox flooded. The fuse was lit. She expected an onslaught of official denials, trolls, maybe half-truth excuses, but at least the genie was out. The hush of decades was shattered. The next steps unfolded in a blur. Large news outlets picked up the story. Government press liaisons fumbled with, "We're investigating these unverified documents." Statements. Conspiracy forums erupted with triumph. Mainstream anchors expressed cautious skepticism. Eva glimpsed a fleeting moment of satisfaction amid the swirl, though worry for Dr. Green overshadowed it. Late that evening, Manny called, breathless. Breaking news. Dr. Green turned up at a roadside motel, disoriented. He says men dropped him off, told him to keep silent, but he's alive. Eva felt tears of relief. She sped to the motel, finding Green shaky but physically unharmed. He recounted being interrogated in a sealed room, forced to sign a non-disclosure. Then once the story went public, they deemed him worthless as a bargaining chip. They might spin this as me being delusional, Green said, trembling. But the docs are out there now. They can't bury it all. Days later, official inquiries erupted. Politicians demanded clarity on whether new mind control experiments existed. The CIA hammered out statements about historic wrongdoing. Marcus Tate vanished from public view. Some rumoured he was reassigned or quietly retired. Others said he was orchestrating new spin from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, survivors like Anya Caldwell found partial validation. She and others formed a support group. Dr. Green resumed practice with renewed resolve. Eva's article soared in readership, catapulting her from local reporter to national figure. She felt uneasy about the spotlight, but recognised it gave her a platform to continue pressing for accountability. Manny teased that she'd become a journalistic hero, though she felt more relief than pride. The cost had been high. Fear, risking her friends, and nearly losing Dr. Green. In the weeks that followed, talk of Halcyon overshadowed earlier controversies. Investigations opened, lawsuits formed. Yet as time wore on, factions in government worked to recast the data as inconclusive or tampered with. The net effect? Some believed wholeheartedly, others dismissed it as a sensational hoax. The full truth remained muddled. But at least the seeds were planted, shining a harsh light on an unsavoury legacy that refused to be quietly erased. In a reflective moment, Eva visited Anya's small apartment, bearing a fresh bouquet. They sat quietly, sipping tea. Anya thanked her for exposing the hidden hand that scarred her youth. "I may never get all my memories back," she said softly, "but knowing I wasn't crazy, that means everything." Eva squeezed her hand. She realised that even partial victories matter in a landscape of secrecy. One drizzly morning, Eva received an unmarked package at her desk. Inside lay more classified files, referencing tangential mind experiments in other states. No note, no return address, perhaps from another whistleblower. She gazed at them, heart heavy. The shadowy machine was bigger than she'd imagined, still shifting, still covering tracks. But she felt neither terror nor despair this time, only a renewed sense of mission. We've come this far. We keep going. Standing by the office window, she watched raindrops on the glass. The hush of the day felt oddly comforting. She recalled the swirling LSD session logs, the battered survivors, the hushed voices. A swirl of regret for those who never saw justice, but also a sense of hope that one day more pieces would come to light. The truth, once illuminated, can't fully be shoved back into darkness. And thus, among the swirling secrets, Eva Moreno resolved to remain that persistent light, shining however she could into the darkest corners of Shadows of the Mind.